So delicioso.
I got hot good.
Today we're going to be seeing how Jack makes his lazy man's enchiladas. Recently, Uncle Roger did acknowledge the channel, so let's get started.
Hey, how you guys doing? It's time for another Lazy Man's episode. My friend Lisa Estrada, give me a hug. Give me a hug. All right. Oh.
I may be a little sarcastic in this video, but I don't think that we're going to be making actual enchiladas. I mean, just looking at the ingredients here, doesn't look like it. But hopefully Jack is going to be using Jack cheese. I mean, if it's the Cooking with Jack show, you would at least think that he's going to be using Jack cheese to make the enchiladas.
She's been my lifelong friend since elementary school. And I finally got her on the show because she has that Hispanic edge that I need on my show. And we're doing Lazy Man enchiladas.
Yes.
Awesome. And she does this all the time for her Bible study. It's like the first thing to go. In fact, it's the only thing there, so it is the first thing to go. But they love it.
Ooh boy, brings us to Bible study and they like it. I don't know if I should feel sorry for them or if they're lying, but well, we'll see how it turns out to see whether it's good or not. But if it's anything like the last video, I don't believe them.
I have to preface before we let her unleash her recipe. I do red sauce on my enchiladas. She does green, so whatever one you like, we're gonna put it down below. You can do red or green sauce. But today, I bought the red sauce thinking we were doing red sauce, and she's like, "What, Jack, you didn't get green?" I'm like, whatever. We'll get over it. So this is what lazy man means. I don't have to go back to the store. We're doing red sauce today. It's gonna be awesome.
Well, we're gonna see at the end if it is awesome or not. But normally when you get enchiladas at a restaurant or even if you make it at home, you can pick green or red enchilada sauce. It's not an issue. You could use both as well, you know, do half and half. And if I could get the ingredients, I would make some because I really love enchiladas.
My family loves enchiladas. All right, come on in close.
Okay, first of all, you want to get 1.5 pounds of raw ground beef. Doesn't really matter if it's in this package or you buy the little package, whatever is cheaper. And then you want to get 2 cans of enchilada sauce, whether it's green or red is up to your preference. These come in mild, medium, and super hot and spicy.
You know, if you omit the enchilada salsa, right now, it kind of looks like we're going to be making nachos, not enchiladas. I mean, I don't even see tortillas because normally when you make enchiladas, you make them with corn tortillas and they're using the potato chips. But if you want to make your enchiladas better, instead of buying the pre-canned enchilada sauce, it's better to make your own if you can get the ingredients. But it is much better to make your own.
You also want to get 1 can of sliced olives, and that's to decorate or throw inside, whichever you prefer. And 1 onion, you're going to chop that up. That's for the meat. That's going to all go together. You want a large can of salsa, whatever your favorite kind is. This one's mild because we like this mild so everybody can eat it. But these also come in medium and super spicy.
Paste chili sauce. This is a very, very popular sauce in the US. You will literally see it everywhere. Now when making enchiladas, normally you have the enchilada salsa, which is a fine pureed salsa that you add to the enchiladas. Green or red is typical. Now if you want, you can add more enchilada salsa, or if you do want, you can add a salsa fresca, you can add guacamole if you want later on to it while you're eating. But to actually make the enchiladas themselves.
And you want 1 big bag of cheese. This one is 2 pounds, and that's going to get mixed in.
I wonder if Jack's favorite cheese is Jack cheese. Now to make enchiladas, if Monterey Jack is the only thing that you have in the house, that's fine, you can use it. You can use queso fresco, or if you can get it, you can use cotija. It's made from cow's milk. It's a white cheese, and if it's fresh, it's more like feta, but often it's also aged. It's salty, and it adds a lot of flavor. It's a very nice cheese to use.
And then you want to take 2 bags of these littler bags of cheese, and that's going to be for the top. And then you want 2 bags of chips. No need to spend all kinds of money on expensive ones because these were only, I think, a couple bucks each, and they will totally do, and you will see why once we start filming. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is brown the ground beef and add the diced onion to it and brown it all together. Okay, the first thing you want to do is...
Well, that was quick. I guess we'll just skip cooking the beef. And if anybody's wondering what this pan is that she's using, This is what we call professionally a gastro, or you can also call it a hotel pan. They come in various sizes, but she's using a full-size gastro, and we use these for everything from storage to cooking to baking to basically whatever. They come in very handy, even in the house. I use them.
The first thing you want to do is take your bag of chips and you're going to smash it. Just don't be shy, just smash it all up. And then you're going to pour that in your big bucket. Doesn't matter if you smash it perfect or not. Put all that in.
I mean, it was a little odd that we were using tortilla chips to begin with to make enchiladas because they're made with tortillas normally, but crushing the tortilla chips up in the gastro, and I see a little bit of sauce next to it.
Then the next thing you're going to do is dump your whole jar of salsa, not the small one, but this medium size. Just dump it all in there. Then you're going to take your enchilada sauce, just pour it in gently. Don't get red sauce everywhere because then you'll have to clean it up. And then the second can, pour it in there gently. Then you're going to take your ground beef that had the sauteed onions and all and just pour the whole thing. Don't worry about draining it unless you really want to drain it, but the juice kind of comes in handy because you want it to be a little liquidy for when it bakes. Then it's not going to be all dry.
Guys, I'd appreciate it a lot if you could hit that like button to give me the courage to be able to finish this, because seriously, this is tough. If we're talking about like Tex-Mex, there is such a thing as a taco salad, which is crushed tortilla chips or tacos with a little bit of lettuce and meat and everything else on it. But the chips are still crunchy, they're still crispy. Doing this by adding all that liquid to it now, and then you're going to be baking it on top of that, the tortilla chips are going to be soggy. And just to remind everyone, yeah, enchiladas are made with tortillas, not tortilla chips. Tortillas.
Then you take your big bag of cheese, the whole entire 2 pounds, and you just dump it all in. Don't be shy, it doesn't have to be pretty. All it has to do is taste good, and it's going to taste delicious. Trust you me.
Don't tell me that we're going to be adding 2 pounds of cheese mixed in with this. Now, 2 pounds or 2.2 pounds is 1 kilo. So this is almost a kilo of cheese.
Alrighty, then what you're going to do is you're just going to mix it all together. Give it a good mixing. Right on hand, you're going to want to have a little bit of milk, because if it isn't...
We're going to be adding milk on top of this.
If it doesn't coat everything real well, you're just going to kind of add a little bit of milk so that it's not too dry, because when you bake it, it's going to absorb the liquid, and you don't want it to be super dry. Well,
at least it's Costco milk, it's organic. Kirkland brand, though, is pretty good. I really do miss shopping in Costco. And for everybody that doesn't know what Costco is a very big supermarket chain, but unlike a normal grocery store where you buy like one item at a time, you buy in bulk. And you can save a lot of money. You can also spend a lot, but you get a lot.
So get a little milk and just kind of pour it in. You don't want to pour too much, so don't put too much at the beginning. Just kind of pour a little. Mix it really good. Make sure everything's distributed all evenly.
I think it was a bad idea having breakfast. I'm serious. I think I need to take a break. You know, I have to admit that I've seen some pretty disgusting things in my life. Food related, I mean. And this is up there with being like one of the worst. Not the worst, but it's up in the top 5. Maybe 3. If any of you have ever wanted to see like what partially digested food looks like in your stomach, just pause the video, take a photo of that, and every time you want to remember, have a look.
Okay, now what you're going to do is take your spray and just spray the edges really good. Give it a quick spray all the way around so it doesn't stick anywhere in the tray.
Pam spray. Sprays I don't like using. Please tell me that this is a joke video. Like seriously, this can't be an actual recipe.
Preheat your oven to 350 so that it heats up, because you want it to be at 350 when you put this in. And then come back and we'll top our casserole. Okay, now what you're going to do is take your small bag of cheese, and that's going to be your topping. Just dump the whole entire thing out. You can either use plain mozzarella and cheddar mix, or you can use what they call taco and nacho or Mexican blend. Either one, it's up to you. It just adds a little bit of extra flavor if you use the taco nacho or the Mexican blend.
The taco and nacho cheese blend adds flavor. Well, if you actually read the label, it says that there's taco seasoning in it. So obviously they put a bunch of spices in it as well. But if you want to make this taste even better with some good cheese, then you should use some better cheese. But the other thing is that when you make enchiladas, you don't want to treat it like a casserole where you just mix and mash everything together and you just throw it in the pan and cook it. It's more like cannellonis. You want to take each and every little individual tortilla, fill them, roll them, and then line them up in the pan. You put a little bit of sauce, a little bit of cheese on them, and they're delicious.
Just spread that over evenly so that every place is covered, because once you bake it at the 350, it's going to be baked for 1 hour. The top will get nice and crusty. It'll be really kind of crunchy and delicious. Okay,
Ooh.
Look at this, folks. Delicioso. Does that look awesome or what?
So seriously, we have soggy tortilla chips mixed with sauce, meat, and cheese, baked for about an hour in the oven. Then we have shredded cheese that we layered on top and burnt. Whoa, boy.
Okay, so now we're going to cut us a big old healthy piece. Oh, it's going right in, and give it a healthy piece, because once you taste it and it comes out so delicious, steaming, melting the cheese, and you put the little toppings, it's going to be scrumptious.
If you forget the crispy cheese for a minute and you just look at the texture, it's just mush. It's like baby food. It's just mashed up.
Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to just put a nice, healthy dollop of sour cream on the top. Delicious. In Spanish, we call this crema. And then you're going to put a few olives on top just to make it look pretty. Actually, if you want to put a few extras, that'll be good. And you're ready to eat.
They say that beauty is on the inside, but sometimes what you see is what you get. And this does not look pretty. No matter what you add to this, it's not going to save it. The only thing that could save this is to bin it, throw it in the trash, and start over again. Because seriously, I have a few words for this. I can't say it on YouTube, but no.
All right, so let's give this a try.
Okay.
That looks good. I appreciate you holding the dish for me. Thank you.
No worries.
Oh, wow. It's a little warm.
Now watch. What do you want to bet that Jack is going to say that this is delicious?
It's a little warm.
So delicioso.
I gotta hog this.
What do you think?
That's enchiladas. That is real enchiladas.
What? Now, being nice, if somebody thinks that this is what enchiladas should taste like or should be like, means that they haven't actually had real enchiladas, because this has nothing to do with enchiladas. You don't have the texture, the flavor. I can't tell, but I can imagine right now, because I've tasted pretty much all these ingredients, never together, mashed together like this, but I've tasted them, and it's not enchiladas.
Wow, you didn't want that, did you? Did you want that?
You can have it, Jack.
No, it's okay. I'm teasing.
After a bite, let me have
No, I got one more bite too. Oh my gosh, it's like we're in school again. Except school food was never this good.
So delicious.
All right, here we go.
Really? You mean that their school food was worse than this? I can remember back to first grade, and I remember that school food wasn't bad, it was normal, but it wasn't like this.
Oh, I'm sorry, am I still eating in front of you? I'll see you guys in the next episode. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Take care.
Oh, bloopers. Shall we watch the bloopers? Let's watch the bloopers.
Okay, so I've got
Am I supposed to feed you?
I need to, huh?
Am I going to feed you?
No.
What type of show has this turned into? You know, to be honest, I don't think that's the first time that she has said that to him. It may be the first time that he said no, at least on camera, but I don't think it's the first time that she said it.
Sorry.
We're going to take this pizza out. You know, I'm a big fan of a lot of colour on a pizza. I don't like them too bland looking. This one's a little dark around the edges, that's fine.
Today, guys, I feel like some pizza, so we're going to review Epicurious's different ways on making a pizza. And I know it does look like I'm in a new place, and it's because I am. I'm actually in Benidorm right now, which is close to Alicante.
I'm Steven, and I'm a level 1 chef.
I'm Beth, and I'm a level 2 chef.
I'm Sim Cass, and I've been a baker since 1973.
Since 1973, well, I would expect his pizza to be pretty good after 50 years of baking.
So I came up with this recipe basically anytime my friends would come over and they said, let's spend money. And I'm like, absolutely not. We're going to make our own and it's going to cost under $10.
Yeah, I've been there. I know how he feels. But the funny thing is, the last thing that many chefs and cooks want to do is to come home and actually make something, or to make something on the day off that's laborious. Normally, you just want to grab something that's super quick and easy, like literally super quick and easy, and be done with it. I mean, you still want something tasty, but you don't want to go into the effort and you don't want the mess.
It's a really special recipe because this recipe has my mother-in-law's sauce. Sadie came all the way from Shaka, Sicily, and this recipe is an homage to her.
This pizza has a soft, airy interior with a nice crusty shell on it and a lot of flavor.
Let's bet on who's going to win. Who do you think's going to win? Let me know in the comments down below. Because my money's on Sim. Then again, my money was also on Frank when we reviewed the Paella videos.
We're going to start with the dough.
This is my store-bought dough, which is nice and ready.
The dough has to rise, so I'm going to use some active dry yeast.
Into our water, and we're going to let that dissolve. This is a 3-day dough, and this is the first day.
You know, in a pinch, when you want to make a quick pizza at home, you may have to just buy some pre-made dough unless you want to go through the effort to make it. I mean, it doesn't have to be difficult. There are easy recipes, but many of the recipes that you will see over here with the pizza napolitana or anything like this, you'll see that they will be using fresh yeast. And if you're going to be substituting one yeast for another when making any sort of recipe at all, you need to take into account the adjustments because active dry yeast is not the same as fresh yeast.
Then we're going to add our flour. We're going to mix this together. This scraper, easiest thing to use.
I'm going to put my mixer on low. I only have flour in the mixer right now. I'm going to add some salt. I'm going to slowly pour in some olive oil. Add the yeast mixture, and the dough is just going to come together in a sticky mess.
It's not really going to come together. It's going to be very scruffy.
You can tell that it's very, very sticky, and that's exactly what you want.
And one little tip when adding anything to the mixer is to be careful. Now, I mean, a little house KitchenAid is not really going to hurt you, but some of the industrial grade mixers that we use in the kitchen, they're massive, and they have guards on there, and sometimes we take them off, but if you happen to reach in there, they're powerful enough to break your arm. I mean, they really are.
I'm going to cover the dough, put it in the fridge overnight.
And this gets left outside, not in the refrigerator, for 12 to 17 hours. This is going to develop flavor, and when we add it to our dough tomorrow, it's going to add a lot of nice holes in our pizza.
For all the pizza enthusiasts out there, let me know if you use a starter to make the pizza dough.
Now, we're going to make our main dough with flour, water, salt, and yeast. Then we're going to add the pre-ferment, biga in Italian. This is the same pre-ferment that I made earlier, only this one is 24 hours old. It's now developed and has these nice big holes in it and lots of flavor. Lastly, I'm going to add some starter. This particular one has been around for about 3 years. This will add a lot of flavor.
Now, we have reviewed a few different types of pizza from Joshua Wiseman, Adam Ragusia, and others. But for me, and one thing that Jason Atherton says a lot as well, I used to work for him, is to keep things simple. You don't want to overcomplicate things, especially not at home when you want to make things easy. Tasty, but easy. Because the last thing that you want to do is to have like a 15-step process in making a pizza dough recipe and making it not only that, but 3 days before.
This dough will be wet. I turn it onto the table, turning the dough into itself to get it going, and you're going to push this forwards and backwards on the table. Now, I'm going to start pulling it into itself. Look, now I got a pizza dough right here.
Like I said, a 15-step process. Now guys, if you pay close attention, he actually added a little more flour to this while he was kneading it. And that's why you see the consistency it is now. It's not that he just kneaded it, it's that he did add a little extra flour. When you have a very good recipe, you don't want to deviate from the recipe too much, especially with baking or anything like this. But sometimes when making breads, if the recipe may be a little off, or if you added maybe a little too much of one ingredient or the other, you may have to adjust the recipe a little bit.
I'm going to oil my bowl here. We're going to cover it, and we're going to leave it in the refrigerator overnight. And that's going to be yet another way to introduce even more flavor into our dough.
So now we're gonna get started on the sauce. This is a store-bought sauce. This is a tomato basil. This gives it a little bit of the aroma that we're looking for.
For me, store-bought tomato sauce is a scam. It doesn't take that long to make a basil tomato sauce. I have a little recipe on one of my videos. I forget which one it is right now, but it's super easy to make. And instead of paying a premium price for, more often than not, the tomato sauce that you're already buying that's pre-made tastes like you know what, instead of trying to fix that, just buy some other ingredients, some shallots or some garlic and some herbs, and make it yourself at home. And if you don't want to keep making it again and again, then make a lot at one time, can it or freeze it.
First of all, get your pan hot. Then you're going to get some good olive oil in there.
The oil is coming up to temperature. I just cut my garlic right into the pan.
You want your onions. I'm just getting a little colour on my onions, and then I put my garlics into that little space. I'm now smelling this garlic.
There's no better smell. I'm gonna strain the crushed tomatoes because I really don't like the taste of the seeds.
Now you can use store-bought tomatoes to make your basil tomato sauce or any other sauce, but more often than not, the tomatoes that you buy at the store are picked green. They're not left on the vine to ripen, so you don't have all the extra sugars and everything that enhance the flavors of the tomatoes that you're buying. Now the canned tomatoes are typically ripe when they can them, and they're also cooked during the canning process. So sometimes this can be a better option when making it at home.
In goes my whole tomatoes, that's good. And now I add about half that amount of puree. I put a little oregano in, 2 or 3 bay leaves. I also like to add a little bit of Worcestershire sauce, a good gloopy glue in there, all right?
He's adding Worcestershire sauce. I mean, it is fish sauce, basically, so you do add some extra flavors, but you don't necessarily need to cook the tomato sauce for your pizza. You can if you want. It's perfectly fine if you do and you want to make this. But it's also perfectly fine if you just puree some vine-ripe tomatoes and add them to the pizza. Some good quality tomatoes though.
Fresh ground pepper in.
Same amount of salt, and about 10 leaves of fresh basil.
And I'm just gonna be Italian about it and just throw it in like that. Now I'm going to reduce temperature.
When it's nice and thick, you know it's done.
The idea of cooking the sauce for 3 or 4 hours is to take the acidity out of the tomatoes. If we put a little sugar in, we can reduce the cook time to about an hour, hour and a half.
You can see that the sauce has reduced.
The tomatoes have disappeared and it's ready to go on the top of our pizza.
Cooking the tomato sauce for 3 hours or more reduces the acidity. Now, that is a first, I have to admit. Now, the sugar, on the other hand, will help, say, mask the acidity. It will sweeten the sauce, especially if you have, say, acid reflux. It can help. It can be a little trick to help it. Baking soda is actually supposed to reduce the acidity, but cooking the sauce for 3 hours or more is not per se to decrease the acidity, but is to intensify the flavors.
Next step is preparing the cheese. I like to use the mozzarella.
Part skim, so it's a little bit on the healthier side.
I only use whole milk mozzarella. I really don't think that if you're eating pizza, you need to worry about a diet, and it tastes so much better.
This is exactly what Joshua was talking about in his pizza video.
Grated low moisture mozzarella, or mozzarella, depending on where you live.
And guys, if you haven't seen that pizza video with Joshua, then be sure to check that video out after this one because he did a really good job.
The mozzarella, I'm going to slice in. I think it should be round, like a pizza. I like to put grated Parmesan at the bottom of a pizza.
I think that the Pecorino Romano has a better taste than the Parmesan.
And I like to put the peeled Parmesan in the center. Then I like to put some bel paese, very, very creamy cheese.
You can't get too much cheese on a pizza.
She means you can't put too much cheese on a pizza. You can technically put too much cheese on a pizza. I mean, it can either be a cheese pizza or it can be cheese with pizza dough. So me personally, I like cheese. I love cheese and I love a cheese pizza, but I don't like a pizza that's so heavy, so weighted down with cheese, that as soon as you pick up the slice, the cheese just slides off. For me, that's not fun. It really isn't fun when all the cheese just slides off the slice.
So now we're gonna get our toppings ready. We have some fresh pepper. We're gonna use about half of each. This is just so we can add a little bit of color. If you're a pro like myself, you know that you want to keep your fingers out of the way. Okay, that was close. I tried to include the seeds in there. It looks ready. So now we're gonna get to the mushrooms.
Pre-cooked.
You know what actually helps with cutting a bell pepper or any other ingredient for that matter is using the right knife for the right job. So instead of using like a utility knife, use a chef knife. Now chef knives generally are much taller, so you have clearance for your knuckles, so they're not going to be banging the cutting board as you're cutting, and they have a little more weight behind them, so it's easier to cut things. Now you don't have to get like a 10-inch or a 9-inch chef knife. You can get like an 8-inch, a 7-inch, or even a 6-inch one. I would suggest though to get at least one 8-inch chef knife at home. Now later on I will make a video on which ones I think you should buy, but suffice to say get Wusthof or even a Hinkel and it should be a good pick for you, because I've used Wusthof for years. I've also used Hinkel quite a bit, but I prefer Wusthof, at least for professional work.
Most toppings I pre-cook.
Watch your fingers. I feel like somewhere there's like a chef that's screaming.
All I put on the pizza is basil.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that there is a chef somewhere screaming watching this. It is also a good idea to pre-cook some of the toppings before you put it on the pizza, because the home ovens are not very hot, so they won't necessarily cook all the ingredients as a professional oven will. It won't cook as fast, and because of that they can release a little bit of the extra moisture, especially the mushrooms, and you can end up with a soggy pizza instead of a nice crispy pizza. But it also depends on how much sauce you put on the bottom, because if you put too much, it'll be too soggy.
All I put on the pizza is basil. My husband Richie doesn't like anything on his pizza, so this pizza I'm making for him.
Calamari olives, make sure there's no pips in there. The sausages, put them in the oven, cook them through. I like them fairly thin and sort of long.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that. I've been watching too much Uncle Roger. But in any case, it isn't fun to get an olive with a pit in it, and it is always a good idea to double check, because that did happen once to me. I had some olives on my pizza, and sure enough, it had a bloody pit in it, and I almost broke my tooth. So you can say that I wasn't too happy when that happened. I was actually quite cross.
Now we're going to put our pizza together.
Here's our dough. It waited for us 24 hours. All we have to do is pinch off a piece.
Then I put a lot of flour on the table.
To make the dough less sticky.
And it's really, really easy to roll out.
It's not working. Please do not add as much flour as I did.
Another good tip, dust the rolling pin as you're using it so it doesn't stick.
Then I'm going to push down with my fingers, and you should be getting air bubbles at this stage. I like to just let gravity do the job, basically.
I want to get my pizza up off the counter and right onto my stone.
So I purposely shaped this in the shape of a Christmas stocking.
It doesn't need to look like a perfect rectangle or a perfect circle. All it has to do is taste really, really good.
That looks good.
I hope the flavor makes up the shape. Now there is a reason why you want to make your pizza round. There are many different shapes of pizzas. They don't have to be round, but the method of making a round pizza actually makes sense if you want to try to make the pizza dough as evenly flat as possible from one end to the other. Because as you're spinning, the centrifugal force makes the mass in the center of the dough come to the sides. So theoretically, your pizza dough will be evenly flat from end to end. And theoretically, if your pizza oven cooks perfectly, your pizza will cook perfectly as well, because the last thing that you want is a pizza dough kind of like this, where it's super thick on one side, super thin on another, and then you have all other different shapes here and there, and it's not going to cook at the same time, especially if you have an oven that doesn't cook evenly.
I never put oil in my dough. I always put oil on the dough. I go with Parmesan onto my dough.
I like to start with the mousse instead of the sauce, because the sauce makes the middle of the pizza a little mushy if it goes on first.
Now, we want to add the sauce.
People make a mistake here and they put too much sauce on.
You don't want to be too stingy with the sauce.
I don't really spread it out. I leave it in blobs.
That looks good.
I like to leave an edge.
Now we add the cheese.
Seriously? First of all, there's way too much sauce on the pizza dough. Yeah, like way too much. But secondly, you couldn't like use a spoon or a ladle to spread the sauce. You have to use your hands. No.
Parmesan in the middle for my first bite. Then I'm going to put my mozzarella, and then I'm going to put some bel paese. Bel paese kind of melts like cream. I'm getting quite hungry thinking about it.
If you're feeling fancy, you can do yourself a favor and stuff some of the cheese into the crust. So when you bite into the crust, it's a little surprise inside.
Yeah, well, I hope the cheese is the only surprise that they find inside. Now, one thing about picking your cheese when making, well, basically anything, he's using pre-shredded cheese. And I never buy pre-shredded cheese. I seriously don't use it. Now, I don't mean that you have to stay away from them. However, pre-shredded cheeses have anti-caking agents. That's why they don't stick to each other again while they're in the bags. And when you cook with them, they don't necessarily melt as well as you may think. So for me, it is a better idea to grate your cheese fresh. Not only can it be cheaper because you get more and you're doing it yourself, but the cheese is also not as dried out, because with a lot of the pre-shredded cheeses, they tend to be on the drier side. And if you want that, that's fine, but I mean, just with all the extra chemicals and everything that they add to it, for me, it's no.
Now we want to grab our mixed vegetables, throw it on the pizza.
Basil, a little bit of pepper.
I'm not going to cut the mushrooms. I'm going to leave them in big pieces. Have a couple of olives. The sausages just like this. Then I like to go back in, oil on the edge.
The olive oil around the edges are going to make the edges nice and crispy.
That looks professionally done. I think we're ready to put it in the oven. We're going to put it in at 450 degrees Fahrenheit for about 10 to 12 minutes, and we'll see if it's ready to rock and roll.
And this is my pizza. 500-degree oven, 12 minutes, and it's perfect.
So our pizza is fresh out the oven. I put it in for an extra 3 minutes just so the crust could get a little bit crispier to my liking.
The oddly shaped pizza doesn't look very nice. Well, it looks very plain, but it's mostly just flatbread with a little bit of sauce on it.
This oven here mimics a wood fire oven. 3 minutes later, approximately, we're going to take this pizza out. You know, I'm a big fan of a lot of colour on a pizza. I don't like them too bland looking. This one's a little darker around the edges, that's fine.
Yeah, well, he definitely achieved a little bit of color on his pizza.
Let's top it off with the arugula, a little bit of extra virgin olive oil.
Oil on the outside, pepper, a little bit more salt, basil. Break it on there so it's first thing you smell when it gets to the table.
Break a little basil so it's the first thing that they smell when it comes to the table. Oh, trust me, that's not going to be the first thing that they smell when it comes to the table. It's going to be a burnt pizza. This is the first thing that they're going to smell when it comes to the table.
Only sauce, cheese, and basil on this pizza because that's Richie's favorite. So here's a pizza for my Richie.
It looks good.
I think it looks delicious, and I know it tastes delicious.
Looks good, if I say so myself.
You know, I love the confidence, but it's misplaced. I mean, looking at this, seriously?
I'm actually going to taste this.
Oh, good.
That's good.
Yeah, good. Does have the characteristics of a wood-fired oven.
Sadie sauce, good dough. You can't beat it.
This is going to be my Tinder profile. Just this pizza.
Well, guys, even if you have a lot of experience, as we've seen with many videos, not just this one, it doesn't necessarily mean that you always make something perfect. You can still mess up. Unless, of course, you want to add a little bit of that charcoal flavor with your pizza. Me personally, I don't like it. Some people do, but for this, I mean, if you just look at it, it's not hard to see. It's burnt. It's like very burnt, and it's because the oven cooks too hot. And you know, for being a level 1 cook, the end product, especially by putting a little bit of arugula on at the end with a little bit of oil, you know, that's nice, didn't turn out as bad compared to the other two. Let me know your thoughts down below, guys, on, well, on all 3 pizzas that we have reviewed, and if I missed anything as well, which I'm sure I have done. I think the beginning of this video is wrong because it doesn't say McCormick's bag and seasoning. Instead, it says football finger food, shrimp and chorizo, quesadillas with smoky guacamole. And I don't think we're going to be seeing that today.
We are cooking like fiends. That's right, we're going crazy in the kitchen on the Cooking with Jack show. One recipe after another. Guess what's coming soon? That's right, chilies, soups, and stews. So if you got anything special, anything unique, you got a turtle soup recipe, send it my way.
Turtle soup recipe. That's something I've never tried before.
You got a killer award-winning chili. I have one already in the email box, but send them on over.
We haven't reviewed his chili recipe yet. I assume it's going to be something like the last enchilada video that we reviewed, and I need a little time to recover from that video.
Right now, though, we're doing a product review. It's called Bag and Season. Bag and Season original chicken.
Okay, so the skin or no skin on the whiteboard is not actually written on there. It looks a little too perfect anyway. It looks like a computer did it.
Now, I haven't used a bag and seasoning, a prepackaged thing like this, since I was probably that big. My mom used to do this thing called shake and bake. That's right, I think they still have it. And you put it in a bag and you shake it up and then you bake it.
There's a movie that Will Ferrell actually made, and all he kept saying in that movie was, "Shake and bake!" And I can't get it out of my head now.
I'm gonna do half a chicken in this, and then another half a chicken in my regular gourmet seasoning that I have, the best gourmet seasoning you'll ever taste, and we're gonna see if there's a difference. I'm not looking to say mine's better than this. That's not why we're doing this.
Well, that's nice that Jack's not trying to show that his product's better than McCormick's, but it does say the best gourmet seasoning that you will ever taste, so it kind of defeats the purpose. Also, if anybody has actually tasted Jack's seasoning, please let me know what any of his seasonings actually taste like.
I'm just doing a lazy season with mine on chicken in a pan, and then using their bag and seasoning and seeing if it's moisture, if it has a good flavor. I'll let you know if this is good.
Moisture, I kind of see where this video is going. Since I've been living overseas, I have noticed that my grammar has actually gotten a lot worse. So I'll leave it to all of you to correct the correction that he corrected, unless he didn't need to correct his correction that he created.
All right, so let's open this up carefully. Pretty nice sized bag. I'm gonna place the chicken in there.
That's it? We're just going to sprinkle the seasoning on top. We're not going to like rub it into the meat or anything, or not even a little bit of oil. And it does help actually rubbing the seasoning on, maybe a little salt.
There we go. Nice and tight. And then it says just to poke 4 little holes. So I'm gonna snip 4 little holes with the scissors.
And to be honest about this, I am not too sure of McCormick's little bag here. It seems more like a gimmick, because keep in mind, this bag has to withstand pretty high temperatures in the oven. So basically what McCormick is trying to give you is a cheat on how to steam. If you don't have the luxury of being able to afford to buy a combi oven, there are tricks that you can do without sticking the food in a plastic bag. You can even put a tray of water underneath in the oven to help give it a little bit of humidity while you're cooking. It's not going to be the same thing as an actual combi oven, but it will help.
We're gonna do the best gourmet seasoning you'll ever taste. This is how I normally would do it. That would be it. And then I would just throw that in the oven.
Again, that's it, like no oil or anything. Let's define what gourmet means real quick. Relating to or being of a high quality. Specialty food typically requiring elaborate and expert preparation. And if we take a quick look, the seasoning has a very distinctive green hue to it. Like, it looks almost a little bit artificial.
Okay, if you're just doing the chicken in the bag recipe, 350 degrees for 30 minutes, 2.5 pounds of chicken that's seasoned with some vegetables. I'm gonna cook a little longer because I'm putting them side by side, so it's gonna take longer to cook.
With sous vide, you cook under the vacuum, so there's no air, or there shouldn't be any air in the bag. And you're cooking either in steam, so in a combi oven, because this is an easy way of actually using a good combi oven. You can just put the bags in the oven, set it to the temperature that you want, or you put it in water at a certain temperature, exact temperature that you want something to cook at. And the plastic's not going to melt. I just don't think it's a good idea to be using this. I can see like some pretty bad accidents happening.
Anytime there's meat involved, you want to just let it sit for a few minutes.
You can still see the seasoning on the vegetables. It's just piled on there. And on top of that, it still has this green hue to it. it looks like it kind of boiled in the oven, like it wasn't hot enough. There is no color on this chicken. Well, there's very little color on the chicken, I should say. And when you bake chicken like this, if you don't have enough color on the skin, what you can do, a little trick, is to actually take the chicken, get a saute pan or a flat top, get it super hot, oil, and sear the chicken to get a very nice color on it. As well, it will help crispen the skin.
Okay, I can tell you right now, I haven't even cut it open yet. There's steam coming out. The seasoning, though, is definitely smelling good.
Even with a normal oven, if you have a lot of humidity in it and you go to open it, you need to stand back because otherwise you can get a face full of steam and you don't want to be going to the hospital. Trust me, it hurts.
I have to say, this looks more attractive than that. Okay, so let's cut into the thigh here. The juice is running, right? Cut a piece of that right off. Leave that right there.
First of all, this is a little hard to see because it's an old video and he is cutting at the edge of the camera, but he didn't cut the thickest part of this chicken thigh. To me, it doesn't seem like this chicken is 100% done. It may be. Well, at least you could sear it and get some color on the chicken instead of this. It just looks like it's boiled.
Leave that right there. Now let's cut into this. Pull the skin back.
On top of that, all the seasoning that we added to this chicken to begin with is on the skin that we're taking off. So what's the point of adding the seasoning?
Cut right into this. Look how juicy it is. Look at the pool. Oh, look at that. That's great. This did a great job.
It did a great job. The chicken's still undercooked. Now, if you're looking at what a lot of people call the blood, this is more myoglobin. So this is the oxygen-rich iron that's in the blood. I want you to take a very good look at the texture of the actual meat.
That's a lot of juice. Didn't cook well right there, so I'm not going to eat that. See how that is? That's when you cut in and you test your meat. Shouldn't be red like that. This is okay to try though.
First off, he's cutting on the edge again. He's not cutting like right in the center of the chicken leg where it's a little harder for the heat to actually penetrate. So I'm sure the rest of the chicken is even more undercooked than this. Or it could also be that Jack's oven doesn't cook at true temperature. So it's not at 350. But honestly, just think about actually serving this at the dinner table to someone that's a little squeamish.
No, God! Now I want to give you a cooking tip. It's really simple. If there's a spot of red in your chicken, when you cut into it, literally 1 minute in the microwave, boof, just pops it right out. It'll cook it the rest of the way. It won't dry it out. That's a good tip. I promise you it'll work. And don't panic. It's not a big deal, okay?
It's not that big of a deal and there's no need to panic. But the microwave, or how Nigella Lawson says,
full fat, which I've warmed in the microwave.
I'm not concerned about it drying out, but what can happen is that when you put the chicken in the microwave, after a minute, after 2 minutes, the meat is going to be like rubber. And unless you want to bounce it off the floor, it may be a better idea just to finish it in the oven.
All right, so let's try this one first. I'm gonna try the McCormick one, which is dripping like crazy. Here we go. Moist. Very good.
I love how he like looks away from the camera. He looks down when he says, it's good, very good.
Okay, now I'm gonna try mine. Mine has a big puddle. It's not dripping. A lot of moisture though still. But I think the McCormick bag held a lot of that moisture in. That's really cool.
That's because we're using a different method of cooking. And depending on the method that you use, you will get different results.
This is good. All right, here we go. Celery.
Well, I wouldn't really expect him to say anything else because he's also using his seasoning, which he's trying to sell.
Last test. I'm gonna take a piece of the skin because that's where most of the flavoring is. If you don't like the skin, take it off and then season your meat so it'll get into the meat. All right, that's good.
If you're going to be adding all these ingredients, add a little bit of oil to the chicken, add the seasoning, mix it well, and then cook it.
This is a major success. The McCormick, what is it, the chicken season bag, is that what it's called? Yeah, get one of those. I think it was like $1 and change. But wow, a lot of flavor, a lot of moisture. Throw veggies in there. I'll see you on the next episode. Take care.
Kind of sounds like he was a little disappointed that he didn't beat McCormick to the idea of using a bag.
You're pounding crafish in a mortar and pestle? I thought if you pound it, it will add more, it will bring out some flavor. No? No.
Well, we're off to a good start, but what I love is like the little pause in the response to that question.
What's another name for a hot dog?
Frankenstein and vegetables. Franks and peas, Franks and carrots. Beans and Frank.
Yes.
I've never heard a hot dog be called beans before. Hot dog's called Franks. Oh.
You know, some people may actually call this like a blonde moment. It happens.
What do you think? The whole package of cheese?
Girl, go on and throw it in there. Go for it.
There we go. Why not? Ooh, that's a lot of cheese.
All right, I'm gonna be a little facetious, but I think she's related to Jack because that's something that he would make. Seriously, it is something that he would do.
So, have you ever opened a can?
No, my dad has always.
You have never opened a can of food? Can of tuna?
No.
Canned vegetables?
This is so embarrassing.
In your whole life?
It's always like, you know, with the lid. I'm being honest. You want me to lie?
You don't have to lie about not knowing how to open a can. If anybody that doesn't know how to open a bloody can finds himself in like a survival situation, try to avoid survival situations.
I know I'm not a good cook, but one of my specialties is breast milk omelets.
Why? 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 Ew.
I was trying to make eggs one day, and so I wanted to, you know, a little bit more fluffy, and so I put breast milk in it.
No. This is a first, yeah? I've never heard of this before.
And he was like, oh, this is really good.
Really?
Really?
The things that some people would do. It is strange, but you know what? If any of you do actually go to London, there is a place, I don't know if it's around anymore, but they used to at least sell ice cream made out of breast milk. It's London.
Rambunctious applause.
Jim?
Yes, ma'am.
Your pan is about to burst into flames.
Oh.
A chicken under the brick and a pan full of oil on high heat. What could go wrong?
I don't eat vegetables because I start to itch and scratch, and then like my hair might fall out or something. So I don't know what an eggplant is. I know what the emoji mean for the eggplant.
Something that he and Uncle Roger both have in common.
Uncle Roger don't like vegetable. Vegetable tastes like sad.
I've had blood before, but not blood sausage.
When were you drinking blood?
Admit.
First of all, blood sausage is made with blood to make the sausage, so that's why it's called blood sausage. Secondly, she drinks blood? Seriously?
Has anyone seen goose fat anywhere? I need goose fat. I can't find goose fat, so we got gummy bears, something I think would be as gelatinous.
What?
It looks weird at the start, but I think it's gonna be a real showstopper.
First, she can't find the goose fat, which is not that common of an ingredient unless you go to maybe a specialty place, and then she substituted it with gummy bears, which are not the same thing. Why didn't she use butter?
I'm gonna finely chop these. I've never used a knife like this.
Christina,
Yeah.
take the knife guard off. There's the knife underneath
I was
that.
wondering why.
Surprise, surprise. Turn your knife around. Turn your knife around. Turn your knife around.
Yeah.
For a sharper cut or what?
You want to cut something with the sharp end of the knife.
You know, in the kitchen, we have like a lot of things going on, so we try to make things idiot-proof. But in any case, I've never seen anybody mistaken the knife guard for an actual blade. Never. I mean, you don't even see like Kay or Jack making the same mistakes. Maybe that's why they're not on here.
How do I do this? I have never used a grinder. Grater. Usually I don't use any of these high-tech machines.
Would you call that a high-tech machine?
A grater is a high-tech machine. This honestly can't be real. It's like each one keeps getting a little worse and worse.
I've never even seen sushi.
Could somebody print me a couple pictures of sushi? Because some of our recruits have never eaten or seen sushi.
They sell sushi in drugstores.
I wouldn't think that is something like super strange to have today. Maybe not everybody likes it, obviously, raw fish. Sushi actually means another thing. It means the rice, not the fish. But in any case, eating raw fish today, sashimi, things like this, is a little more common than it used to be maybe 20, 30 years ago. But let me know, guys, if where you're living, if sushi is common today.
This cuts meat.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, why not?
Let's go.
Oh, she's cutting chicken with scissors.
Wait a minute, Rachael raised the judge? She should be one of the contestants, especially after seeing a few of the videos that we just reviewed with her.
Daniel is cutting a jalapeno with scissors.
Oh, look at that.
It's like an arts and craft project.
It's a nice cut, too.
We do use scissors or shears in the kitchen, but this is usually to cut through like a chicken carcass, little things like this, but you never use shears to cut a steak.
Have you ever cooked anything before in your life?
I've cooked like cereal.
You cooked cold cereal?
Yeah.
I hope that he's talking about like oats and things like this to make porridge, but something tells me he's probably talking about Fruit Loops and things like this.
I have prepared a rainbow shrimp skewer with a vegetable medley.
What on earth? I mean, I'm not gonna even touch it.
Sprinkles are good on everything.
If you want to try to get your kids to eat healthier, putting sprinkles on the veggies does not make that dish healthy. It defeats the purpose of them eating vegetables to begin with.
Try to cook and it's a disaster. People have gotten sick. I got my bacon bits. People have died. I might have killed my great Aunt Lenora. I baked her a cake for her 91st birthday, and then she died the next day.
I don't want to be the one to say it, but that's a little too coincidental. I wonder if she left an inheritance. Seriously, I mean, like, imagine cooking for your aunt, your great aunt, and then the next day, that's not good.
We have someone smashing something with a spatula.
Spatula, ain't that's what it's from?
JJ, what are you cutting with a spatula?
Chilies.
Chili.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I always cut my chilies with a spatula.
They don't know what's about to hit them.
He's probably right. They don't know what's about to hit them.
Found it like on the internet.
It's gonna be amazing. It's actually a lot easier than I anticipated. Look at this. That's so cool.
Oh no, this is one of those TikTok things that she's doing. Come on.
A lot of time on cooking.
Oh, I love hot dogs.
You do?
Yes.
Oh, you like it with noodles sticking out of them?
Never had it.
Oh, you'll love it.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be nice because obviously she means well, but she honestly believes that taking some hot dogs, cutting them up, and then skewering each one multiple times with spaghetti is actually going to be a little faster than just getting a pot of boiling water on, cooking the pasta, and then cooking the hot dogs.
You're super flammable.
It is getting really smoky in here, man.
As a certified safety professional, I can walk into any room and recognize hazards.
He's a safety specialist. This must be like his worst nightmare. Like, honestly.
Open flames. We have raised surfaces.
Party foul.
We have people that don't really know what they're doing.
All right.
I didn't do that right. Still on the plate. Damn it.
It is definitely a scary place to be in.
Yeah, that kind of sounds like the average kitchen. I mean, you have all of this in the average kitchen. Raised surfaces, things sticking out, you know, open flames, people that don't know what the hell that they're doing. That is true.
Tanya. Oh, Tanya. Goodness sake.
Oh, God, no.
What's the matter?
It's shattered. The glass shattered.
You do have to actually be quite careful whenever using any glass cooking equipment, especially if you take them out and either put them on a cold surface or if you pour cold water into them while they're hot.
Make mashed potatoes too? All right.
I guess it's the thing you use to make it with. I'm trying to beat it.
What's happening in there?
I had to mash these potatoes. It's not easy doing this.
Oh, the potatoes are hard.
Oh, we lost one.
We're at the very bottom.
Right, so normally when you make mashed potatoes, you have to cook the potatoes before you mash them.
Green bean and blueberry ham dinner. And the reason it's called a joy ham dinner is because it just gave us such joy.
Raw green beans, blueberries, chunks of cheese. Joy's dish is not a joy.
With blueberries and some other things. This sounds like something that either Kay's cooking would make or the Cooking with Jack show.
What's going on in here? This is a pound of butter.
I think it's gonna go all in that one, but that could also go to another recipe.
Is it supposed to be slimy?
Is it slimy or just moist?
It's wet. I just put water on it.
You washed your pork chops?
I feel like that was a good thing.
Okay.
All meat, right?
Sure,
It's
sure.
all. No? No advice. Got it. Got it.
Well, I hope she didn't wash it with soap because we've seen a few TikTok recipes where they actually wash the chicken or the meat with soap, which you just don't do.
Ooh, some cayenne pepper.
Cayenne pepper? You mean cayenne pepper?
It doesn't quite seem real. I I can't believe that it's real.
It's Kanye pepper.
Yeah, I agree. I don't believe any of this is real. It can't be.
I had no idea it'd be so hard trying to cut the avocado. And then I see this thing in the middle, and I'm not sure if you're supposed to keep that or toss it.
She's cutting straight through the avocado and the seed. The avocado has to be like super hard if you're able to cut through the seed without squishing it, because you have to apply a good amount of force. Even with a sharp knife, it's not as easy to cut that seed.
She's putting cheese right in the toaster.
Why is the toaster sideways?
Because it cooks the bread faster.
What happens to the other side of the toast? And what happens to the cheese? Because the little mechanism grabs the toast. It'll stick to it. Maybe just turn on the broiler in the oven, you know, that could do. You could also even do it in a pan, put the lid on top of the saute pan on low heat and let the cheese melt. That's another idea.
Oh man, I got shells in it. And you pretty much throw it into a bag and you put it in boiling water.
I beyond love this. Oh my God, and he's gonna boil it.
Check my eggs to see how they're doing, and the plastic is burning. It's still raw on the inside. Oh, dude, the egg, oh man, it's all broke.
When either trying to sous vide, which is cooking in a vacuum sealed bag, or trying to cook in a plastic bag above the boil, you have to be a little careful with the plastic bags that you use, because a normal Ziploc can melt.
Jeff is ripping that chicken with his hands. Are you kidding me? You may want to use a knife on that.
I've never really cut chicken up. It's just easier to use my hand.
He's ripping the chicken apart with his fingernails. This is what a knife is for. You can cut it. You know, this kind of reminds me of that TikTok video that you see every once in a while on TikTok.
Is this a banana?
Yes, it is a banana peel. In Korean culture, they cook their dishes on banana peels or coconuts, so I just thought to throw a banana peel in there for,
Banana leaves.
Oh, so I guess that's not gonna work out too well.
Banana peels and coconuts are used to cook the food. Bizarre, huh?
You use whole peppercorns. Whole peppercorn.
Imagine that. With each bite, you get a couple whole peppercorns. They just explode in your mouth, full of flavor.
I made hamburger helper.
What is that?
It's a callus remover.
What?
If you put it in hot water, it's okay.
A callus remover that she's using as a cheese grater. Oh my goodness. Why use something that you use on your body to take something off? That's just disgusting.
It's really sticky, and I don't know how to do this. I guess I'll just go throw it in there. It's twerking. How do you scoop this out of here?
These people need some like really hands-on cooking lessons, because this is just bad.
Okay, I think it's time to flip. You know what? Let's try spatula.
You don't need to put like that much black pepper on the fish. It's not even fully cracked. And when you go to flip it, it is a good idea to use a spatula, not tongs. You can use tongs, but you do run the risk of breaking the fish. So a spatula is a lot safer.
This is how you're supposed to do it.
She's using a microplane to take the skins off the potatoes. Finely grated potato.
So the one time you do see the microplane being used, we're using it on a potato. So we're zesting the potato skins.
Moment of truth.
Come up with a recipe that you could do any day of the week. This is my kind of version of a butter chicken.
This Jamie version of butter chicken. Not traditional. Okay.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Jamie's version of butter chicken. Normally it's a lot creamier.
Okay, Uncle Roger, go easy on him. Won't be super strict on all the spices, because I know he won't use most of the spice anyway. This is Uncle Roger on easy mode. I just gonna make sure you're basic correct.
All of this happens in a pan, so it's a super convenient recipe. Let's get that on a...
Right, so Jamie's saying that all of this happens in a pan. I can explain a little more about this later on, but typically either you use the tandoor oven, which is the name of tandoori chicken, which there's another history about it, which I'll tell you about in a minute, or you grill it, yes, and this imparts a lot of flavor in it.
High heat, and then I'm going to add 700 grams of fresh tomatoes whole. Essentially what I want to do is scald, char and blacken the skins of these tomatoes.
Butter chicken is North Indian dish that use makhani gravy, which is tomato-based gravy. So tomato correct, but just make tomato puree, no need to char it.
Now, what Uncle Roger's talking about, the makhani gravy or the sauce, is a very creamy sauce. I'm not an expert on Indian dishes and Indian cuisine, but with this dish, it should be very creamy. It's called butter chicken anyway, no? It should be. So typically you add ghee or butter to it, and ghee itself is Basically, the best way to describe it is it's like clarified butter. The traditional way of making it is different than just clarifying normal butter, but it is basically using clarified butter if you can't get ghee and, well, making a nice creamy sauce.
Now, at the same time as we blacken these, we're going to do the chilies. Split the chilies in half, and with the tip of the knife, take out the seeds. That's the hottest bit.
Just keep seed in there. Little spice won't kill you, Jamie. Big man like you can't handle.
So the other thing with butter chicken is that it's supposed to be a balance between sweet and spicy. It shouldn't be too spicy and it shouldn't be too sweet. So I know that Jamie is not adding a lot of spice to it, but we'll keep watching and see how it is.
Small seed.
So in these go. Now, as these tomatoes get black all over, what you'll notice is naturally the skins are starting to peel off.
Wait, what are you doing?
The skins are starting to peel off.
The tomato dropped already, but he still pretend to put on plate.
Let's get the last of the chilies on there. Now, let them cool down. If you want, you can cover them just to let them steam a little bit. Right, the marinade. Really, really simple.
Marinade, good.
A bowl or a nice...
You're making marinade?
I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of the garam masala.
Correct? Garam masala, correct?
Cloves of garlic. And just...
Garlic, good.
Look at that. Then, I want a nice big couple of thumb-sized pieces of ginger. Just take a little...
Ginger, correct?
To scrape the skin off the ginger. Then I'll use the same fine grater.
Indian cuisine uses a lot of spices to a dish. If you look at the recipes, they have an enormous amount of spices compared to what we typically use.
To grate the ginger. We will season it with salt.
Salt, good. Pepper, okay.
Of lovely yogurt.
Yogurt, correct?
Comes to the chicken breast, it's all...
Hiya, Jamie. Chicken breast. The marinade, all ingredient correct. Uncle Roger pleasantly surprised. And then you fuck it up by using chicken breast. Hiya. For butter chicken, you want to use leg of chicken. Chicken breast, I think it's gonna...
The reason why Uncle Roger's saying to use chicken leg or chicken thigh instead of chicken breast is because the thigh meat, if you don't know a lot about cooking, is a lot more resistant to overcooking than breast meat. You can easily overcook chicken breast. It's white meat, it's very delicate, and to get it perfectly cooked is not easy, especially if you're going to be, say, grilling it or anything else. So this is why using the chicken leg, chicken thighs is a lot better because the meat is a lot more resistant to overcooking. And actually, the longer you cook it, it has extra flavor with it as well. Not everybody likes dark meat. I prefer chicken breast than chicken thighs, but when making anything like this, I highly recommend chicken thighs.
Overcooked, gonna be too dry. But to be fair, we 1 minute 22 seconds into video. Of all the Jamie Oliver video, this is the longest he go before he fucked up.
The thickness here at this fat end than this part. Start to score it. About 0.5 centimetre to 1 centimetre now thick. This will allow that lovely marinade to penetrate quicker.
Score okay. You can chop to pieces also.
Yeah.
There's no polite way to marinade. Get that into all the little slits and the cuts. I'm going to let that marinade for about 10 minutes.
What? What he say?
I'm going to let that marinade for about 10 minutes.
Marinade for 10 minutes? For butter chicken?
That's nothing, 10 minutes. That's like a quick marinade. That doesn't do anything.
We marinate overnight, at least 12 hours.
Yeah.
10 minutes, that's not called marinade. That's just a splash.
Now, the whole purpose of marinating is to infuse flavors into the meat. So the longer you marinate, the more flavors will be infused into the meat, and it will also help tenderize it. This is another reason why we marinate. Now, traditional marinades without using yogurt, we use all the time in the kitchen, but there was a study done that I read, and you can Google this, so I won't bore you guys, but yogurt actually does, from the study that I read, penetrate the muscle fibers much more efficiently than traditional marinades. So it does work, actually using it does, but overnight is a lot better and you'll notice a lot more of a difference than just say for 10 minutes or anything like this. So if you're gonna do this, do it half a day ahead of time or at least a day ahead, stick it in the fridge, and then, well, tell me what you think afterwards.
10 minutes, the chicken's still alive, it's still clucking. Some people have premature ejaculation, but Jamie have premature marination. Sorry, children.
Right, let's get cooking the chicken. I'm going to get this nice and hot. I'll add a little bit of oil to a pan, and then put the chicken straight into that hot oil.
Usually for butter chicken, you want to use a tandoor, or if you're cooking at home, you grill. Not shallow fry like this. Niece and nephew, tandoor is clay oven. You can see it at all the good Indian restaurants. It cooks food full of flavor. Like how Chinese cooking we have wok hei, Indian cooking have tandoor hei.
And I want to get it done.
It is very true that the tandoor oven is the thing that makes the dish tandoori chicken. This is where it comes from, the word tandoor. But, or at least for the chicken, the dish, I'm not saying the actual word. But in any case, this is what makes it delicious. Now, you can grill it if you don't have this oven. Obviously, in the West, we don't typically have these ovens. So you can grill it, or if you don't even have a grill, then you can do what Jamie's doing at the last resort if you don't have either of these things. If any of you are curious about where or when butter chicken was actually made, it wasn't made that long ago. It wasn't, I should say, created that long ago, just a few decades ago. If you are interested in it, I will leave the link down below for you guys to actually read the history about butter chicken for yourselves if you would like to find out more.
Dark and golden. Let's peel these tomatoes. Just take the skins off and the little stalk. The chilies I'll keep to one side. Hey! Buds, do you want to turn the chicken for me, darling?
Making your kid work for you for free? Uncle Roger, like, that's the main reason Asian people have kids anyway.
Cooking the chicken, we're only going to do it for like 8 to 10 minutes. Well done, mate. So look, we've peeled through all of these little tomatoes, and then you can gather all of these little skins at the end, put them in your hand, and in there, that.
No, don't. Hiya, is that how you're making tomato puree? Just squeezing, don't do that. You're giving your whole family COVID.
Your hands, big boy. Oh, chicken's looking amazing. Gnarly on both sides and just cooked through perfect. Gnarly on both sides.
Gnarly? Who described good food as gnarly? That's how Uncle Roger described Auntie Helen.
Now, when I was in Hotel Arts, which is the Ritz-Carlton here in Barcelona, when I was in banqueting, we used to have an Indian chef named Jason, who is now the chef of Enoteca, which is the 2 Michelin star restaurant. And whenever we had any Indian banquets or anything going on, Indian weddings or anything like this, they would ask him to do the banquet and the catering because he knew the recipes better than anyone. And I remember one day we had 1,000 guests. It was going to be butter chicken. Since I was in banqueting, I was helping him, and he gave me all the chicken to grill because we didn't have the oven as well. It was not very common. And I must have spent like 3 hours grilling chicken for at least 1,000 people. It was a lot of chicken. So if you do have a chance to see how someone makes it like authentically, it's completely different than what Jamie's doing. But like he said, he's making this his way today, and he's making it for him and his family, more than likely. So.
Right, let's get that on a board. Now let's make the sauce. It's really, really simple. So use all those pan juices there.
No, Jamie. You don't use the pan juices. When you cook meat, if you use leftover meat juices to cook other things, that's very European cooking. Indian cooking like this, you make the gravy separately. This is not Indian, this is French.
Let's get...
Uncle Roger's saying it's more European style, you know, using all the juices in the pan, and it is with a lot of things when you're making any stews or anything, or making like what they have here, carrilleras, which are beef cheeks. If you burn it, if you actually burn whatever you're searing in the pan, you don't want to use those same juices, because once you burn the pan, those flavors can be imparted into the sauce, into the dish, and you don't want that. It'll ruin the dish completely. And the moment that you see this, the easiest way is that if you see anything that's starting to turn a little black as you're sauteing like the chicken or onions or anything, or garlic as well, garlic burns very easily, the best way to avert this flavor is to throw it out to start over again, which at home is one thing. You don't want to throw food out. In the professional kitchen, well, you use it and, well, you lose your reputation.
The tomatoes and all the juices into the pan. And now in with 2 tablespoons of that cashew butter.
Cashew butter? What is cashew butter? Butter chicken, we just use cashew nut paste. Cashew butter sounds like some organic grocery store whole food bullshit.
Cook down pretty quickly and go ruby red. So
he has a nice little backyard, doesn't he?
So I've got 500 mils, give or take, of boiling water.
Wait, no. Don't add water to your makni gravy. Hiya. You're gonna dilute the tomato taste. This is where Jamie go wrong. He trying to make butter chicken for whole family, but he didn't use enough tomato. So he used water to make the volume more, but you're gonna dilute.
Uncle Roger's right about this, yeah? You don't want to water this down. So this is a tomato-based sauce, or cream and tomato-based sauce, so it should have more tomato in it. And you only add water if you want to thin it out. So if it is, of course, like super dry, then you can add a little water, but adding half a liter of water, and it's going to make it watery, very watery.
Dilute it. This guy put water in egg fried rice, and now he put water in makni. Jamie, don't pour water in cooking. Not everything is pot noodle.
And turn into a lovely thick sauce. Just get a fork and just squash all those tomatoes and let that boil vigorously for a couple of minutes. I am going to put some chili in. The question is, how much? I think what I'm going to do is just go...
So little.
If you want to take the edge off the spice...
Wait, what are you putting?
Spoons of mango chutney.
What?
Oh, no.
Mango? What?
He's
put like 2 teaspoons of mango chutney.
All right, now chutney, yeah, goes on the side. And chutney's quite popular in the UK. Actually, Indian cuisine, Indian food is very popular in the UK because India used to be part of the British Empire at this time. A lot of the influence was obviously transferred to England. So whenever you go to England, you will see Indian restaurants literally everywhere. It doesn't have to be just in London. It can be all over the country. And obviously Jamie likes a lot of Asian cuisine, Asian food and Indian cooking. Now, chutney though, it's gonna make it, I know why you added it, because it's sweet, but you can add some sugar to it to sweeten it a little bit. You don't need to add chutney to it to sweeten it. Wow.
Mango chutney. He putting mango chutney into pan. This all over now. You make Uncle Roger put leg down from chair, and you make all our ancestors cry again. Hiya, mango chutney. Mango chutney is condiment. It's condiment. You don't cook it. That like cooking ketchup. Hiya. First chili jam in egg fried rice, and now mango chutney in butter chicken.
Well, you know, you learn little by little. Yes, it's all about learning.
Put like 2 teaspoons of mango chutney.
What you doing, Jamie? Oh, does he know anything about Indian food? Don't just take random shit from cupboard and throw in food.
Now what we can do is get that chicken in there, and we want the chicken to be really juicy, right? And I want quite big chunks. I don't want like little wafy...
Look a bit dry. See what I tell you?
Bits. And then I'm going to put this in the sauce.
No, you want bite-sized pieces for butter chicken.
It does help. I mean, all right, so Jamie's cutting big pieces. If you're cooking chicken or chicken breast in a curry or anything like this, you do want to leave the pieces, say, a little bigger so they don't dry out as fast. But, a ver, it's like one of those things, yeah? It's already cooked. You can add this, if you're doing this, adding this like this at the end and everything, cut it a little smaller. It'll make it easier to cut. Or easy to eat, I should say. Not well, you don't have to cut it later, but you know what I mean.
If this is bite-sized, who you feeding this to? Crocodile? This not bite-sized. Jamie, I know you talk a lot of shit, but your mouth not that big.
And let that chicken simmer. What I'm going to do now is just spoon...
No, wrong again. The last step here should be butter. You're making butter chicken. This step should be butter. Where your butter, Jamie? Where your butter?
Smooth like butter.
So,
through the sauce.
Like Uncle Roger's saying, butter or ghee. Ghee is a very common ingredient in Indian cuisine, you know, and if you can't get ghee, then use clarified butter.
Just a little bit of coriander on the top, and that, my friends,
coriander for decoration.
Is going to be a beautiful curry. So look, I've got some rice here.
Rice with chickpeas.
I've put
what is
peas in.
Chickpea? Hi, that not in chickpea Middle Eastern, James. Uncle Roger, phone drop. I don't even care anymore. This is too painful. This not Indian. This butter chicken has everything except butter and Indian.
and then just get it in there.
Get it in there.
Look at that. Big chunks of meat. Just get amongst it. So, so good. That's good to go. Let's feed the family.
If by good to go, you mean good to go in bin, then you're correct.
Well,
so do you like it, River?
Oh, that's it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yes!
Can you believe this guy got cookbook?
Hi and welcome to Vincenzo's Plate. Today we are reacting to one of the most popular carbonara videos, and it's a video made by Gordon Ramsay. He abused so many people in his life.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
Idiot sandwich what?
An idiot sandwich, Chef Ramsay.
And now it's time to take revenge. I'm taking revenge, guys, for all of you who were abused by him. Now, he's a great character. He was very aggressive. Now he's very sweet. He changed so much.
Yeah, Ramsay did change quite a bit. Years ago, he used to be a lot more aggressive, and I guess he's calmed down with age. This happens to a lot of chefs, and this is also quite common in the kitchen, in the British kitchen especially. It's very common to see that character, Ramsay's character, yeah, with the screaming and the yelling. It happens, it's stress, it's just things happen in the kitchen. People need to hear orders clearly, but, well, you can't take it to an extreme.
Guys, he made carbonara, which was terrible. That's how I start my video. So let's watch it together and let's see step by step all the mistakes that he made.
Excuse me, I was talking to the neighbours. Love thy neighbour. Now, welcome to Ramsay in 10. Hope you're well. What an amazing week it's been. And first of all, a big thank you.
What a nice guy this guy became. I mean, if you watch the videos from 10 years ago, he was not nice.
Come on, Garrett!
Go.
Keith and Garrett, they've just got all quiet. None of you are working as a team. Where's the lamb sauce?
That's how he used to be, and now he's so sweet.
No, because I haven't actually started cooking yet. This is the prep, okay? Right.
Ooh, he throws salt on the floor. In Italy, we're very superstitious. We don't really throw salt in front of you, always at the back.
We should be putting garlic mushrooms inside the carbonara, but let me tell you something really important. In Italy, they do it with the guanciale, the cheek, and there's no cream and there's a touch of regular garlic. But
We can tell that this isn't going to be a traditional carbonara, no? He's adding peas, he's adding what looks like bacon and everything else. Guanciale, like Ramsay is saying, is the pork cheek, yes. If you can't find it because it can be difficult to get, you can substitute with pancetta. This is fine to use pancetta, but a little thicker pancetta. You don't want like a super thin pancetta like with the bacon, because otherwise it's going to be crispy. It's not going to be like in little cubes or lardons. But if you can actually get the guanciale, try it. Yeah, it has a different flavor to it. Bacon is going to be smoked, so it'll add another flavor as well to it, but you can substitute it if you need. Because obviously carbonara is supposed to be an easy dish to make. It's not supposed to be like a super difficult dish. It's pretty easy to make, but you need the ingredients. And if you have good ingredients, you can make, say, even a margherita pizza with the simplest ingredients. If they're excellent ingredients, you can make it delicious.
Excuse me? Why do you say in Italy to do it like this? So why are you changing it? You're not doing carbonara. Why did you say in Italy we put garlic? We don't put garlic, never put garlic in carbonara. All right, I understand, you're in England, you're saying I'm in England, I can make it a different carbonara, but it's carbonara. So what if I make a burger and I don't put meat, I put mushroom? Do you still call it a classic burger?
Oh, come on, Ashley. You give us Gino de Campo, so at least we give you is a mushroom and some garlic. What about some peas?
It's funny, yeah, because with burgers you don't see people as specific when it has to be specifically just this way. Then again, obviously, a burger is a relatively new invention. Carbonara alla Romana, you know, it's an old dish. The way of cheating that you see a lot of people make it is by adding cream to it. It's not carbonara, and you can make it however you want at home, but it's not carbonara. The traditional way of doing it is with egg yolk. This makes it creamy. Ramsay's also talking about Gino. Well, he's a popular chef in England. He's from Napoli. and he's on the morning show in the UK. He's funny. He's very funny. Him and Ramsay have a few series together where they go around cooking in different countries, in Italy, Greece, and all the other countries, and it's very funny to see. If you haven't seen it, you need to see it.
Oh, I see. But you put garlic and onion together?
Yes.
Oh, see, where I come from, Napoli,
Yeah.
we don't do that.
Well, this is America, honey.
Oh.
And we cut corners.
Can we be honest here? I've been cooking Italian food. I wrote 16 cookery books and I still live in Italy.
And I'm 83 years old and I've been cooking long before you were born.
Peas as well.
Mushroom, peas, garlic. There's nothing about carbonara. You're using bacon.
Okay, we've got some smoked streaky bacon, normal streaky bacon, touch of...
See, smoked bacon, first it's very thin, so it doesn't give you the texture that you want. You want the bacon, if you use bacon, or pancetta, or guanciale, the way it should be. You want that to be thick slices, and you can cut into cubes. You want that texture in your mouth when you have it, okay? Also, pancetta and pig cheek is cured. Smoked bacon doesn't give you the right flavor. I'm sorry.
Creme fraiche, egg yolks, and beautiful spaghetti. It takes between 7 and 9 minutes al dente.
Now, this spaghetti is using this brand called Di Vella. They used to be so good in the old days, you know, in the 90s, in the 80s. Now, it just became such a big commercial brand. If you look at the pasta, it's almost orange. I don't recommend you to use this pasta.
Mushrooms, I've got a little bit of chili there, grana padano or parmigiano, some garlic, and a touch of chili to give it some heat.
Chili. So you're basically combining spaghetti aglio olio, pasta with peas, bacon or egg roll, mushroom pasta, and I don't know, there's nothing about carbonara in here.
I've never been a big fan of parsley, especially when they just dump it on the side of the plate and we chop that.
Why are you putting parsley? If you're not a fan, don't put parsley. Parsley doesn't belong to carbonara.
They had parsley here in Spain to just about everything. You'll see it in literally everything. It's one of the most common herbs.
We'll keep up. In, okay, let it melt, don't break it, and just twist that around, okay? Lid back on and bring that up to the ball. Now, like I said, the classic carbonara is done with a little bit of guanciale, but we're going to go a little bit more sort of exciting and just cut these.
He said bacon is more exciting. Are you kidding me? I mean, pig cheek is very exclusive, and that's exciting, my friend. Bacon, it's something you can find all the time and you eat all the time. That's not exciting. That's average, everyday meal.
Why streaky bacon, you're asking, okay? It's got the most amazing flavour, but more importantly, it's got a lot of fat on there.
It is good. He said there is lots of fat. You do want fat, okay? It is important, but it's just too thin, that bloody bacon.
Now, from there, bake it in, okay?
This guy's really messy in the kitchen. He just put water into hot oil.
The secret here is to make sure we get a really nice colour on the bacon. Now, black pepper in.
You can see how professional chefs cook a little differently from the professional kitchen and then in the home kitchen. A lot of the habits carry over to the home kitchen, but if you look at Ramsay, yeah, he is messy. And he's probably messy because he doesn't have to clean up. Because if I didn't have to clean up, I could be a little messier. But since I clean up, I try to make sure that I'm always, I clean as I go. But you can tell that that bacon is very thin, yeah? If you can, like I said, get pancetta, but get a thicker piece of pancetta cut and cut them into either cubes or lardons. It'll give you a little bit more time as well when cooking it, because if you're going to be cooking bacon that's super thin, what happens when you cook bacon that's super thin? It's going to cook fast. It's going to be crispy as well if you overcook it, yeah? You'll cook all the fat out, render all that fat out, and it'll be more crispy than it will. It won't have a texture to it when you bite into it. If you use guanciale or if you use pancetta, you want to sear like the outside, but the center, it shouldn't be rock hard, but the center should still be a little soft, so when you bite into it, it has a little bit of a different texture to it.
It is very, very important that when you cook your meat for carbonara, you cook it slowly. You want to get it crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. You don't want to stress the meat. Why is the pasta already cooking? He's probably cooking the bacon way too fast and in a very high heat. And I don't think you get the texture that you really want in the carbonara.
Why? I really like that sort of heat going in there. From there, take your garlic. I like leaving the garlic in. Slice them nice and thin.
You don't add garlic to carbonara. You can if you want to try it at home, but no. Yes, you don't add garlic to everything. Let's put it that way.
Okay, and then you can actually keep them whole and take them out before you serve it, but in like so. And then...
Why is he using garlic?
You can see Vincenzo's having a little bit of a nervous breakdown now about the garlic. Just a little bit.
2.5 minutes down.
If you want to use garlic, which you are not meant to, saute the garlic before you put the bacon. Why are you doing the opposite? This is basic. This is basic, Gordon. This is basic.
Turn that around. That pasta water is going to be absolutely crucial in a minute.
That's right. Pasta water is going to be crucial because it's full of starch, and that's what you need to create the creaminess.
It's not just the pasta water. The pasta water helps create the creaminess, but it's also the egg yolk. The egg yolks create a creaminess because, well, if you didn't use the egg yolks, you would have to use the cream because the pasta water alone isn't going to create that richness for the sauce.
Don't slice them too thinly, okay? I want to know Sometimes we just got a bit of bacon.
Carbonara is a very simple dish when you look at it. It doesn't have a lot of ingredients in it. There's no need, unless you want to change the entire dish, to be adding, say, mushrooms and peas and everything else to it, because it completely changes the dish. When you add this one ingredient, it's another dish. When you take that ingredient out, it's another dish. It completely changes it.
Spaghetti, you sort of look for other ingredients.
It gives you a little bit of body. What are you talking about?
A touch of black pepper and a touch of salt in there.
You put so much salt in there, which you don't need, man. Bacon should be salt. Okay.
Just one beautiful red chili. I know you're gonna get...
Whenever you're using pancetta, guanciale, bacon, and then you're also going to be adding, say, Parmigiano, or you're going to be adding Pecorino. All of these components have a lot of salt. Yes, they're very salty. So when you're cooking, when you're making the carbonara or anything like this, first, you don't want to add more salt to that. You can salt and season the water for the pasta, that's fine. But for the actual dish, you don't want to be adding more salt to the bacon or the guanciale, and then you add the Parmigiano in, because at the end it's going to be very salty. If you do need to add more salt, just simply add more cheese at the end of the dish, and that should be enough. Because if you get a very, very good Parmesan, the ingredients will take care of themselves. You don't need to add on top of that.
Beautiful red chili. We have a rainbow pasta. That's what he's doing. We got so many colors in this dish. There is nothing about carbonara. Would you buy a pizza margherita from the shop and then they give you a meat lover's pizza? Do you still call it pizza margherita? That's basically what he's doing. You're ordering carbonara from the restaurant and he's delivering you a rainbow pasta with whatever he wants.
I don't think you should have put chili in it.
Matilda, please, just a touch of chili. Look at that there.
The whole chili.
Just call it Gordon Ramsay lockdown rainbow pasta.
But look at the soupy bacon. It looks expensive bacon now because all that fat's gone and that flavour's in there.
Oh, Ramsay's saying that. Look at the bacon, because now it looks like expensive bacon now. No, it doesn't look like expensive bacon. It looks like cheap bacon that you just cut up and used instead of guanciale or, pancetta.
It looks like ham. It turned like a ham, to be honest to me. And I like the meat to be cut into cubes when you make carbonara.
Eggs. Okay, I want to grate grana padano inside the eggs.
Grana padano, that's the cheapest cheese you can get. Parmigiano Reggiano or pecorino. Pecorino is the right way, the right cheese to use for carbonara. But grana padano, guys, come on. I know it was in lockdown, but someone like Gordon Ramsay, he can get all the ingredients he wants. Come on.
Now,
That's true. Yeah, with Ramsay, he's a multi-millionaire. It's definitely the cheapest here in the grocery store, like half the price of Parmesan. Now, Parmesan is made from cow's milk, okay? It's a very good cheese. I love Parmesan, but that's just from cow's milk. Pecorino is from sheep's milk, yes? Has a different flavor to it. If you can get pecorino, get pecorino. But if you can't, get Parmigiano, and whatever you do, don't get the grana padano. It doesn't have as much flavor in it. So for that reason, he may be adding a little more salt to the dish because it doesn't have that much flavor to it, not compared to the other two. And even if you make risotto, use Parmigiano. Don't use grana padano.
Use a little bit of milk.
Milk? So now we're making a mac and cheese? What are you doing?
So I'm grate some Parmesan on top of the eggs. And then look, a nice spoon of creme fraiche. Of course, milk is fine.
Sorry, what's creme fraiche? Is that double cream?
Okay, look. So you mix that up.
Ramsay's cheating a little bit. He's using creme fraiche, yes. He's cheating. This is an easier way of making it creamy instead of just using the eggs and tempering the eggs. Now, if you don't know what creme fraiche is, as Vincenzo doesn't know what it is, creme fraiche is like sour cream, but it's richer than sour cream. It's much more expensive as well. And it's not as tangy. It's thicker than sour cream. It's not as watery. I like creme fraiche. I use creme fraiche a lot. I can't get sour cream over here. I use creme fraiche for just about everything. But it has a little bit of a different characteristic than sour cream. I wouldn't be using this for this dish. So you can cheat a little if you want to add some creme fraiche to it, change it a little bit. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not the traditional way.
The creme fraiche is really important. I'm going to put a little touch of water in there, okay?
Should put pasta water in there.
I know, but if it's hot, it'll cook the eggs.
Did you see what he did? I mean, that cream didn't look that bad. And then he added the water from the tap. Even the daughter told him, you should use pasta water. Gordon, what are you doing? You got so much experience on TV. You can't tell me you got stressed. I understand when you're in front of the camera, you make lots of mistakes. I do too, I do a lot, because there is pressure. But you don't use tap water. Look, it's not the right carbonara cream, but I have to be honest, it doesn't look that bad. I'm sure it's tasty.
Now look at that colour. How beautiful is that?
It's not beautiful, I'm sorry. It's not carbonara for me, so it's not beautiful. The mushrooms, they're not ready yet. So, sorry, I cook my mushrooms at least 15 minutes to give the flavors.
15 minutes to cook mushrooms is a long time. Yeah, and there's a lot of factors that go into how long you should cook mushrooms for. You need to know when they're done and when they're not. It depends on the variety, the type, the size, how thick you cut them. There's a lot of factors. So 15 minutes is too much.
Guess what next? Come on. This is England. Some fresh peas.
Peas. And it's still called this carbonara.
Look at that.
This is what I said before with Jamie making curry and making like fried rice and everything else. We put peas in everything in the UK. Absolutely everything. We use peas for everything, yes? And you can see Jamie using peas for all his curries and for just about everything, and then, well, Ramsay's using it in the carbonara. It happens.
Also, I want a nice full portion of carbonara, okay? Again, correct the seasoning, the peas in there.
He's putting a lot of peas in there. It's looking like a green pasta.
Lightly toasted.
He didn't put a little bit of peas. It's covered by peas. Gordon, I think your daughter would have done a much better job. She is good. She's on you. Like, she's telling you what to do. And you're doing the opposite.
Right, pick up a little strand. Add between. A little touch crunchy. Should be 7.5 minutes.
That's how you taste the pasta. You did the right thing this time, eh? You didn't throw the pasta on the wall. That's how you taste the pasta. So, well done.
Take a spoon and add a touch of water.
The easiest way to tell pasta when it's ready is by doing what Ramsay's doing, is by tasting and then actually seeing if it's al dente or, you know, a little, say, less al dente, whatever you like. But when you cook enough pasta, you get to the point to where you can actually pick up the spaghetti and actually, just by picking it up and seeing how bent it is, just by feeling it, of whether or not it's ready. Yeah, it's a little weird, but when you start to cook a lot of pasta, you get very used to knowing when it's ready, when it's not ready. It's like a sixth sense with pasta. It happens.
Using my idea.
Well done, daughter, well done. That's what he was meant to do with the cream. Gordon, you're under pressure. I'm sorry, you abused so many people. You made us enjoy yourself abusing people, and now I'm abusing you to take a revenge on everybody. You are making a big mess in this video, in this recipe, and you don't deserve any views on this. Yeah! Don't take it too seriously, my friend. We love you, Gordon, but this is not a carbonara.
Again, this is about 30 seconds away.
Throw it against the ceiling. If it sticks, it's done.
And if your fingers go through there gently, okay, it literally signifies it's done.
No, don't listen to that. Don't cut your pasta, just taste it. If it doesn't taste right, you keep cooking it. Don't do any other thing. No wall, no ceiling, no breaking the pasta.
Break off, yes?
Look.
No, Matilda.
It's done.
The daughter Matilda, she's allowed to do it. That's cute. Well done, Matilda. You can do it. No, you, Gordon.
If it sticks on the ceiling, it's done.
Go. No, look, like this.
Go. Tilly, where are you getting this from? Touch more water in there, please.
So they basically half of the pasta is on the ceiling, half of the pasta is eaten already, so there's not much pasta left.
Okay, water out. Okay, colander over. Drain. Put a little bit of that pasta water in there. Just a touch. Season the pasta. Okay, there.
He's adding more salt to everything, so I would add the salt at the very end to see if it's correct, yeah? Because that way you can control all the ingredients, because you still haven't added any of the cheese or the other ingredients that are already salty. So just keep this in mind if you're making it at home.
But watch, this is the most complicated part now. Look.
It is the most complicated part. So if you're doing this, so if things don't go as quickly, you can add this to the pasta, or the pasta to this mixture, but do it off the heat. The residual heat from the pan will continue cooking the egg, because otherwise you could have a bit of a mess. If you freak out and you start adding things on the fire and then it's going to go too fast, you'll scramble the eggs, you know, things like this.
Calm down, please.
I'm getting you in it too.
Calm down, calm down. And this is where it gets tricky.
Hey Gordon, Matilda is doing a great job. Don't tell her off. She's a great cameraman. You are making the mistakes, my friend.
Eggs in. Turn the gas down.
The gas is not down. Look at the flame. Look how big, look how powerful that flame is.
The eggs. Okay. There you go.
You didn't turn the gas down.
How can I do it? I've only got one pair of hands.
You said turn the gas down and you didn't turn the gas down.
Oh my goodness me, madam.
I'm helping you.
You are getting very cheeky.
I'm starting to believe that they created a video like this on purpose to get the views, because Gordon, like, this is not even a beginner that's this such a mess. You made a frittata, but at the same time, it's a rainbow pasta. It's not a carbonara pasta.
Parsley in, okay? Parsley in.
Come on, you can actually make it. Try, quick.
You can add a little bit of parsley, but like a massive handful. I mean, just look at Vincenzo, huh?
I'm gonna have time for fresh parmesan.
How long?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. And then the parmesan. But look at that. And in there. Parmesan.
What is it? So, you tell me, guys, what is it? You call this carbonara? If you do, then you're missing out on the real carbonara. We are in 2020 and you can find the right ingredients for carbonara. 2020, you can make carbonara. You can enjoy the real carbonara. Forget about Olive Garden. Forget about Gordon Ramsay. You want to learn how to make carbonara? I've got the video for you on my channel. It's the way to do it. It's easy and anyone can make it. You don't have pig cheek, you use pancetta. You don't have pecorino, you use Parmigiano Reggiano. But no peas, no mushrooms, nothing else, and no bacon. Guys, this is bad. This video was terrible, and Gordon Ramsay deserves a big thumbs down. Sorry, Gordon, but you have made a big mess. Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, I'm sure it doesn't taste bad, right? It's Ramsay. He knows how to cook. He has more than 3 Michelin stars just with one restaurant. He has multiple Michelin stars. So he knows how to cook, but it's not carbonara, that's for sure.
You've done it! For the first time! You get the carbonara! Anna Cornwall, God bless. Have a great week.
30 seconds.
It was fun. It was fun to watch. He's a great guy. He's entertaining. I love him. We all love him. So well done, Gordon.
Well, guys, I have to agree with Vincenzo that I don't consider this carbonara. He didn't make carbonara at all, but it was a fun video to watch. It was fun to see Ramsay actually cooking in his home kitchen with his daughter, yes, and actually seeing him laugh and having fun while making something instead of yelling and screaming at everybody. That can be fun too. It's just not fun for the person being yelled at. But in any case...
Call this fast food. 15 Big Macs, please.
Excuse me?
15 Big Macs, please.
How much Big Macs?
15.
Trios or just the Big Macs?
Just the Big Macs.
15 Big Macs. You wouldn't think that that's like a lot. I mean, I've had orders for more than 15 risottos at once in some of the places that I've worked. So 15 Big Macs.
Yeah, it's 76 and 73 cents.
That much for 15 Big Macs. Let's take a quick look. Right, so in my area, at McDonald's for a Big Mac, it costs roughly €7. Now keep in mind this video is like 13 years old, so prices have gone up a little bit. But interesting. Let me know down below how much a Big Mac costs in your area.
Okay, and can I get a liter of Big Mac sauce on the side?
No problem.
Thank you. That was incredibly easy.
Come inside, sir, because you have to park your car anyway. So
Yeah, we're gonna come in.
like how many shots?
You see your cup?
This
Big
one?
Mac sauce.
It's gonna be like almost $10.
That's cool. $10. Just do it. And an apple pie, please.
Take two for 130.
Okay, I'll take two.
Apple pie? What's he gonna be doing with the apple pie? Is he gonna be adding that too to the lasagna?
I'll take 4.
Is it party? Like
No.
Oh my god, that's an awesome thing.
There you go. Apple pie is for all the children.
Thank you.
Tell your friends to watch Epicurious.com.
Thanks.
Oh no, that's brilliant. Give the apple pie to the kids and make them watch your content.
What is going on?
15 Baconators.
What?
15 Baconators.
What? 15 Baconators?
Yeah.
Okay. Just
Cool.
the sandwiches?
Just the sandwiches.
Alright. Okay, come to the second window.
You know, if you actually listen to his voice carefully, it seems like he didn't believe it.
What? 15 Baconators?
Yeah.
Alright.
Anyone that works right now in fast food, let me know down below what was your biggest order.
How long? 15 minutes?
Alright, we're gonna go over to A&W real quick. We'll be right back.
Bonjour, bienvenue chez Adobo. Est-ce que je peux prendre la commande?
15 teen burgers. No vegetables.
2 teen burgers? So no lettuce, tomato, and onions? And pickles?
All the vegetables.
She's probably just confirming that he means that amount, but it is annoying when people like do not pay attention. Yeah, it happens for various reasons, but yeah.
15?
Yeah.
Okay, with all no lettuce, tomato, pickles,
No
onions.
vegetables. Anything that could be considered a vegetable, I don't want it on the burger.
Okay, so 15 teen burgers.
No vegetables. And can I get 7 onion rings, please?
7 onion rings?
Yeah.
Maybe it would have been a better idea if he said 7 orders of onion rings instead of just 7 onion rings, because I don't know, at this rate it kind of feels like it's just not getting through the information.
Okay, that's why. I'm like wondering, why are you ordering that many? Why no vegetables? Lettuce is good.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. This kind of reminds me of Uncle Roger, huh? When it comes to vegetables and lettuce.
No need vegetable. Vegetable tastes like sad.
He hates it. Absolutely hates it.
How long will it be?
I actually don't know. No one's ever made 15 burgers. Maybe like 10 minutes max, not even.
All right, we're gonna go to Wendy's. We'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Oh my goodness. I wonder how many of these people actually saw this video after they made the orders, or if any of them did. That would be hilarious if they did. It really would be.
Also, hi.
Are my burgers ready?
A few more minutes.
You want me to wait here?
Come in the second window if you like.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are you guys making?
Secret.
Okay.
You know that feeling that you get like as soon as you get onto the roller coaster just before they shoot you out of the gate? This is kind of the feeling that I'm getting right now, yeah? You know, it's like that surge of adrenaline and like, what the hell are we in for?
From now on, nothing goes down unless I'm involved. No nuggets, no onion rings, no nothing. A cheeseburger gets sold in the park. I want it. You got fat while we starved on the streets.
This is old school YouTube. I mean, right now, this video is about 13 years old, so keep this in mind. This was the moment that YouTube was like brand new and you didn't have a lot of restrictions, so people were just doing some silly stuff on YouTube. Crazy things before all the rules and everything where you can't do this, that, and the other thing. This was that moment. It was a good time on YouTube. Very good.
Now it's my turn.
Ripping off strips of that bacon-ish. Tray by the tray all day.
Ooh, this lasagna is going to be a greasy one. Just look at the amount of bacon they're going to be adding to this with all the fast food. This is going to be a greasy, greasy, greasy lasagna.
Some ground beef penetration. Tomato sauce. Jack Daniel's sauce and a meat sauce.
Ooh, boy, that is going to be, it's going to be alcoholic, that's for sure, unless he cooks all of that off.
15 Big Macs, 15 Baconators, 15 Teen Burgers, no veggies, custom Jack Daniel's meat sauce. Your little brain.
How many calories and fat? That's about 5.5 kilos. That's a lot of fat. And if we put it into pounds, 12 pounds of fat. Just think about that for a moment. Just the fat, nothing else. We're just counting fat right now. 12 pounds. That's a lot. Right, so he's going to be stacking the burgers like the lasagna with the buns.
That's the burger base Baconator layer, player.
Oh my gosh.
More bacon strips.
Ooh, boy. He still has to put all the cheese and everything on it.
Custom style. Pack it in the Teen Burgers, the middle child.
My goodness. How many layers is this lasagna gonna be? That's already 2 layers of cheeseburgers and 2 layers of bacon, extra bacon, because I think the first layer of burgers had a little bit of bacon actually with the burgers.
More bacon strips. Dripping 1 liter of Big Mac sauce. Well, this is a sauce and lasagna.
It's a good thing that Vincenzo hasn't seen this video, because I'll tell you what, I think he'd rip his hair out.
No! Cheese up this big old motherfucker. Big Mac on the top layer.
My goodness, that's 3 layers of burgers. 3 layers of burgers.
Meat sauce and strips. Bacon strips. Onion rings for a crispy tip.
The onion rings look a little soggy. I love crispy onion rings. That's what makes them tasty. To have soggy onion rings is kind of like, it's just sad, isn't it?
More cheese.
I'm actually surprised that the oven rack didn't break, because this thing weighs more than 12 pounds, for sure.
Who's hungry now? Who's hungry now? Beer, burger, bacon, buddies. Come here, film this. Get that. There you go. Film that.
Oh, this is old school. This is old school YouTube.
How's that look?
It's money.
There is money.
Oh my gosh. Just look at that for a minute. Look how thick that is, the lasagna. You normally don't say that, do you, when you look at a lasagna? Oh, look how thick it is. If you had 1 serving of this, you would probably have to go on a diet for half a year. I mean, just look at the amount of fat and grease in that. Oh. Right, so by the looks of it, at the way that they're just wolfing into the food, meaning they're just basically inhaling it, I don't think it's that hot. right? Just maybe hot enough to melt the cheese, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to touch it. My gosh, this is like watching a bunch of 5-year-olds go at a hamburger. You know, when you have food all over your face, it's nice to, like, you know, wipe it off so it doesn't look like disgusting. Eating with your mouth open and looking like you're half starved and everything, not good.
Here, I want to go up the cheese ring and then you're gonna bite. Are you ready?
What do you want me to bite?
When I say bite, you bite, okay?
You know the funny thing when watching this? I'm not having that same disgusted feeling that I did when I was watching Jack and like with any of his recipes. Because quite honestly, a couple times watching his videos, I honestly felt like I was going to chuck something up.
I'm going to show you how to make an absolutely delicious one-pan veggie lasagna.
One-pan lasagna? Oh boy, tiene una pinta, as they say here. It looks like, well, this is going to be an interesting video.
We're going to be bigging up some beautiful veggies, lovely sweet leeks with butter. We've got asparagus. We're going to use frozen veggies, because I love frozen veggies, broad beans and peas, which are really easy to get hold of.
Well, we already know that he likes frozen veggies and peas. I mean, we just have to watch a couple of the other videos to see that.
And the method is really simple. I've stripped it right down so that you can make it all in one pan. There's only one thing to wash up. We get it in that oven, and in about 40 minutes, you have got something that you're absolutely gonna love.
Well, I beg to differ, because the last time that he said that with the butter chicken, I mind you, it's not something that we absolutely loved. So, I don't know. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Maybe we'll get lucky with this recipe.
First up, we're gonna slice up a leek. So what I do is I strip the outer leaf off, like this, just get the knife and just run it down like that. So what I want to do is just show you a way to clean these efficiently. We wash it away from the root, water going down, right?
It's good that Jamie's showing you on how to use a leek, because a lot of people don't really know on how to use them. The one thing Jamie didn't show though is that you need to cut a portion of the bottom off. You need to cut the root off to be able to use it.
Finely slice the green part, and then as we get to the white part of the leek, then we're going to go from finely sliced to little slices like that.
What?
Right? Why? Because it's more kind of chunky and substantial.
Why are we cutting the leek super thin, like you should be doing for this, and then we're cutting the leek in bigger pieces? There's no reason. It likes it chunky, and then just leave everything chunky if you like it like that.
I want to do it in a pan, like a casserole style pan, sort of low-sided. I'm going to go in with a knob of butter.
For anybody learning English, a knob of butter is not an exact measurement. It's just like a piece of butter that you use. Now, calling somebody a knob, and this is also called an insult, yeah? If you call somebody a knob, basically you're calling them an idiot. So just keep this in mind. If somebody calls you a knob, it's not a compliment. And knobbing is another thing.
And then a nice drizzle of extra virgin olive oil. I'm then going to go in with the leeks. We're going to sweat off those lovely leeks.
Now you can saute with butter at home. The only thing is you need to be a little careful if the pan gets too hot, and to do that you need to keep moving the ingredients around and adding a little more butter at a time to help keep the temperature down. Otherwise the butter will brown. Or you can do what Jamie is doing, is by adding a little bit of olive oil with the butter and mixing the two. What does this do? It raises the temperature threshold, and that way the butter will not turn nutty. It will not brown on you as quickly. Obviously, if you crank up the heat, you're just going to reach a smoking point, but the olive oil can help that.
With the asparagus, I'll pretty much always just trim off the edge of the asparagus, and I nearly always turn that into a soup or a sauce.
So if you have enough asparagus, you can use the stems and actually make a soup out of it, or even make some vegetable stock. Which, by the way, I do have a very good recipe for a vegetable stock and a vegetable paella on my YouTube channel. I can leave the link down below for you guys to check that out. And if you are interested in learning more on how to cook, then be sure to check out my cooking course, which I have a link down in the description below for you guys to check out. It's more basics to advanced, but I explain quite a few things and I show quite a few things as well. So if you're interested, check it out.
Just finely slice it like that. What I like to do is save the tips to put in at the last moment.
You know, funny thing, when I was little, I only used to eat asparagus tops, like sitting at the dinner table, and then I used to get in trouble. I did the same thing with broccoli too. I'd just eat the top of the broccoli and I wouldn't eat the rest of it. Yeah, the top is the best part.
So in here, I'm gonna add a nice pinch of salt. a nice pinch of pepper. You can add a little swig of water to create a little bit of humidity in the pan.
No, you don't need to add water to the pan, not unless, of course, the pan's getting too hot and you need to drop the temperature. You can add a splash, but not too much. You don't want to be adding a lot of water to this. You want to reduce the moisture in the veggies.
So look, this has had about 10 minutes now. So traditionally you'd make a bechamel, but that's another pan or two, right, to wash up and deal with. But actually we can do it all in the pan.
Normally you make the bechamel separately and then you add it to the dish, but it looks like Jamie's going to be cheating a little bit.
I'm going to put the flour into this pan. So 2 tables or 50 grams of plain flour goes in. I'm also going to put 2 teaspoons of English mustard in.
Coleman's English mustard. He's actually adding mustard to this. Oh boy, huh? Vincenzo actually reacted to this video. I wonder what he said.
Ma per favore, Jamie, banned forever. Mustard in a lasagna. Jamie, I think your brain, I don't know what happened to you, Jamie, but you lost it. You lost it. Chili Jamie and egg fried rice, mustard in the lasagna. You are mad.
800 mils of milk, scrape the bottom of the pan. 300 grams of that we're going to use. Then put 300 grams of frozen peas, move it around. Let's get that just simmering for 5 minutes.
You know, the further that this recipe keeps going on, the more that this is becoming like an English lasagna. It's not a lasagna, yeah? This is more like an English type casserole. This is turning into like another creation.
Half a bunch of mint, and literally all I do is just rip off those top mint leaves. I'll use that for other things. And I'm just going to fairly roughly chop the mint. It's going to taste absolutely amazing.
The thing is with mint, it makes the spring veggies taste fresh. It makes them taste even like lighter, you know, when you add mint to them, which is delicious. And when I used to work in London at Berners Tavern, we used to have a like barley risotto. Now, it wasn't actually a risotto, it was just called a barley risotto, and it was with spring veg. If any Italians are getting a little angry with me, it was different, yeah? And that used to go with the lamb shoulder, because mint sauce is typical with lamb. And having spring veg with this, as like a little barley type risotto, was delicious. So it's not uncommon to add mint to, say, spring veg. The mustard, though, turns me off. This, no.
I am going to be not traditional, again, by using Parmesan, because I love it, and that is traditional, but I'm using some cheddar.
Yeah, why not? Add a bit of cheddar.
Cheddar's an amazing cheese. It's full of flavour, and it melts and oozes in the most beautiful way.
The thing is with cheddar is that I love cheddar. It's one of my favorite types of cheeses. It's just that there are a lot of different types of cheddar. There are cheddars that are sharper than others. There are also some cheddars, though, that are drier than others. The thing is that the thing that they sell at Mercadona is it's an okay cheddar. It's just that it's a very dry cheddar. So when I cut it to like put it in a sandwich, it just breaks apart. So when you go to bite it, the bloody thing keeps like falling out. And it's very annoying because I love cheddar cheese. I love a nice sharp cheddar. And this one, every time, huh?
So get yourself a little potato masher.
What?
And just mash it. Just put your weight onto it and you can feel the broad beans and peas popping.
Smashing the veg. Why use a potato masher to smash the spring veg, Jamie? Please. It's bad enough that you're going to be boiling the you-know-what out of them. They're not going to be nice and green anymore. They're going to be brown. But you don't need to smash them.
Then I'm going to go in with most of the cheese, right? Not all of it, most of it.
Go on, you want to put more cheese in there. Yeah? Might as well. The more we watch this, the more it looks like something that Jack would make.
Then you take your big bag of cheese, the whole entire 2 pounds, and you just dump it all in. Don't be shy, it doesn't have to be pretty. All it has to do is taste good and it's going to taste delicious. Trust you me.
And the asparagus tips, right? And then the curveball, of course, is the pasta.
Curveball? What curveball? What do you mean the pasta? Are we going to get some like funky different type of pasta or something? I'd expect it right now. I would.
So the key here is using fresh lasagna sheets. It's brilliant. You can get it in all the supermarkets. And the fact that it's fresh means it cooks very quickly and it's really elegant, silky, and very kind of luxurious. So I'm literally going to grab it like a pack of cards and tear it.
Tearing the pasta sheets? If we were making the lasagna like normal, you wouldn't really need to tear the lasagna sheets, not unless, you know, you need to fill one of the gaps. But come on, just like a stack of cards, and you should cut it anyway, don't tear it, so that way it's a little more uniform. Also, first thing that he said,
you can get it in all the supermarkets.
You can't find fresh pasta in every single grocery store, at least worldwide. And when I lived in London, I actually lived on Edgware Road, I used to go to a Sainsbury's that was literally on the corner with Marble Arch, and I don't remember seeing any fresh pasta. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't remember that, and that was in London.
And then all I'm going to do, right, is just dish out the lasagna cards around and then just stir it through. This will be absolutely like a lasagna.
No, this is not a lasagna. As much as I love you, Jamie, this isn't, and it's not going to look like a lasagna at the end. You are mucking about and just mixing the pasta in. It's not going to cook evenly either, the pasta sheets. There's a reason why you layer it all nice and uniformly. Guys, please help me finish this video by hitting the like button and sharing with others. And you know what? Let's make a deal. Yes, because we did this in a previous video 2 years ago and I kept my word and we'll do it again. If this video gets 500,000 views, we may make this recipe and actually test it for ourselves. Because of right now, I don't think it's going to taste very good.
So this will serve 6 people really nicely. So I think this is a really lovely meal for any day of the week, actually.
And you know, the funny thing is that if you really want to piss off like Italians, all you have to do is basically add a little bit of mustard to the lasagna. But just imagine that if this was a Spanish dish, if anything goes wrong, it makes the national news.
Uno de los cocineros más famosos del mundo, el británico Jamie Oliver, ha provocado un enorme revuelo con su receta de la paella.
So, it's a good thing that this is an Italian dish and not Spanish.
And what I like to do, you know, just to be aesthetic, is kind of have a nice layer of pasta on the top.
The pasta on the top, but if you don't cover the pasta that's on the top, then it dries out, and then it's not like nice, it's just like hard pasta, and it's not even like crunchy because it's normally thicker. It's just not nice. You want to like cover that with the sauce and with cheese, so then, you know, the pasta stays nice and tender.
So the last ingredient for a little flourish of texture, flavour and nutrition is almonds.
Almonds? Now why are we going to add nuts to this as well? I mean, the next thing you're going to tell me is that he's going to be adding some sun-dried tomatoes to this and a bit of pesto.
And what I love to do is just bash them up. Have some fine, have some whole, have some cracked, and then I'll literally just let that snow down on our lovely lasagna here. Almonds, a little kiss of olive oil.
Honestly, what is it?
Get yourself a lemon.
Lemon?
And just a little bit of the zest, just a tiny bit.
And we're adding lemon zest now. I mean, you can add a little bit of like fresh lemon zest at the end. You really get the fragrance of the oils from the lemon. Adding lemon to this is questionable.
That's now going to go in the oven for 25 minutes. That's all, 25 minutes, that's it. It'll be crispy, gnarly.
Gnarly, there's his favorite word. This is a word that he loves to express.
Chicken's looking amazing. Gnarly on both sides and just cooked through perfectly.
But gnarly is maybe not the best word to use when wanting to describe something tasty.
In it goes. Right.
I'm gonna be honest with all of you. I need a beer right now and it's lunchtime, my time. And I honestly think I'm gonna go to the store, get some beer and make a pizza for myself. I need some comfort food right now. I really do.
So the lasagna has had 25 minutes. It's looking and smelling amazing. Ho, ho, ho. Look at that. Imagine that on the dinner table.
Jamie, as much as I love you, I can't imagine this at my dinner table. Firstly, I wouldn't make this for my dinner table. I would make something else. I'd make proper lasagna or at least another type, but make it a little different, a lot differently, not a little differently, a lot. And saying that this looks delicious and tastes delicious, yeah, that's very subjective. Yeah, very. I'm not criticizing people that say it is. I'm just saying it's subjective. Very.
One of the things that you can do, which is a little bit of an optional extra, is put a little bit of pesto on the top.
Pesto! He's actually adding pesto to this now too. What is this turning into? You know, I called it too, didn't I? I said pesto. I was being sarcastic. I didn't actually think he was going to add pesto to this though. And if you are going to add pesto, hey, add fresh. Don't add store-bought pesto.
We don't want to use loads of it, but little bombs of pesto. As you start serving this, just mix up with the lovely creamy hot white sauce. Just a little bit goes a long way.
Yeah, well, so did his butter chicken. A little bit went a long way. Why? Because I didn't want to eat it. I'll be honest, I didn't finish it. I didn't throw the chicken out, but I didn't finish the sauce. I couldn't. I honestly could not finish the sauce.
What I like is you still get crispy bits from the lasagna like that. And, you know, you get the veggies, but you also get the lovely creamy sauce, which is absolutely beautiful.
If you look, it's not even difficult to see, just zoom in a little bit, you can see he burnt it. The top of this is burnt. You should cover this in the oven if you notice that the top is starting to brown too much. Yeah, you can see a little bit of the asparagus here and there is torched, and maybe some of the almond burnt a little bit, because almonds contain a lot of oil and it's easy to burn almonds. It is easy. It may have been better to add the almonds at the end, you know, toast them separately and add them at the end if you want to add a little bit of texture to this instead of adding it in the beginning.
Can you see the crispy bits at the side? Look at that. Stodgy, crispy.
Stodgy, crispy. He's proud of the crispy bits, isn't he? If pasta to me is a little burnt and it's a little dry, I don't like it with my lasagna. I'm sorry, I don't. If anything is going to be crispy, it should be the nice cheese or the bechamel on top that has a nice crust to it, but not the pasta. Because when you bite into the pasta, it can be, you know, a little too, like, hard. It's not good. It can even be chewy at times. Not good.
Maybe just a little bit of parmesan on top. And that, my friends, is a beautiful one-pan veggie lasagna.
That's it? That's all he's gonna do to plate it. If you wanted to add something, you could add maybe a little bit of rocket, a little bit of arugula, no, to this. Arugula goes well, yes, this does. Or maybe even some chives as well. But in any case,
yum, yum, triple yum, so good. Crispy enough, soft enough, stodgy enough, cheesy enough.
Jamie is a very good showman, and he is trying to sell this lasagna creation thing as something super delicious, but to me, he doesn't seem super excited. Maybe a long day, maybe tired, I don't know, but it doesn't seem like he's as excited as he has been with some other recipes. Hopefully, guys, you did enjoy this video of us seeing Jamie Oliver's vegetable lasagna that turned out to be something else entirely. And one thing I do want to say is that please don't pick on Jamie. Jamie does have a good message, and he does try to help people make things at home and try to get them into cooking, which is a good thing. But it's just sometimes some of these recipes fall a little short.
New Asian dish. This time we review American chef Rachael Ray making pho. Pho is Vietnamese national dish. Vietnamese niece and nephew also part of it. Hope she don't mess it up.
Pho noodle bowls. We can use a base stock of anything we want.
Wait.
Base stock of anything we want.
No, cannot just use anything you want, Hiya. How many seconds? 8 seconds she say wrong thing already. Uncle Roger predict this not gonna go well.
Well, if our last video is any indicator on how this recipe is going to turn out, then I wouldn't be getting your hopes up. There are many different types of pho, and it would have been better if Rachael may have worded it a little differently. I understand what she means by this because she's trying to do the same thing as Jamie with his videos, is by telling the viewers that you can basically make whatever you want out of whatever you have at home, because sometimes people can't get all the right ingredients. However, there are specific recipes on making this, depending on what you want to make, whether it be chicken, beef, seafood, and correct me if I'm wrong, but even stir-fried pho.
Really great pho is bones roasted and slow cooked with great aromatics.
Oh, that correct? Maybe it won't be this bad because she seemed to know what she's talking about. But this niece Rachael look like kind of woman who own many live, laugh, love sign.
Slow cooked with great aromatics, and that's your base. The cheater can do what we're gonna do right now.
Hiya, don't cheat. This food, not marriage. If this recipe for cheater, then we need to show this to Auntie Helen.
If when you're cutting corners means that you're going to lower the quality of whatever you're making, it's usually not a good thing to do unless you have to do it. Making a beef stock, for example, instead of cooking it overnight or maybe even for 12 hours, you could try to cook it in less time, but you may be sacrificing some of those extra flavors that you get and the reduction as well, and that takes time. It's something that, unless you have a pressure cooker or something else, you can't really speed up.
Fortified broth. I am literally defrosting beef stock because
what is this?
I am literally defrosting beef stock.
What?
Beef stock.
Pho broth supposed to be transparent. Why your broth look like gravy? Whole dish already messed up. No way you can make that clean.
In other words, Uncle Roger's basically saying that this should look more like a consomme. It should be more translucent. And there are ways of making this into a consomme. The traditional way takes time, unless of course you're doing the Heston Blumenthal way. If I remember correctly, is to freeze the beef stock and then let that defrost through a muslin cloth. And the muslin cloth will collect all the particulates. The traditional way is with egg whites, and the egg whites collect all the proteins that are in the beef stock, and it makes the stock clearer. Then again, it also takes out a lot of the nutrients that are quite important as well. So again, it depends on, do you want the extra flavor or do you want the clarity? You have to sacrifice one of the two.
And all I did was take an entire bulb of garlic.
Garlic, wrong. Asian people, we like garlic. But just because Uncle Roger like it doesn't mean I should put in pot. Otherwise, I'm gonna cook Nigella loss.
For everybody that makes this dish regularly, let me know in the comments if you do add garlic depending on what type that you're making.
Pho broth, just onion and ginger to start. Garlic gonna overpower the whole broth. Wrong ingredient. Also, who cut garlic like that? You want to throw whole bulb of garlic in? Just throw whole bulb. Why the half-ass chopping? What for?
Trim the end. A good chunk of ginger.
Ginger, correct.
Peeled it.
Okay.
An onion. All I did was
onion, correct.
That's it. With the root end.
And she charred it. That correct too.
Charred it, and I'm sliding it in. So now the broth, vegetable, beef, chicken, seafood, doesn't matter.
It matter. It matter. You can't just put random shit in it.
The signature flavors of the broth in this Vietnamese dish. Again, we're taking a bunch of shortcuts here.
No. Why so many shortcuts? Is she sponsored by Waze?
Again, we're taking a bunch of shortcuts here.
Also, this not shortcut. Shortcuts still bring you to correct destination. This whole recipe wrong already. You follow this shortcut, you're gonna end up in ocean.
Now see, little tricks like this could be a good thing.
Instead of using cheesecloth, I literally use a loose tea bag.
Okay, smart. Saving money.
And I put in a stick of cinnamon.
Cinnamon, correct.
1 fresh bay leaf.
What?
1 fresh bay leaf.
Bay leaf? Bay leaf don't even grow in Vietnam. Why? Who put bay leaf in pho? In Vietnam, nobody import bay leaf to put in pho. What's she doing? Is she gonna add chili jam later?
White and black peppercorn.
Peppercorn wrong again. So random.
A few star anise.
Okay, star anise correct.
3 pods of cardamom.
Cardamom correct.
And then I'm gonna take the shoelaces.
Wait, that all?
Tie them onto the side of the pot.
She missing so many things. Clove, coriander seed, fennel, fish sauce, MSG. Like, where your MSG? Why you don't use MSG? You already messed up. At least MSG save a little bit. In Vietnam street food store, they just put MSG on table. Use it like salt and pepper. Never kill anyone yet.
MSG is Uncle Roger's favorite ingredient, I think even more so than rice. Now as far as the bay leaf is concerned, bay leaves are very common to use in Mediterranean and in Western cuisine. We use bay leaves a lot. But she is also using a fresh bay leaf. And fresh bay leaves, this is something that I talked about in a previous video, do not have the same flavor profile. They're stronger, they're more pungent than dried bay leaves. So if you are going to be using them, then just keep this in mind that you don't have to use as many.
Uncle Roger still can't get over why the broth so dirty. Squid Game should have one game where they ask people to make clean broth. Contestants should be niece Rachael and nephew Nick. They both gonna die.
Now, guys, just remember that Uncle Roger is a comedian, and this is a script. He does not mean this in any way, shape, or form. But I have to admit, Squid Game was an interesting show, wasn't it? Let me know in the comments down below on whether or not you saw it and if or not you liked it. The script for that series was rejected for many years before Netflix finally took it on. And after seeing it, I can see why it was rejected. I mean, it's popular, but still, it's just something completely different than what you normally see.
Today I used the small steaks.
What?
Here, they're little sirloins.
Is that the meat for pho?
Today I used these small steaks.
Hiya, that beef so thick. Uncle Roger must be seeing wrong. That cannot be the beef for pho.
Today I used these small steaks.
That beef too thick for pho. Have you seen pho, Miss Rachael? Beef in pho should be super thin because you cook just by pouring broth on it. But this beef thicker than Lizzo. How to eat? How to eat?
I have a few things to comment about. One is the amount of clutter that is on the countertops, not just the one that she's working on, but the one behind her as well. To me, this is something personally that I can't stand. I absolutely cannot stand a cluttery kitchen. I can't. And the other thing is that Uncle Roger is right about this. And if you are having trouble cutting the meat thinner, a little trick that I mentioned in our beef tartare video is that you can take the beef that you're using, chill it in the freezer for a little bit, just until it firms up, and then slice the meat. Because since it's raw, it's going to be a little more difficult to get thin slices. If you chill it, it'll harden up and it'll be easier to get thinner slices. Now, why do we cut it thin? Obviously, Uncle Roger is saying to cook it, and it's true, you have to cook it, and the thinner you cut it, the faster it'll cook. But the thinner you cut it, the more tender the meat will be as well, or I should say the easier it will be for you to eat it.
Simply pick. Do not chop. Pick. Thai basil and Thai mint is what I have.
Pick or chop, both fine. That's not even your problem.
Guess what? If you can't buy Thai basil and Thai mint, guess what you can buy?
No.
Mint and Italian basil.
No, cannot replace Thai stuff with Italian stuff. They both don't taste same. If you cannot buy Thai basil, then just don't make pho. Go support your local Vietnamese restaurant. Eat your pho there. If you don't live near good Vietnamese restaurant, then move to better city. Get some culture. Even Cowboy Ken can get sushi in middle of nowhere.
Guess what my favorite food is? It is sushi.
You got no excuse. Her cooking so bad, you see that? Even her dog fuck off.
It's true that there are many different types of basil and mint as well, and depending on what type that you're using, they're not necessarily interchangeable. Sometimes, obviously, you have to substitute because, as I know from personal experience, living even in a big city, sometimes it can be very difficult to find the ingredients that you need to make something specific. Even if it's from the country next door, even if it's from France, sometimes getting a specific ingredient can be difficult. Like chervil, for instance, you can never find it. Or salsify, that's another thing that is hard to find. If you have ever sliced basil at home, especially with a dull knife, more than likely, you may notice that after a few minutes or even less, the basil will start to turn black. The sharper the knife, the better, but supposedly tearing will prevent the leaves from turning black as quickly.
I also have a bunch of cilantro.
Cilantro, correct. If you don't know, cilantro is American for coriander. And Rachael Ray is American for Jamie Oliver.
I divided the
bean sprout, correct?
Without the woody stems of Thai basil,
chili good too,
cilantro, and mint. I had in the fridge some bean sprouts from the other day.
Good.
If any of you saw our previous video with her pad thai, then you know that she likes bean sprouts. But I mean, like, seriously, loves bean sprouts. And you should go see that video after seeing this one, if you haven't seen it. It's an interesting video.
These beautiful, literally it says on the package, pho.
Okay, that pho look correct. At least she used right type of noodle. So slightly better than Jamie Oliver. He thinks soba and ramen same thing.
Rice noodles.
I think she's cooking the noodle now.
This company says 6 minutes. All right, let's start on the rice noodles.
One quick thing about cooking rice noodles is that they will cook very quickly, much quicker than you may think. And you don't need to boil the you-know-what out of them. You're not cooking pasta. This is different.
Okay, that correct time to use colander.
6 minutes per hour package directions. And I'm just gonna give him a
Rinsing with cold water, correct also. Good, good, good.
making a little nest.
No, that's not enough. You have to leave it to dry first. Your noodle's still wet. Hiya.
If you don't know why she's adding cold water, it's to stop the cooking process, because if she were to just dump the noodles into the sieve, that's not a colander has bigger holes, but if she was just to drain the noodles immediately and leave them, the residual heat itself can overcook the noodles. And if you add cold water to them, it will stop the cooking process.
Classic way to do this is to put the protein in the dish raw.
That's correct. But your beef too thick.
Cover it or let it steep in a deep bowl. You would need a deeper bowl than this. The way I think you're going to prepare
Uh-oh. No.
I took out our aromatics.
No. Don't tell. No.
Okay, and the ginger.
Put the beef down. No.
All we have left is our bag of spice.
No. No. What she do? What she doing? No. That's not how you cook beef for pho. Uncle Roger, see this? I have to put my leg down from chair. I'm so upset. Beef supposed to just cook with the broth, but not throw it into the broth. Hiya. You do that, you're gonna overcook the beef. You're gonna dirty up the broth. Please, Rachel, you're making all our ancestors cry now. You're killing the broth. You're killing the beef. It all fucked.
Now, as Uncle Roger and also Rachel explained, is that normally you put all the ingredients into the bowl, the meat as well, and then you take the stock, which is hot, and then you pour that on top of the ingredients, and then just that, with the contact from the broth itself, will cook the beef. And that's it. And the way that she's doing it now is the opposite way. Instead of putting the beef raw into the bowl and then cooking it with the rest of the ingredients, she took the beef and put that into the stock pot with the broth and cooked the beef separately. So it is what it is.
It's gonna continue.
No way to save this now.
All we have left is our bag of spice. Look what I'm doing. About a minute in, because it's gonna continue to cook, take the protein and pile it on top of
Throw this out, feed to your dog.
Your noodles.
Don't give to your dog. It may not be good for them. It is quite important when working in the kitchen is that when you have to transfer protein, food, liquid, whatever it may be, an ingredient, whatever it is, from one pot or container to the other, it's important to have both of them as close together as possible. Why? So you don't make a mess and so you don't spill. It may have been a better idea to get rid of all this clutter that's on the countertop and move that a little closer to the stovetop. Well, in any case, she's probably not cleaning. But if I'm cleaning, I don't want to make a mess.
Okay.
Oh, the beef looks so overcooked. Look like rubber. What you doing, Miss Rachel?
Now we're gonna take the bowls and add the lime juice.
Why? Lime cannot save this. Even Jesus giving up on this pho.
Over our protein of choice.
It looks exactly like what it is, this boiled beef.
And then what do?
Oh, throw it up?
Well, of course, we use our beautiful fortified broth.
She say beautiful.
Well, of course, we use our beautiful fortified broth.
This broth look like toilet water. Where got beautiful? If you think this broth beautiful, I think your glasses don't work.
And I mean, go.
Go? What you mean go? You mean go home and cry? Because that's what Uncle Roger gonna do.
The herbs, the chilies, the bean sprouts, the meat, the noodle, everything.
This Karen just destroy pho. Uncle Roger's sad now. You just destroy Vietnam national dish. I think another Vietnam war gonna happen. This is fucking terrible.
For everybody that makes this dish all the time, then let me know your comments and, well, your thoughts down below. Be nice about them, but let me know. Obviously, she did cut a few corners, but then again, she was trying to make this for an audience that they may not have access to all the ingredients readily. Although then again, if you don't have all the ingredients and you don't know how to make it, it may actually be better, like Uncle Roger said, to go to a Vietnamese restaurant and just have it at the restaurant. Hopefully you guys, you did enjoy this video, and if you did, or at least the video, maybe not the recipe, but the video, then be sure to give it a like, maybe a share, and be sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already, because when we reach 500,000 subs, we will be making our own egg fried rice. Okay, so what do we have going on here? We're deep frying some turkey today. Now in the US, This is a very common thing to do during Thanksgiving. A lot of people would deep fry their turkeys instead of like making a roast turkey. So normally what you have is you have a gas burner outside that you put a pot on, you fill it with oil, and then you drop the turkey in. Now the turkey has a lot of water in it, fat, and what can happen is that sometimes the turkey will overflow, and there are a lot of house fires. This happens a lot. People will do this on their wood porches, like seriously, and they will burn the house down. No wonder why, obviously. But this setup, this is ingenious. Since it's so messy, we've decided to put the gas burner inside a cardboard box with some particle board, and voila, you fix the problem. The only issue is that when you mix paper, hot oil, and wood on top of this, it can create a bit of a dangerous combination. I mean, at least they're using a stick to drop the turkey in the pot, but still, this is one of the most dangerous setups. And not only that, but you have a propane tank or the gas tank right next to this. If you're gonna be doing this at home, like seriously, be extremely careful. Not even bothering to remove the sticker from the tray. Okay.
Peeled garlic. Exactly what we want, right? This is my pasta sauce. It's just soup, but you really want it to be nice and liquidy. This is sort of like, have you ever had penne al vodka? No. This is like that, but without vodka.
This doesn't look like it's gonna turn out nice at all. And a lot of these little hack videos, these pasta hack videos or anything, a lot of them are gimmicks. Some of them may work, but a lot of them are gimmicks. It's like putting the spaghetti inside the meatballs, like what we saw last time.
You're just gonna find a little hole on top, rip them open completely, and then you just set them in like this. Now my grandmother...
Just adding the flavor.
Yes. My grandmother taught me that you never wash mushrooms. And the reason she taught me this is because she said mushrooms absorb water. So when you wash them, they attract all the water.
Mushrooms are like a sponge, so they can absorb water and oil. And if you have to rinse them, you need to rinse them under cold water quickly. Now, if you're gonna be actually turning the mushrooms, which takes a little bit of practice, you usually have to make a lot at any one time. This is more of an old way of decorating them. You put them into a pot of lemon water, because otherwise, if you don't put any acid in there, then they'll start to oxidize and they'll turn another color.
Beautiful. I'm gonna take my signature cheese. Everybody loves some cheese. I'm just gonna go in the top. Cheese here. That feels good. Buddy, do you want some cheese? Okay.
Of course he's always right here by cooking.
He sure is. And now we just need to add just a smidgen of water. So what I do is I take a cup, any old cup you want, fill it up. Little sippy do. Oh, you're so thirsty.
What?
And then you pour right in here. You go outside it.
This is disgusting. So this is obviously a troll video because the dog is drinking from the water that she's using to cook the pasta.
Wow, look at this. Okay, remember I put a pan under it so that it won't spill? Look at this. Okay, something that's gonna be really important is to perfectly slice into one of these mushrooms. Are you ready?
Guys, be sure to hit that like button because I honestly need the courage to finish this video right now. I'm serious.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Show me the inside.
I sure will. Look at this. I like to put them in half because nobody can eat a full mushroom like that. You can't shove the whole thing in your mouth. And if you could, you certainly couldn't swallow it. Wow. Isn't that beautiful? Now look, remember I've got whole garlic chunks in here. And noodles? This looks incredible.
Right, we can stop that video and go to the next one. The thing that annoys me is that we always try to not waste food, or at least I was brought up this way, and in the kitchen we try not to. It happens, we always have wastage, it's normal to have this, but the difference is making something that you intend not to have any waste, or you try not to throw anything away, and the other thing is making something intentionally bad just for the video, and allowing the dog to even drink out of the water that you're going to be cooking with it, so you're not going to be making this for yourself. And the problem is that TikTok, there's a lot of videos like this on TikTok. A lot.
This is how you should prepare your chicken. Take it out of the packet and run it under cold water. Give it a good scrub. Add some soap. Not too much though.
No.
Make sure you rub it in all the creases so you get all the gunk out. Once it's all done, rinse it under the tap. so all the soap runs off.
I don't think I need to state that you never need to put soap on meat. You don't rinse meat like you wash the dishes. You don't do that. The only time that you may have to rinse meat or fish if you're butchering it yourself or if it's not cleaned properly and it has a lot of blood. But under no circumstance do you add like any dish soap to it.
Start with our eggs, ground beef.
Was she actually putting in the Doritos bag?
Medium queso, freshly chopped onions.
So this is a kitchen hack because apparently this is going to be easier than making this the normal way without putting in a Dorito bag and boiling it.
Salt into the water and then a little into the bag. Some milk.
Why are you putting salt into the water? You're not cooking anything. No food is going into the water. It's going into the bag and the bag's in the water. It makes no difference.
Hot and spicy here. It'll go perfectly with the Cool Ranch.
Something tells me that this is going to be another fail.
Cheese slices. What the? And you want to mix it all together. This is the quickest way to make your beef dinner.
This is the quickest way to make your beef dinner. If she honestly thinks that this is the quickest way to cook something, then obviously she hasn't been cooking. Now there is such a thing as sous vide, which is a method of cooking inside a plastic sealed bag. And it's also to cook at temp. Let's say you want to make a perfectly cooked piece of duck that was going to be at 61 centigrade, it's perfectly pink. If you want to hold that temperature at 70 centigrade, you can bring it up to 70 and it will hold it.
This is the technique to make it cook really fast. It's been about 20 minutes and I can feel it. It just feels done. It's so heavy. Ready?
Oh yeah.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Looks heavy.
I have a feeling it's going to be disgusting.
There we go. Ooh. This looks incredible.
It looks beautiful, doesn't it? It looks like something that the dog threw up.
All right, let's get a bite of this. Wow. Why is that so good?
For some reason, I don't believe her.
Start by placing our partially cooked chicken into our jar of peanut butter.
This seems like a bit of a bizarre recipe.
4 or 5 slices of bread. Now we're going to use the rolling pin to flatten out our slices of bread. And I'm just going to make them into nice strips. I'm going to lay the bread on just like this.
Oh, that looks lovely.
Craft.
Yes, that looks lovely.
That's on here like that. Now it's time to make our coating. We're going to take some of these maple cookies. We're just going to mash these up. We're going to take 2 handfuls of Cinnamon Toast Crunch and go back in with our rolling pin. I'm going to take 2 tablespoons.
You know, if you're going to be breading something, if you want to make your own breadcrumbs, you can use stale bread. You don't have to go through this effort. You can use crackers, you can, if that's the only thing that you have. If you don't have stale bread, take a couple pieces, the end pieces of the bread that you do have, pop them into the oven, dry them out, and then throw them in the blender or the Thermomix if you have one, and blend them into their fine little, granule size, like the size of sand basically, or any consistency that you want. And you have homemade breadcrumbs, it's easy.
This is kind of turning into something.
I told you, why don't you trust me? Perfect. We're gonna pop it into the air fryer. Now that our chicken is all covered up in the crust, we're gonna pop them back in the air fryer for 10 minutes. Perfectly golden brown. We're gonna dip our chicken in our sauce. Oh my gosh.
Is that good?
So good.
Oh, that was a weird video, wasn't it? PB&J, peanut butter and jelly, is, for those of you who don't know what that is more popular in the US. It is popular in the US. Peanut butter is popular in America. Over here, until recently, I haven't been able to find peanut butter, but over here now I actually found it. They don't use it as much. And I'm sure in other places people may like it more, but at least where I live, peanut butter and jelly is not a combination that people like, but no, it doesn't look that appetizing to me. In any case, guys, if you want me to review any more TikTok videos, then let me know in the comments down below, because one, they're not pleasant to review, but some of them are good, some of them are alright, but a lot of them, no, they're not good. The only one that turned out kind of good was the buttered chicken. But again, you don't need to use that much butter for everything.
This is one package, about 1 pound to 1.25 pounds of chicken breast.
What? Holy shit, that much chicken! Is she cooking pad thai for her whole village? Look at that, it's like she's cooking the whole cast of Chicken Run.
And the tenders.
You can use chicken breasts if you like. Just keep in mind that when using chicken breasts, it's easy to overcook. If you use chicken thighs, one, they have more flavor. Two, leg meat doesn't dry out as much.
The breast meat is horizontally cut apart and then cut into thin strips. The salt in the dish is fish sauce.
Correct, fish sauce.
Put about a tablespoon in our bowl.
She's not using Uncle Roger's favorite brand of fish sauce, is she?
1.5 tablespoons each of light and dark soy.
No. Pad Thai, no soy sauce. Only seasoning you need in Pad Thai is fish sauce, tamarind, sugar. Maybe vinegar. Just because something Asian don't mean you need soy sauce.
You can also substitute 3 tablespoons total of soy sauce, low sodium soy sauce, liquid amino or tamari.
What? Liquid amino? No, soy sauce wrong. Don't substitute wrong thing for more wrong thing. Liquid amino tamari. She sounds so impassive, but so wrong.
There are a lot of types of soy sauce.
3 tablespoons of pourable light brown sugar. 1, 2,
Wait.
3.
No, so much sugar. Are you making dessert or something? It's like she baking cake. And who counting tablespoon in second? 1 tablespoon, 2 tablespoon, 3 tablespoon.
Try to get your hands on palm sugar. Palm sugar is not the same as normal, say, cane sugar or beetroot sugar. In the end, if you can't get palm sugar, okay, you can substitute it in a pinch, but if you can try to get it, try.
Secret special ingredient.
Oh, secret. What is this?
That's how I bought this. And it lasts a really long time. A little goes a long way. Tamarind.
Tamarind. Tamarind correct, but tamarind not secret. You can get it anywhere. It's not like you need to get it from dark web. This tamarind, not heroin.
And now we just whisk all of that together.
Whisking good?
There's a lot of ingredients that go into making a pad thai. You can make the pad thai a little simpler if you don't have all the ingredients, but tamarind paste is one ingredient that you need to get your hands on if you can. Find it on Amazon. It is a paste that is actually made from the fruit or the pods of the tamarind tree. We can also see that she has done some pre-prep. She's already sliced up some shallots, and it looks like she has ginger sliced up here in the corner as well.
Pot of water boiling for the noodles, which are rice noodles, and they only take 5 minutes.
Rice noodle, correct?
A small skillet with a little bit of high temp oil.
If you're going to be cooking rice noodles at home, you don't need to cook them for that long. If you haven't used them before, you don't need to treat them the same as, say, pasta noodles. They'll cook extremely quickly, and it is very easy to overcook them. And if you overcook them, they'll turn mushy.
With a little bit of high temp oil that we're going.
Roger prefer wok.
And we have a large pan getting nice and hot over medium.
What that towel say? This is my happy place. It fit her. Miss Rachael looked like kind of woman who have so many cheesy saying in her kitchen. But her oven mitt back there, I sure it say live, laugh, glove.
Almost nothing goes unnoticed, does it? I will say though that her pan that she's using, her saute pan, is quite big. And yeah, if you do have a wok, this would be a lot easier to make the pad thai in. Trust me, if you do have a wok, make it with the wok. Otherwise, you're gonna be fumbling around in the kitchen.
Okay, large nonstick pan, and we're going to cook the chicken first. So a couple turns of the pan.
What is?
To get the pan
That's the most dildo looking oil dispenser ever. It not look like it make for oil. It look like it make for G-spot. Sorry, children.
As soon as the oil ripples and thins and coats the pan.
Hard to coat. The pan so non-stick, see? The oil not coating. The oil puddling on the side. This woman don't know what tablespoon mean, and she don't know what coating mean also.
Get the chicken out of the pan.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out that even Uncle Roger didn't notice is that here you can see that the oil is pooling mostly on one side. And supposedly she has a flat pan and the pan is on the top of the burner. Oil, like water, will find the lowest point in the pan. If you notice that you're cooking at home and the oil the majority of it goes to one side, like here, that could mean that your stove is not level or your pan is off on the burner. It's okay if your stove is not perfectly level, but if it's substantial like this, where you see a decent amount of oil always going to one side, it could be time to get the little level out and actually fix it.
In goes our chicken.
Hiya, your chicken completely missing the oil. Just what is happening in this video? Every step wrong?
Okay, our chicken is beautifully browned.
Now, like I said, chicken breast is very easy to overcook, and you can tell that she is not fully cooking the chicken. She's just searing the chicken.
I have a transfer plate.
Transfer plate?
Transferring the chicken out of the pan.
Uncle Roger didn't know transfer plate also mean plate.
We call this in the kitchen a tray, or sometimes a service tray. We use these little trays for literally absolutely everything. We put the food on there to prep. We put the food on there when we're on the line cooking to actually give to the chef. So when the chef calls out, or the head chef, let's say, you know, give me the salmon, give me the cod, give me the garnish or whatnot, you put it onto this little tray nicely. It always has to be placed nicely, and then you give it to the chef, and then they plate the food. They're quite handy to have in the kitchen. At home, it's not a very common thing, but they are quite useful.
Add a little more oil.
Nice dildo oil dispenser again. Maybe if Uncle Roger have that, that would save my marriage.
Shallots and our carrots.
Carrot, no carrot in pad thai. No need vegetable in pad thai. This not salad, don't put carrot.
So we're going to chop up our little Thai chilies. And
Chili, no.
Dish.
People just put dry chili at the end on the side.
Our ginger.
Pad Thai does have a lot of ingredients. She's making her own version of Pad Thai, is what she's making.
Ginger and garlic.
Ginger, garlic okay, ginger no.
Give this a flip. Drop our noodles. Should take 5 minutes.
Jesus Christ.
Should take 5 minutes.
She's just dumping the whole noodle in there. Oh my God.
She just throws the noodles in there. Bam, right in the packet. You need to be a little careful doing this, especially with boiling water. It's a little like Jamie with splashing the water with the carbonara.
Water splashing to your cameraman, you burning him. Hiya. Miss Rachel, you professional chef.
Rachael is a celebrity chef. She's been around for quite a while. And I remember one TV show that she had on the Food Network where she would actually show you what she can buy and live on $40 a day.
Cook noodle properly. Don't just dump that shit like it's garbage. And also, pad thai noodle, no need to boil. You just put in warm water until tender, then finish cooking in sauce. You boil like this, it's all gonna be soggy as shit. Who want that?
You have to be very careful not to overcook the rice noodles. So like I said earlier, you do not need to boil the you-know-what out of this like dry pasta. It's not the same. Otherwise, they will turn mushy.
Throw the chicken back in.
No, stop just throwing shit everywhere. What?
Sauce.
Oh, no, sauce go in to coat the noodle. You just dump sauce in there like that. What it coating? What it coating?
You want to be a little careful when you're adding a sauce that has sugar or a lot of sugar in it to a hot pan too early. Because if you do add it too early, it's going to reduce and you could burn the pan. It's easy to burn the pan when there's a lot of sugar in it. So if there are any Thai chefs watching this, then please comment down below on how you make it professionally in comparison to what we see.
Most. What? Save a little for garnish. Of our basil and mint. Just tear.
Both wrong. Stop tearing. You tearing all our ancestor heart out. Hiya.
Most of our bias cut green onion.
Green onion wrong. You need garlic chive.
One. Oh my. Swirl.
What is she doing? This is why I say get a wok to make this. It'll be easier. You don't have to add the eggs to a separate pan and make like an omelet. And another tip, whenever cooking anything, anytime that you take the pan off the heat like above the burner, it's not gonna be cooking. It needs contact with the heat.
Drain
the soggy noodle.
Thai rice noodles.
Ew! Oh!
To our pan
Oh!
chicken.
Oh! Look at the ratio of noodle to chicken. The sauce just boiling in there, evaporating. This pad thai making all our ancestors cry. Do we have to finish watching this?
Alright, having a deeper pan allows you to be able to toss the ingredients, and it's just easier stirring everything, mixing everything together, because if you do this in a shallow saute pan, it's going to be a little difficult with the liquid and with trying to coat the noodles and everything, and having so much product in there as well.
And we just
Egg cannot save your pad thai.
slide them onto the counter.
You just sliding egg on counter, and you just chopping on kitchen counter. What is this shit?
And just slice.
Where you're chopping for? No.
Pad Thai is actually a recent invention. It was meant to basically bring the country together, but I'm gonna let Mark explain a little more on it since he lives there and he knows more about the culture.
Pad Thai is not an ancient dish. It's not it previously was not even a traditional dish of Thailand, but it only dates back to the 1930s when the prime minister at that time, he was developing Thailand. He's the one who's responsible for even changing the name to Thailand to Thailand. His house help made a noodle dish, gui tiao. And gui tiao is originally rice noodles, originally from China, which were adapted into Thailand, but his house helper would make a type of gui tiao that maybe was her own style. And the prime minister loved the noodles so much that he said, let's make this into a dish that brings the people of Thailand together, and that's why it's called Pad Thai. That's why it's called stir-fried Thai.
This is what drunk college kids do, chopping on table. What the hell? You're ruining your kitchen counter, hiya, and you're ruining your life also. Your kitchen counter, just like your career, it all fucked. Stop this video. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
That was a little nasty.
Now we're going to add all of our bean sprouts.
Holy, that much bean sprout? You see, none of the bean sprout touching the pan. How it gonna cook? You tell me. Anybody who eat this gonna shit themselves?
Add all of our bean sprouts.
Oh my god, this dish mostly bean sprout now. This not pad thai. This pad bean sprout.
I have to admit, that is a lot of bean sprouts. Yes, that's a lot. You can add this literally at the very end just for a little bit of garnish. You don't need that's like several cups that she added, but you don't need to add a lot.
One package, or about a cup and a half. Gently toss the egg into that whole.
Egg should be scrambled, not stripped like this.
3/4 of a cup of those dry roasted peanuts.
Peanut, correct?
Our reserved leaves of Thai.
Wrong also.
Mint.
Peanut, finally something correct. But the leaf all wrong, the green onion, the basil, mint, all wrong. And her cooking so bad. Look, even her dog fuck off.
A little squirt of lime juice.
Lime, okay. What the what? Oh, flour for what?
She's adding the flowers for garnish, but
edible flowers.
But that one of the worst pad thai Uncle Roger ever see. Missing dry shrimp, tofu, pickled radish, garlic chive, the noodle all soggy, too much chicken, too much bean sprout. And you see, she just end video like that. You know you're cooking bad. When in your own cooking show, you don't even show finished product.
like I said earlier, she was making her own version of pad thai, or her own dish. It's another dish completely. But I will say though that adding chicken thighs will be a little better than, say, chicken breasts. And yeah, the rice noodles were overcooked. They looked a little soggy, and the eggs are a little, there's a lot of things. It's a different dish. You see some of these cooking videos where like they go out to the woods and they make something, and sometimes they actually do make some really nice things. We're going to be cutting a watermelon. No. He's not doing what I think he's doing. He's putting barbecue sauce on the watermelon, Everyone's so creative. Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, he's topped it. You can see his dog in the background probably thinking to himself, what's he doing today? Honestly. You know, you have to admit that pizza seems to be one of the most, if not the most, bastardized types of food.
I didn't even think I liked uncooked ramen till I had it with the peanut butter and jelly.
No.
I don't even need the seasoning with it.
No.
Uncooked. Peanut butter and jelly's all you need.
He's seriously putting PB&J on uncooked instant ramen noodles. Oh. This actually seems something more down Jamie's aisle, to tell you the truth. Well, he'd cook the noodles. He wouldn't leave them raw, but, I'm
putting you on right now.
You can eat dried ramen noodles if you're like starving, but there is a reason why you need to rehydrate them, unless you like them crunchy. But putting PB&J on them, oh my goodness. I mean, I like peanut butter and jelly, but just thinking of the texture and then the actual noodles themselves, no.
Okay, so I'm being suckered into the new TikTok challenge where we have Oreos and pickles.
Right. Oreo cookies and pickles. I've never tried that combination before, and I honestly don't think I want to try that combination. I've had Oreo cookies, and I love good pickles, but not bad pickles. But put them together, no.
So we're supposed to take the Oreo and dip it into the pickle juice. So, Oreo, see? Oreo.
And she's doing this at work
pickle
too.
Juice. See, I've got it in there. And it's even dripping. Okay, here we go. And if I don't like it, y'all are gonna know immediately, okay? Here we go.
Before she takes the bite, let us know down in the comments if you think it's going to be good or bad.
Don't do it. No bueno. Don't believe TikTok.
So this is what happens when people don't have anything to do at work. It's sweet and salty, but with the flavoring with the Oreo cookies and that, I wouldn't think that it tastes good. I think the real moral of the story is that if you're at work, don't get suckered into doing something, meaning forced into doing something. If you don't want to do it, unless of course if your boss says that you have to do it and it's part of your job, then you have to do it.
Oh dear me, and I'm going to put the beans in, the baked beans in. I've been told it has to be baked beans, so who am I to argue? I know I told me the first.
It's Kate's cooking. We haven't seen her for a while. And today it looks like she's going to be making some pasta with beans and a little bit of cheese.
So nice and done. That's one tin out. Told you I needed 2 tins. I can get over the tin, that's it. Oh, here we go. Nearly getting all covered up, so it'll not be cold.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing any cooking with Jack today.
I'm going to put some cheese, and I know you're all going to say, oh, she's a cheese addict. Yes, I know I am, and I'm so sorry, but I love my cheese. So I'm going to put cheese on my part.
I can see where some TikTokers get the idea on making some of their little creations.
That is the end product. And now for the taste test. Why did I get a spoon? I will say, with that cheese on the pasta, it tastes really, really nice.
She baked it in the oven, so she's doing like a little casserole. This reminds me a lot of cooking with Jack. And guys, if you haven't seen the enchilada video with cooking with Jack, I just warn you beforehand, yeah? Don't eat before watching that video. Well, this one's not the worst that she's made, yeah? We've seen actually some pretty bad ones. But is she doing it on purpose because she doesn't know? Or is she doing it on purpose because she's trolling?
We have a banana pizza, pepperoni, cream cheese, banana, and black pepper. There's a banana right
right on the end. See, I want the pepperoni with it, though.
Banana on a pizza. And just to let you guys know, this is something, and I haven't been to a pizzeria in Sweden, but this is something that supposedly is popular in Sweden. So this is not just like a random creation. Well, it was probably at one point, but I guess people enjoy it and now they do it. But banana on a pizza?
Oh my gosh, I'm excited to know how you feel. Look at that cheese. Oh.
I think I like it.
I hope. We just ordered a whole pie.
It's good.
Do you want more?
Yeah, I want more. It was really good.
It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's sweet. It tastes like a pepperoni pizza with nice sliced sweet banana. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Poor pizza. Well, she must like it because she's like literally licking every single finger. Now, if there are any Italians watching this, before you make the little comments, please don't use bad language. Google understands bad language in every single language.
We decided to go ahead and try the gummy bear sausage. We use a combination of both sweet and spicy elements to this to really try to make it work out, hitting a few savory notes as we went.
They're seriously making gummy bear sausages? And this is professional equipment as well.
We're concerned that the gummy bears would get stuck in the horn, but thankfully not. This is the closest you'll ever see a guy like me get to jumping rope these days. Now we're gonna sear these bad boys in a combination of rendered beef tallow and positive attitude. They did burn a little bit with that excess sugar of the gummy bears melting out. All in all, surprisingly, not a bad sausage.
I have so many questions. Firstly, having or wearing like nail polish is not allowed in many places because it can flake off and that can get into the food, unless of course you wear gloves, which helps. But putting gummy bears in perfectly good sausage meat, well, I think it's good sausage, but adding gummy bears to this, why? Just why? You might as well just put some Tootsie Rolls in the sausage next time.
Fruit Loops and ground beef. Y'all know about that? Y'all need to try that.
Huh?
Pour my cereal first.
Fruit Loops and ground beef, and then on top of it, she is speaking English. It's just another form of English.
You don't need no milk. You don't need no milk. Look at that. Yeah. That right there.
Huh?
Yeah, I gotta try that.
I get this all the time from people that don't speak English on how difficult it is for them to like learn English, because literally if you go just in England alone, let alone Ireland, Scotland, Wales as well, and in the US, the accents can vary greatly and the pronunciation. I mean, some may say mountain and others may say mountain.
It's tomorrow. No, it's tomorrow. Butter. 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 Listen. Butter. Butter. That's it. Say again. Butter. Very good. Thank you very much indeed. Standard English on the streets of Teesside. Together, we can do this.
Fruit Loops and ground beef. That is something that has never occurred to me to mix. I mean, is the ground beef actually seasoned? Is it just cooked ground beef? Is it boiled ground beef? Do you add some herbs to it? Some salt? I mean, the Fruit Loops had sugar and just weird combinations.
Right, the next ingredient. I have this in my home all the time now, chili jam. It's brilliant for cooking.
Whoops, how did Jimmy get in there? Oh, well, it's the chili jam, isn't it? So, yeah, well.
It's got heat, but it's also got the sweetness, and it's going to kind of glaze and help you balance flavors. So 2 nice teaspoons go in to our pan, and then just start tossing again.
Yeah, this is the part Uncle Roger started freaking out.
This is disgusting. Who put jam?
Firm, silken tofu. It's protein, basically. It's made out of soya beans. It's extremely healthy. And what you can do is just break this up. And then as that cooks, then we can start just bringing the rice back in. But I want chunks of tofu, and I want little bits. And I want chunks of egg, and I want little bits.
We already reviewed this video, and if you haven't seen it, I'll leave the link down below for you guys to check that out. And I think we are going to have to remake this rice dish as well. I don't know when. I'll probably leave it for like a very big achievement. I don't know, maybe at 1 million subscribers.
Put a little oil around the bowl. Give it a rub. We're gonna make sandcastles, basically, but we're gonna make it with stir-fried rice. Just pour your rice in here. Stir-fried rice dishes and that kind of street food, which is beautiful it's often associated with being unhealthy. This has been made to be healthy.
Maybe we will make it and put this to rest once and for all so we can actually taste it ourselves. Adding chili jam to it, I don't think, well, depending on the amount of sugar, but I don't think it makes the dish super healthy. Obviously, if you cook for yourself at home, you can make things healthier, and this is the whole point that Jamie's trying to get across. And we did try his butter chicken recipe, and if you guys haven't seen it, I'll leave the link down below for that as well. And that one was surprising. Yeah, I won't say anything more if you haven't seen it.
A baked bean pizza from 1954. Now I'm scared of lots of things, including the IRS, clowns, and English majors.
What he normally does is he picks recipes from years ago, and some of them are good, but baked beans on pizza? When you want to make something like a weird combination, just make a pizza out of it, no? It's easy, just make a pizza.
But I'm most afraid of beans where they don't belong. Oh dear. The sauce begins with a can of tomato paste, plus 8 ounces of spaghetti sauce. Really starting out on the wrong foot, more like the wrong limb. Add oregano for an authentic taste. I feel like I'm in Italy. For the crust, we squashed together refrigerator biscuits. Sorry, what were you saying about authentic?
This seems like one of those, you don't have many things in the house, what should we make? We'll make a pizza. Inventions.
On goes the sauce. A bit of Parmesan. Now 20 ounces of baked beans. What part of Italy are you from? Kentucky? In the center, some fresh mozzarella. How to get an entire country to hate you. Step 1. This. $4.25 for 10, then $3.25 for 20. No.
I've never seen baked beans on pizza before. Never.
We can serve this with anchovies or sardines. How about a swift death?
Oh, what? What is wrong with you?
You are sick! It's just vile.
Baked beans on a pizza, cheese, and then anchovies or sardines. I mean, seriously, would any of you watching this try that pizza? A lot of those things to me is just the combination. No. Individually, yeah. Combination, no.
Whoa. My signature dish is gonna help me stand out because I'm a true culinarian. I understand what Gordon's looking for.
What is it?
This should be good. Ramsay's going to be judging.
I call it exotic tartare because it's with venison and diver scallops, with caviar and white chocolate.
What?
And...
Oh, stop. Let me just get this right again. Either that or I'm just about to be punked.
As tartare too, so it's raw. That's weird, that combination. Venison is deer meat, and if you're going to be eating venison, you should get the venison from a very good source, especially if you're going to try it for tartare, because you can get sick, worms and other things, if you do not source it from a good source. Now, diver scallops, as the name implies, are actually dived for to be picked. So instead of like dredging for scallops, or even farmed scallops, divers will actually dive for these scallops and pick them by hand. So they cost a lot more money.
Raw venison, raw quail egg, lime zest, olive oil, scallops, caviar, and grated white chocolate. That must be one of the worst combinations I've ever tasted in 21 years of cooking. Piss off, will you?
I really don't understand what Chef Ramsay didn't like about the dish. I'm a little boggled on that.
It's pretty hard to say which one of these out of all of them that we've seen was the worst combination. I mean, seriously, you guys can let me know down below which ones you think were the worst in order, but for me, I think the weirdest, besides the baked beans on pizza, that's right, because there are some weird ones. I think the Oreo cookies and pickles, it's just bizarre. It's just weird, very different. Sometimes a very bizarre combination will work, like, let's say, ice cream with maybe saffron. It actually can work.
Hello, I'm Monica, and I'm a level 1 chef.
Hi, I'm Daniel, and I'm a level 2 chef.
I'm Frank. I'm a chef instructor at the Institute of Culinary Education, and I've been cooking professionally for 24 years.
Since Frank is the instructor and he's been cooking for 24 years, that's a decent amount of time, I'm going to hold him to another level than the other two.
I love paella because it's
Oh, I should have pronounced it correctly. Paella, not paella. That's good.
rice on steroids.
Today I am making a shrimp and chorizo paella. It mixes a little bit of the surf and a little...
Outside of Spain, there's like this idea that chorizo goes into paella.
turf and brings it together into this awesome dish.
Finally, today, I get to make paella. Paella is one of those dishes that everyone thinks is extremely difficult, but it really
Paella is a lot harder than you may think. I mean, you can make it easy, but It takes a while to make it.
Today I'm using frozen squid from the supermarket and mussels.
I've got some fresh shrimp and Spanish chorizo. I'm a huge fan of using fresh seafood. Frozen's okay, but it's not the same.
You don't need to do all this cutting and prepping and prawning. You could just get you a bag of squid and keep it moving, girl.
Today I'm making a meat paella. I'm using rabbit and morcilla. Morcilla is super smoky and delicious. Rabbit is lean but has a great flavor.
Rabbit? Like bunny rabbit?
Rabbit is actually really easy to find. I see it in my supermarket all the time.
So what Frank looks like he's making, he's trying to make the paella valenciana, but instead of using what he should be using, which is like chicken and rabbit, he's using morcilla. La morcilla is a butifarra, or it's an impodido in Spanish, butifarra in Catalan. It's a blood sausage, it's a pork blood sausage. It's not that common, well, I shouldn't say it's not that common. It's not something that you can go to, say, Mercadona in the grocery store and buy it, at least in Catalonia. But I wouldn't be putting that in the paella.
Usually it comes frozen.
This is a separate rice dish.
It has the same texture as chicken. So I'm just gonna make a slice. So we have these little pieces that not only easy to eat, but they'll cook a little quicker. I think that if you have any problem with eating a rabbit, just use chicken.
Back home in the US, I know that rabbit's not as common, or at least in the Northwest it's not that common. Here in Spain, rabbit is very common. I can buy a whole rabbit at the grocery store for only a couple euros. The only problem with rabbit is, like he's saying, is that it's extremely lean, so you can overcook the thing super easily because it doesn't have a lot of fat on it.
To get a really good paella, you do not need all these crazy exotic meats. So these are regular mussels that you'll get from the supermarket. You just want to make sure that you clean them because they have like this grit on them and you do not want the grit. And just get in there, you know, put your mussels into your mussels.
The whole seafood paella thing is like a later invention.
It is the most famous, but it's not the, say, traditional, because seafood is obviously a lot harder to get, or it used to be harder to get than normal, say, meat. And while paella used to be a poor man's dish, it was meant to feed the family. So you would make a massive paella, and the pan, by the way, is also called a paella. So you make a massive paella, the dish, and then they would serve this normally on weekends, on Sundays, and people still do this, but it can feed, if you make a big one, it can feed an enormous amount of people.
And for the most part in Spain, you won't find people mixing meat and seafood. In Spain also, they will kind of yell at you if you put chorizo in it too.
Chorizo is like one of my favorite things to use in cooking.
But what the chef's talking about, that paella mixta is not common at all in Spain, no, it is common. I mean, it's not as common as you're gonna see like seafood paella, but they have it. But mixing chorizo with that is a big no-no. Yes, you mix chicken or rabbit with the seafood.
It's cured like salami almost. I think it adds a ton of flavor without adding too much work. I'm basically going to cut my chorizo.
There's different types of chorizo. Yeah, you have Mexican type chorizo, which is different than Spanish chorizo. Now, chorizo here, you can buy cured, you can buy raw, so you can cook it. He's using cured, which, if this was just for another dish, I wouldn't use cured to cook with anyway, because it's too tough. I'd actually use the raw chorizo. And also you can take it out and cut it to shapes or whatever you want to do and make little chorizo meatballs, whatever.
Into thin little circles, little discs, like that.
So my mussels are clean, my squid is defrosted, look at it, and we're ready to go.
Let's work with our morcilla. Morcilla is a blood sausage. It's made with pig's blood, ground pork.
If you're making a seafood paella, it's a good idea to cut the calamari up instead of leaving it in big chunks, because if you cook calamari, if you overcook it, and then in a paella you will, it's going to be very tough. So basically it's like putting a rubber band in your mouth.
Meat, some sort of binder like rice or breadcrumbs, and spices. And it's usually smoked, so it's absolutely delicious.
My chorizo is done, and now I'm going to season my shrimp. Just putting some salt and pepper on both sides. I'm just gonna turn all the shrimp over and do.
If you want a delicious butifarra, or type of butifarra, here in Catalonia is very common. I didn't like it at first, but fuet is a very common type of sausage that they eat, cured. And then another one, I forget how to pronounce it, it's in Catalan. It's a white type of sausage, but it's absolutely delicious.
So now it's time to get my veggies ready. I'm gonna start with my onion.
I prefer using a sweet onion just because they don't make me cry.
I have a nice white onion here.
White onion is always the best flavor for me.
Traditionally, people will cut onion to go kind of...
Now, just looking at the method that they're actually prepping everything, I would strongly suggest to prep the vegetables first, because you have to make what's called the sofrito, or la marca, as we call it in the kitchen. And that will literally take you at least an hour to make ahead of time, if you're gonna make that separately or if you're gonna make it per dish or per paella.
Follow these lines, and then they do this cut. But I always get a little nervous with that because I don't like cutting towards myself. So whenever we're in a restaurant, we want to go as fast as possible. We take the onion, we get the lines, we cut across the lines, not all the way through, go up and over the rainbow. And then the onion will separate along its natural...
That's the first time in my life, in my professional cooking life, that I have seen anyone cut an onion like that.
Garlic. The only thing I don't love about garlic is getting the peel off.
I'm just gonna take them, give them a little whack with the side of the knife, just to kind of get the skin off.
Just gonna mince this down. So I want this really, really small pieces.
I just kind of rough chop my garlic because the more you process it, the stronger it gets.
Now, if you're gonna add garlic with the paella, and this is mostly for the professional kitchen, not for the households, but we make what's called ajo perejil. It's garlic, parsley, and olive oil that's blended together into a little sauce that we add to the paella first. And I'll explain a little later on as we go.
On to my bell peppers. There's a red pepper and a yellow pepper.
I chose a red bell pepper for this. You want to use a yellow or an orange pepper, that's fine. But I usually stay away from the green ones. I think they're a little too sharp for this dish. You paid good money for that pepper. Don't throw away the tops and the bottom. I just cut them in half. I get my garbage bowl and then I pull out the seed pod, right? And if there's any ribs in there or any extra seeds, I just tap them out and get rid of them. Now I have a full...
If you're gonna make a sofrito, the common pepper or bell pepper to use is a red bell pepper. They're the sweetest. It doesn't just give the flavor, the sweetness to the dish, it also helps color, because the marca needs to be, or normally it is, reddish in color.
So I'm just gonna process this by cutting it into long strips.
And I think that these add a nice A color and B crunch to the dish.
If you're gonna be using a chef's knife, safety tip, never do this with the chef's knife. You can cut yourself.
I'm gonna dice it from here. One of the vegetables I do want you to see in my finished paella is hot pepper. I'm using Italian long hot peppers in my paella. I'm gonna cut these into rings so you can see them in the finished.
Hot peppers don't go in the traditional paella. Yes, the paella, the dish is not like spicy. And as a matter of fact, there are very few spicy dishes here in Spain itself. It's not like in Mexico, where you have a lot of spice. Here, they use a lot of pimienton, which is paprika, but it's not always the spicy paprika, it's sweet paprika. The only dish that can be really spicy, one of them, there's a couple, but one of them is like patata bravas, which if you would like a delicious patata bravas, I do have a recipe, a video on it, so you can click here if you want to see it.
If you have not cooked with jalapeno, I don't know what's wrong with you. This takes everything to another level.
I don't mind if there's a little bit of seeds in there.
I want the seeds in it and everything.
Just looking at the ingredients of what she has, cilantro doesn't go in paella, and lime tampoco doesn't go in paella. If you don't have lemon, then okay, you can maybe substitute, but it has a completely different flavor to it than lemon.
In the paella today, I'm using fava beans, and fava beans are a very seasonal product. In the springtime, you see them in all the restaurants. But this is something you'll see in paellas in Spain as well. Fava beans come in this nice pod, and then you just have to basically break it open, you pull the string out, and then you just pop it open.
If you don't have garrofo, which are lima beans, which are typical for the paella valenciana, it's okay if you have to substitute one or the other. But if you do use fava beans, it's a good idea to also peel the fava bean skin off the beans. It makes a big difference. And you also have to saute them. You have to cook them a little bit or blanch them.
Open. And the beans kind of just pop right out. You can eat them like this. This outside husk has a little bit too much texture for me for the paellas.
I know a lot of people talk crap about cilantro, but I am cilantro's friend. It gives it another flavor, and I want to leave a little bit for garnish.
Now I love cilantro, don't get me wrong, but for my paella, as far as a garnish, parsley is the way to go.
We're gonna blanch our fava beans for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is that we wanna get this outside shell off. We want to par cook them so that they don't take that long to cook in the paella, and we wanna preserve the color. My water is at a full rolling boil. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of salt, and then I'm going to dump.
He's doing right for the beans. We'll see for the rest of the dish.
Dump my favas in. I'm gonna give these like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I just want them to kind of cook a little and skins to get loose. All right, I think these are good to go. Into our ice bath. And I let these cool all the way. Now all we really have to do is peel them. What I do is I usually just get my thumbnail.
I'll be very honest, they're an absolute pain in the you-know-what to peel. Peas are worse.
Fava beans are definitely a lot of work, but I find that they're totally worth it.
So now I'm about to get to work on my rice. So I have my water boiling, and I also have my paella in a box. I know, you're like, what?
So you can buy this? I didn't even know this is something you can buy.
It is like heaven in a box. So once the rice is in, you want to stir it up, and then you want to add all your little seafood goodness from this little can. Assorted seafood and vegetables for paella. What? They already did it for me. Nobody's gonna know. And then cayenne pepper. You know, you always want
No cayenne.
the heat because your Spanish man is coming over, remember? The real Spanish guy, not the guy from Williamsburg that pretends that he's, not that guy.
I use arborio rice for my paella. I personally find that it gives like sort of a creamier texture to it.
We don't want a creamy paella. We want each individual rice grain to show. We don't want this to be creamy. So this is bomba rice. It's a short to medium grain rice that has the ability to soak up a lot of liquid. And that's what we want.
The head chef, he got it right. He's using bomba, and that's the correct rice that you use for the paella. This is the common rice to use, bomba rice. But if you can't get it or if you don't have it, then you can substitute with arborio.
Okay, so now I'm gonna add my hammy seasoning. It's gonna give it that robust flavoring without the pork. So when you're using box things, you have to make sure that you clean up as soon as possible. Nobody's gonna know unless you leave your stuff out. So now it's time to saute.
Everything starts with olive oil. So I'm just gonna do like a couple tablespoons of olive oil.
Because this is a Spanish dish, they will fry stuff in extra virgin. And I think that kind of stays true to what we're doing.
We used to cook a lot with extra virgin olive oil until the prices went up. Just to give you guys an idea, in December it cost like €1.50 per liter. And now it's more than €7, at least in Catalonia, per liter for extra virgin olive oil. And we make it here. So right now everybody's a little tight with the oil.
Doing today.
So what I'm gonna start with is my butter. And then just a little bit of oil. Keep it greased up.
And I know that she doesn't know how to make a paella, but you don't add butter to the pan because this isn't French cuisine. I mean, we still cook with butter, we do, but we don't use butter or mantequilla as much as they do in the north, in France and England.
Now it's time to cook my sofrito. The sofrito is the base of my paella. We're gonna add our onions.
I love the way onions smell.
I always season my onions at this point. I just wanna get some of the moisture out, maybe hit it with a little bit of pepper. Always fresh cracked. Don't use that stuff in the jar. It's dead. This is alive. At this point, I'm also gonna add my saffron. Notice that it's not a lot.
He's making what we call sofrito, or marca in the kitchen. Now, this is the base element to the paella and to many other dishes in Spanish cuisine. The whole purpose of this is to cook it down with the peppers and onions and tomato sauce, to cook this down, and pimienton or paprika, sweet paprika, not spicy, but to cook it down into a sauce. And the sauce will add a creaminess, add a richness to the paella. It's not gonna be like the risotto, but it is gonna give the paella a signature color, and it'll add a lot of flavor.
Saffron has a really nice earthy kind of grassiness to it, and it gives a nice kind of base flavor to our paella. It's also very strong and can overpower your dish, so you just need a little pinch. I'm gonna add my bay leaf as well. You'll see like the oil starts to get kind of nice and yellow. We can add our garlic and our peppers right now too. Just a little more salt, and just let this cook until the veggies start to break down.
Possibly the best part about making paella is that it all comes down to one pan. So for this, I have a heavy bottom stainless steel pan. Everything goes in this, which makes for easy cooking and easy cleanup.
This is a traditional paella pan. It's not super heavy.
And what he's using, if you don't have the paella dish, because it's a specific pan just to use for making this, you can use another saute pan. It doesn't have to be super deep, but having a little bit of a thicker bottom, I prefer, because that way it doesn't burn as easily instead of having a thin bottom pan. And even my paella pans, are thick bottomed, so I can use them on the induction burner if I need to.
Part of the reason for that is because people would carry this on their packs, they'd bring it out to the field with them. But this pan is gonna give you the best result.
The goal here is to have this crunchy, crispy socarrat on the bottom.
Of course, soca somebody's. You know what I'm talking about. It's gonna be like fluffy and nice on the top.
Socarrat. Yeah, this is what you want to try to get on the paella, but if you do get it, it's best to get it perfect than to brown it too much to where you burn it.
The real gauge of what a good paella is that you have that nice crispy bottom.
Yeah,
wish
that's
me luck
true.
as
Yeah. Here, the people will literally flip the paella. People do this for fun, you know, when cooking for the family. And with the big paella pans. I don't mean with the little one for 2 people. I mean the big one, enough for 8 people. They will flip them. It doesn't always go well. Sometimes, well, just, I don't know what people think sometimes, but sometimes they don't think, and well, all the paella goes on the floor.
First thing in the pan is our rabbit. We're gonna let that sizzle away. We wanna get it a little bit brown.
A lot of the fat is also gonna like seep out of these things as they cook.
It's the flavor base that I'm talking about.
So that everything else that gets added to the pan after just soaks up all this like fatty, delicious, smoky flavor. I grew up in a Spanish and Hispanic household, so everything that my mom cooked for me in the kitchen started with onion.
So I would assume that he knows, and if he grew up in a Spanish household, not a Hispanic, but the Spanish household, that he knows that chorizo is a big no-no that you don't put in the paella. You can do what you want at home, but he's doing this for TV, you know. Thousands of people are gonna watch, and Spaniards are gonna watch this. It's like, if you want some hate mail, this is a perfect way of getting it, so.
Add my spices.
Cayenne. Cayenne always just does the trick. It just gives everything the extra oomph.
I've got oregano, and last is smoked paprika.
So the rabbit is done. I'm gonna add just a little more oil to my pan, and then I'm gonna put my morcilla in.
If you look at his pan right now, it's already burnt. That's a big no-no, because if you burn the pan, yeah, you will make everything taste like that. That is the strongest flavor in the pan, is the burnt flavor. The best way to do this is to take the paella pan off and either get a new one or clean it and then start over again.
And I want to just get this lightly brown.
Here's my cherry tomatoes. Look at my babies. You want to take these mussels, and we're just going to stir this up. This is last, but definitely not least. But you don't want to overcook these, right? So remember I said PEMDAS, orders of operation.
I'm going to add my peppers. And I'm just...
If you're making not just a paella, but even a risotto, the thing that you want to do is you always want to add a hot stock to the dish. Why? Because if you add a cold stock or cold liquid to it, it's going to drop the temperature and it will increase the cooking time.
Just gonna like just get these lightly cooked, and then we're gonna add our rice. So I kind of toast the rice or parch the rice a little here.
Rice is toasty.
I like to dry it out a little because it usually gives you a little more soaking up power.
It's looking a little crispy on the bottom. My heart is fluttering right now with the possibility of getting a nice crispy socarrat bottom.
Rice is cooked perfectly. It has this beautiful yellow coloring.
The order of operation to make it, and I'm going to give you the professional operation, not the stuff at home. If you have the marca de sofrito pre-made, you're going to add the ajo perejil, the oil, to the pan. Then you're going to add the calamari. You're going to fry the calamari a little bit. Then we're going to add the marca de sofrito, tablespoon or 2 tablespoons or more. And then you fry that for about a minute or 2. Once it reduces, then you're going to add the rice. You fry the rice, you heat the rice up. You're going to add hot stock. You don't want to add it cold. Give it a good shake. And the moment that you start seeing the rice absorb the stock, this is the moment that you will add, say, a little more stock to it if it needs more. You give it a good hard shake for the last time, because you want the rice to lay flat. If it doesn't lay flat, then it's gonna cook unevenly. And then you can decorate it with the mussels and clams all the way around. The shrimp, I cook separately because it's very easy to overcook shrimp. And either you finish it on the fire or you finish it in the oven. And at this point, it's only gonna cook for about 12 to 15 minutes, more or less, depending on how thick you make it.
Now I'm going to add my can of diced tomatoes, my bell pepper,
and then we're gonna add our stock. If our stock or broth isn't seasoned well, our paella is not gonna have a lot of flavor to it. It's gonna be kind of bland. So I'm gonna add some salt and pepper.
All my ingredients are in the pan. So I'm gonna throw this medium-low heat. I'm gonna cover it.
Don't cover it. Just allow the water to evaporate, okay?
Once this comes to a simmer and everything's placed where it needs to place, stop stirring. If you stir at this point, you're not gonna get that really nice brown bottom. Leave it alone. So the paella's been on for about 20 minutes now, and you can see a lot of the stock has been absorbed. In that time, I was watching and monitoring. I added a little more stock if I needed it, because I want the rice on top to be cooked and not be chewy.
Ooh, smells good. I'm not gonna stir it because I don't want to disrupt the bottom. So I'm just going to take the shrimp and put them around the top. That doesn't look half bad, right? Cover goes back on to allow the shrimp to cook.
Hi, beautiful. How are you? You look amazing.
At this point, I want to add my peeled fava beans and just gonna sprinkle them over the top so they get warm. I'm gonna put a little more of this finishing oil on top. So I wanna make sure that I get that nice soakerot. So I'm gonna turn the heat up and I'm gonna listen. You okay? How you doing? Okay, good. And once it starts to get that kind of like slightly burnt smell, I'm gonna take it off.
You don't want a slightly burnt smell. If it has a slightly burnt smell, it's burnt.
And finally, a nice light sprinkling of finishing salt.
And we're done. Now we get to eat it.
And this is my paella.
And this is my paella.
And this is my paella. The moment of truth, we're gonna see if I got the soakerot.
I'm really hoping that there's a crispy bottom on this. I guess we're about to find out.
My rice is looking beautiful. Look at her. She's the prom queen. Wait a minute. I got it, okay?
There is a little bit of a crispiness on the bottom there. Maybe not as crispy as I would have liked. I probably could have done like another minute.
Oh, there's some crispiness. Look at that.
If you look at that, that's not the butifarra. He burned it.
Crispy bottom. I did it. So I guess it's time to taste.
Let's see.
Girl, you would slap your umbrella. I mean, you probably not because your uncles probably kill you, but you would want to slap him. It's perfect. This is perfect.
This is good. The flavors are all great. The rice cooked perfectly. You get the seafood, so there's like a lot of shrimp flavor, but also the spiciness and smokiness of the chorizo. They sort of marry together in this perfect little blend. I'm very happy with this, and I'm excited to try it again next time.
I couldn't be any happier. A little bit of spiciness from the peppers. Rabbit's not overcooked and dry, and the rice is on the money. There's lots of different layers of flavor here, and saffron's just one of those layers. Absolutely delicious. It takes a little time to get down to perfection, right? I'm gonna pat myself on the back for that one.
Let me know, guys, in the comments down below what you think of their paellas. And if you would like me to review any other videos, then let me know in the comments down below, and I will be happy to do so.
Today, Uncle Roger gonna review some viral food TikTok in my orange tank top. This year, not hot girl summer, gonna be hot uncle summer. Make sure you watch till end of video because niece and nephew gonna see something super tragic.
Let's use the wok to make pizza. We do have an oven, but I don't know how to use it. This is what the oven used for.
That is correct. In Asian household, oven used for pot and pan. Same go for dishwasher. We don't use dishwasher. It's just storage. Our children, they the dishwasher.
So I have seen, family members and all that, put things or store things in their oven, and it's a pain when you have to take everything out just to use the oven. It really is. But you know, when you don't have space, sometimes you have to, find places to put things, but you have to be careful not to forget and turn the oven on. It's very important not to forget.
Put some oil, put the bread in first, put the egg, and then put the...
Is this pizza?
And then put cheese on the top.
Oh, he fucked up.
I think I'm already starting to regret doing the TikTok reviews.
Let the wok do the work.
Wok is so multi-purpose. Can make egg fried rice, can make pizza, can use to hit kid.
It done, let me... Ooh, perfect. Cut a slice.
Oh.
Whoa, look at the cheese.
Okay, it kinda look like pizza. But little nephew, just go to Pizza Hut. No need to make your own ghetto pizza. I think he spent all his money dyeing his hair blue and can't even afford Domino's anymore.
Out of all the review videos we've done, we haven't done any pizza reviews, have we? Guys, let me know what pizza review you think I should do. And I have a friend from Napoli who loves pizza, obviously, and it would be fun to get him to do this with me. When we went to Napoli, I had some of the best pizza in my life, and I would love to go back just for the pizza. That's how good it was.
Hello TikTok.
Okay, what this engineer do?
I love Chinese food.
Oh, automated fried rice machine.
Previous video.
No, I think too rigorous. Too rigorous. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Stop wasting. Oh, no.
Wait to...
Oh, you're wasting food. If you want to build robot, make sure it don't have Parkinson. Hiya.
I don't think you need a engineering degree to be able to build something like that. I mean, serious. Wow, it's TikTok.
Niece and nephew, remember to comment below which one your favorite TikTok. This one spicy enoki mushroom.
He made some fire enoki. Ooh! Alright, first we're gonna grab a bag of enoki. We're gonna cut an inch from the bottom.
So nice that you can cut off 1 inch from enoki and still usable. Uncle Roger can't afford to lose 1 inch from anywhere. Sorry, children.
Rinse your mushrooms, splash of oil, tablespoon of garlic, throw in your enoki mushroom.
All step correct so far.
Use Vietnamese red pepper.
Good chopping.
Throw that on in.
If you're gonna wash your mushrooms, and this goes for any mushrooms in general, yeah, you need to dry them off. You have to rinse them quick because they're like a sponge and they'll soak up a lot of water.
Tablespoon of pepper paste. Now mix that salsa.
No. Mix that salsa. He using metal on non-stick pan. Hiya. Uncle Roger said this so many times now from first BBC food video. You cannot use metal on non-stick pan. Metal you can use on wok because wok not non-stick, but don't use metal on non-stick.
Even if it's a very good non-stick pan like Jamie Oliver, what he has, what he uses, you still don't use it because you can shorten the life of it. If you don't want any problems, either go with another type of pan or treat your pans nicely. Don't use steel wool when cleaning them. Don't put them in the dishwasher. This is another big no-no. And don't use metal on non-stick pans. Things like this.
The food looks so good, but you killing your saucepan. Hiya.
Now mix that salsa.
You also scraping up the Teflon. You eat Teflon, you get cancer, and then you die. Uncle Roger want to keep you alive, Chef Chris Cho.
My Asian mum-in-law told me that this
He buys sushi, okay.
in Asia, so I bought some from the supermarket.
Guys, let me know down below how popular sushi is. Not that long ago, I would say in the 90s here in Spain, at least from my girlfriend's family, they were saying that sushi wasn't very popular. It was somewhat of a new thing. And a lot of people here still don't like the idea of eating raw fish. So just let me know if, one, if you like it, and two, if it is a common thing to see in your country.
Sushi, okay.
In Asia, so I bought some from the supermarket. It tastes okay.
Oh, why would he cook the sushi? I mean, why? I can understand if you don't like raw fish. This is a troll. This has to be a troll. Unless, of course, they don't like eating raw fish. But seriously.
He cooked the sushi. This must be war crime. Is this how World War III starting? Where is cancel culture when you need it? Cancel this guy. Cancel him. Uncle Roger's so upset I put my leg down from chair.
But I don't think it's worth the money.
Who is this Asian mom-in-law? If my children ever marry someone who cooks sushi, I will cook them and then feed them to Auntie Helen. How you like that?
I'm really starting to regret reviewing TikTok videos. I watch TikTok, but not that often, and it's just some of the things on there is just, yeah.
Meal prep is too expensive and takes too long, bruh. Hold my protein.
Daddy Noel. He go to gym, he's so buff, maybe he should be the one in orange tank top. Hiya, Uncle Roger don't like this outfit. I feel like male stripper. They should make a movie called Magic Roger.
Yeah, I feel like Uncle Roger right now. I mean, it's one thing to wear this during the summer, maybe when it's really hot or you're going to be doing some sports, but otherwise on camera, No.
Egg fried rice. Add your cooking spray to the pan.
No. Cooking spray is most disgusting oil ever. Real food should not come from tube.
Yeah, I agree with Uncle Roger on this. You don't need an aerosol can to lubricate the pan. You really do not. Actually, it rhymes, doesn't it? Aerosol can to lubricate the pan. Anyway, use some oil, use some butter or something else, but you don't need to spray it.
Add 3 eggs, cup of rice, and then mix it together. Vegetables of choice and a little bit of soy sauce, and you're good to go.
I think his egg fried rice needs some aromatic, like garlic or pepper or spring onion, and no vegetable. Vegetable tastes like sap.
Something tells me that that portion is not enough for him. That portion for me would be like, in a few hours I'd be hungry again. It's not enough for me. But for him, I would assume that he would need a little more than that.
Okay, she cooking meat. Why is she poking so awkward?
Grease is disgusting.
No, grease not disgusting. Grease is where all the flavor come from. I see colander. Uncle Roger worst nightmare. No, you're not gonna.
That's how you do it, shit, like.
No, don't wash. Oh my God, she washed beef with colander. No.
Why rinse the beef? I mean, like, really? Why? What's the point? You lose all the flavor, you rinse off all the seasoning if you added it to it, you'll waste the water, you'll clog up your drain, and then you have to reheat the food again. So it's wasting everything. It's wasting electricity or gas, water, and is causing a future problem with the drainage.
Stop. Put the colander down higher. Niece and nephew, don't cook like this because not only the meat no flavor, you also put the grease down the drain and you ruin all the piping. Hiya. And then plumber come over. Why the hell is this pipe clogged? Because I hate flavor.
And like I said in my last video with Adam making the tortilla, what I mean is a good idea to strain any hot oil or anything over the sink instead of on the counter. You have to have something in the sink to collect any oil if it does spill. Another pot, a pan. I don't mean pour the oil down the sink.
Let's make vegan steak.
Vegan steak?
This is a Japanese yam cake called konjac. Okay. It's got a slight fishy taste, so we're gonna start by...
How will vegan people know what fishy taste tastes like?
Not all vegans were born vegan. Some of them converted. So I'm sure that quite a few people know what fish tastes like, or vegans know what fish tastes like. But if you are going to be eating something, I don't see the need to make it taste like something that you wanted to give up.
For the seasoning, we've got soy sauce, mirin, rice vinegar, molasses.
Not bad. Good seasoning.
Konjac in. Bit of green onion. That texture is just like fatty beef.
Again, how do vegan people know fatty beef texture? This chef can just fool all the vegan people.
Out of all the TikTok videos that we've seen so far, he is the best. Like, literally the best. I agree. I mean, why do you want to imitate that fatty texture? Unless you like fatty texture and you don't want to be eating the fat. But for me, when I eat a steak, I don't want to just go after the fat. I like the cut of meat. I like the protein.
This dish look good, but don't call it steak. Call it konjac with random shit on it. Uncle Roger think if you want to go vegan, don't call it steak anymore. You're supposed to give up steak, not find replacement for steak. That like Uncle Roger saying, I gonna give up Auntie Helen, but as replacement, I gonna have blow up doll version of Auntie Helen. This vegan steak look good. Need to show this to the vegan teacher. Oh wait.
The vegan teacher, I remember that. Ramsay and her had a bit of a rivalry going on in the beginning of TikTok, and I think Ramsay in the end won. He got her banned multiple times, not just once, but a couple times.
I've heard that a 3 Michelin star chef was using sparkling water to tenderize his steaks.
This is Guga. Uncle Roger reviewed him before. He the worst guy who put MSG on steak.
It's like there's no way that this works.
MSG, he seems to love it. Well, he didn't seem to like it with that video, did he? We have to check that video out with Guga doing the dry age with MSG. It'd be interesting to see that.
So I went ahead and tried it, using $1 steaks.
$1 steak? Which sweatshop you getting this steak from? Fuyo, so cheap.
But then I went ahead and cooked it on the grill.
I would see the use of using some cheap steak because making video after video after video, it can get quite pricey, and I know that from experience.
Does the sparkling water actually work?
It works.
Yes, it does.
Oh my god, this is good life hack, but meat in sparkling water. That must be the most pretentious meat out there.
Maybe not the most pretentious. If he was using maybe a very nice cut of beef, then maybe it would be a little more pretentious, but then you wouldn't need the sparkling water to tenderize it, now would you?
Shrimp fried rice for Uncle Roger.
1 pound peeled deveined shrimp, minced garlic. 1.5
Garlic.
tablespoons
Good.
minced ginger. 5 green onions. Bird's eye chili, fresh or dried. Wok. Medium heat. Prep ahead before cooking.
Correct. Egg fried rice go very fast. So niece and nephew, you should have all your ingredients ready.
Egg fried rice, stir fry, pad thai, all these things do go very quickly, or the cooking goes very quickly. The prep is the majority of the work.
Oil. Chili.
Wait, the oil choices, canola oil, peanut oil, okay. But avocado oil, that's the most white woman oil ever. But I guess it fit her vibe.
To use that for egg fried rice, I think I'd stick with the normal vegetable oil or peanut oil.
Oh, look, not bad. Thank you, niece Shireen. Your egg fried rice, not bad. Mwah.
I'm not going to comment on the egg fried rice. We'll just go to the next video.
So right there in the center, we're gonna do one more. Hiya!
Is she saying hiya? What? What the hell?
Gently, and notice that the spaghetti is still uncooked. Special recipe that I like to call spaghetti spaghetti.
I've seen a few of these TikTok videos, like these one-pot meal videos, and this is not a one-pot meal, this one. And I don't see the need to make pasta like this. I mean, how hard is it, honestly, to get a pot of boiling water, cook the pasta, and cook the meat separately? What is so difficult?
Getty spaghetti. More like getty that shit out of Uncle Roger's face. Hiya.
Here comes the fun part. Some
Oh
bell
my
peppers,
god, she's still going.
Bell peppers.
Nothing you do can save spaghetti now.
Pizza. I like to go like this. Wait, we got one more special ingredient.
Oh no, what?
Yes.
This is the first time, honest to God, ever seen anything like this in my life. This is absolutely disgusting. It's bad enough not cooking the pasta normally. If the pasta sauce is too acidic, you can add a little bit of sugar to it. But adding candy on top of that to this?
This look like candy. Is this candy?
They're gonna release the sugars, and it's gonna be just enough sweet.
So that's what's gonna solve.
Exactly.
I'm still a bit confused by these nerds.
Who put candy in pasta? Getty put candy in spaghetti. Hiya.
It just, these TikTok videos, honestly, whoa, I don't know if we're gonna be reviewing any more TikTok videos.
I guess I know why she say hiya in beginning. Because her food so bad, she have to hiya herself.
Don't have to cover it. All right, it's been 20 minutes.
Oh, ew. Who want to eat that?
Amazing.
Let's just look at the end product for 1 second. Does that honestly look nice? And I'm not trying to be mean to her. I'm just saying that that is not nice.
That look disgusting. Where she get this recipe from? Jamie Oliver cookbook? Check. Alright. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Look ridiculous. I look ridiculous.
Well guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Only one out of all these TikToks did okay. The rest were like, it's not even worth to comment on, but the last one out of all of them was, for me, was one of the most disgusting.
Hi people, and today I'm back cooking again. And today I'm gonna have a try at making meatballs. Lee, back it in.
It's gonna be one of these videos, isn't it? Well, at least it's going to be fun.
You can see I've made 2 meatballs.
What is that? Those aren't meatballs, yeah? Oh my goodness, this is going to be one of these videos, isn't it? I should have expected this. Kay making meatballs. And you would think that she has enough butter on the pan, by the way, yeah? I think it's enough, so it doesn't stick to the pan.
Don't look like they're not. They are meatballs, Lee. They will be when they are cooked.
Even her son is saying that they're not meatballs, huh? Even her son is saying this, so I don't know. Let me know down below, guys, if you really think that Kay doesn't know how to make a meatball, yeah? Let me know, because I think she does know how.
All I'm doing is just getting some mincemeat. I don't know if you can see, but Lee walked off and left the camera. But all I'm doing is I'm getting some mincemeat, rolling it.
What the f*** is this? Like, seriously, what the f*** is she making? These are not meatballs, yeah? And how she's making them too, on the stovetop, which she shouldn't be doing, while it looks like she's cooking something else, because you can see one of the cooktops is actually on, the purple one. Oh my goodness, this is not going to turn out well.
So what I'm doing is rolling it in my hand. I don't know if you can see me what I'm doing, but and then I'm dipping it in egg. I've got, by the way, I've got some eggs and I've beaten them up. Really had a go and beat up. Beat you up in a minute, Lee.
Kind of sounds like she wants to backhand her son. He's being a little smart.
And all I'm doing is I'm just getting a load of mincemeat. And, like I said, dipping them in egg. I'll put that one there.
Gosh, she's taking forever to make these bloody little meatballs. Let's fast forward.
I don't know if you can see, but I've also got some chips cooking. That is a proper chip pan, not like the ones that you get now with all the little handles and everything.
This is a dangerous little setup to be working with something, especially hot oil, yeah? You're frying French fries and you're working right next to this on the stovetop. This is very, very, very dangerous. Not only that, but when you have a cooktop that's glass, if you pour any like cold liquids or any liquids on it while it's still hot, you can damage it. So, you know, it's not the best setup.
Well, first of all, I'm going to make a tray full and see how they come out.
Why is she not mixing the minced meat? Like, it doesn't take a lot of effort. You just mix the minced meat until you have meatballs. Otherwise, if you don't mix it, you can see what's happening already here with some of them, that they're not sticking together, even if you're coating them with egg, and they're just falling apart. This is because you actually have to mix it together. Moreover, you need to add some seasoning to this. If you have really good mincemeat, like Wagyu or something like this, okay, you don't need to add a lot of seasoning, some salt, some pepper. But with this meat, which is probably cheap, you need to enhance the flavor a little bit. Make it more flavorful.
We always get a bit giddy over at night time, I know.
I wouldn't say it like that, because that doesn't sound wrong.
Well, you know what I mean, a bit...
Hyper.
Because we get a bit tired, that's what it is.
You don't.
And most people, when they get tired, they get a bit, oh my God, my balls fell apart.
Get a bit childish, you mean?
No, I'm just like that all the time.
You know, it's pretty sad when the jokes are better than the food. I mean, just look at the meatballs. They look sad, don't they?
2 hours later.
Right, now that. Let me just... That's it, get rid of that.
Look at the mess on the cooktop. When you work, it's a good idea to try to stay, you know, like as clean as possible. If you're going to be paneing anything or putting anything into egg, it is a good idea to maybe get a larger container. That way when you put your hands in there to try to take it out, it'll be a little easier. Because this is reminding me when Jack put all the bison meat in a very small bowl and his hands went into the bowl and he was trying to work with it.
Here we go, ready? Nice.
It just doesn't make any sense.
So now I'm going to open the oven. Yes, pull. That's it. Oh my word, what should the steam? That's because I didn't clean it out yesterday like I normally do.
You know, I honestly don't know what's worse. Cooking with Kay or cooking with Jack? Let me know if you think that Jack is worse than Kay or Kay is worse than Jack. Personally, I think Kay has tried to improve with previous recipes, like with the egg fried rice. But these meatballs, she needs to start from scratch again and start over.
And I'm going to put my balls in for 10 minutes. Oh!
What was that? She forgot something that she left in the oven, and she couldn't put the meatballs in the oven. Ooh, boy. I'm not going to say anything.
Well, I just want to tell you something. I don't know if you can hear me over the alarm. Does my head in?
Yeah, if I heard that noise going off all the time, it would do my head in as well.
Just to tell you, there might not be some cooking for a couple of days. Okay then. And the reason being is that my cooker top is cracked. I don't know what happened. I just wiped it down one day and I just noticed it was cracked.
I think I know why it was cracked. It was a little too hot and she may have spilt some liquid on the top. That's possible.
You can see all the juice has melted into it, which is something I didn't want to happen. So what I'm going to do is,
What is this? This is like a disgusting looking tray of minced meat that's just boiled in the oven. It's not nice.
Nearly ended up with that ball on floor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drain some of this juice off, put them back in the oven for another 10 minutes. But first I'm going to turn them over. Oh, this is going to be fun, trying to turn them over. As you can see, they've not stayed in the shape I made them, but it don't really matter because at the end of the day, they're classed as meatballs.
I hate to say it, but they didn't stay in the shape because you didn't mix it enough. It's important to mix the minced meat so that way they actually stay in their shape. And if you add egg to the mix, it helps them to stay more in the shape. You could also add a little bit of bread or a panade to the mix to help make sure that the meatballs don't dry out while they're cooking.
Right, now they're all turned over. I've decided I'm not going to take that juice out in it because it'll probably melt by the time it gets in. So now I'm going to put them in oven for another 10 minutes. You don't have to...
That's it. Remove the little bit of egg that's sticking up.
You don't have to turn them over, but I just think it gives them more chance of doing all the way through.
I guarantee you these meatballs are going to be dried out, but like completely dried out.
You can see they're starting to look a bit like meatballs. Meatballs. Sorry, I couldn't tell. Just too busy. Now I'm going to turn them over again. As you can see, I haven't took any juice out.
She's going to turn them again. Is she going to cook them again? She's already cooked them twice in the oven, and right now they look overcooked. We'll see.
I'm just turning them over. Like I said, I've been putting them in for 10 minutes. I don't know how long they want. It's been ages since I was at school and did any.
If you're not sure if the meatball's done or not, if you don't have a thermometer, you can cut one in half and see whether or not it's done inside. It's easy to tell, instead of just overcooking it again and again and again and again.
So now they can go back in the oven for another 10 minutes.
She's going to cook this again for 10 more minutes. The minced meat is already dead. You don't need to like try to kill it again. It's already cooked. It's already overcooked, I should say. Oh.
As you can see, they've come out and they look quite nice. And I've got my best taste tester to try it. Would you please try this, what I have got on the fork?
It's just come out.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be hot though, isn't it? Just take it bit by bit and tell me what you think, please.
Yeah, it is going to be hot if it just came out. I mean, you need to at least let the meat, well, they're not meatballs, you at least need to let the poor looking meatballs like rest a little bit, cool down a bit, because you know, you can still burn yourself.
They've been in long enough and they should be done now. Yes? No?
No, I'm joking.
I'm going to rip your head off. Well, yes, they're done.
You don't need to give them the crap to see if, whoops, you don't need to give them this to see if it's like done or not. It is crap, isn't it? Kind of looks like it.
What are you doing, Tess?
I don't always eat my own food.
Ah, so she confirms it. Kay doesn't always eat what she makes because she doesn't always taste in all her videos. She makes her son taste in most of her videos, and even he doesn't taste some of the food. So that means that they know that it's bad. At least I think.
These are just pure mincemeat, and yes, I know people are fed up, but yes, guess what? Dogs can have them.
This is good enough for your dogs. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't even feed this to my dogs. I have had some pretty picky dogs in my life.
These are the meatballs. You don't need to have chips with them, but this is the end product of how to make meatballs.
That's not how you make meatballs. Kay, if you do watch this, if you would like me to come to England and to cook with you, do a collaboration, I would love to, and I would. I really would. Let me know if you would like to make some meatballs together, or if you would like to make some paella or anything else, because trust me, cooking is not as difficult as a lot of people make it out to be.
Well, I hope that showed you how to go on with meatballs, or roughly going on, or showing you how to start making them.
At the end of the day, they weren't meatballs. It was just pieces of minced meat that were kind of, you know, rolled together, but they fell apart. Let me know what you thought down below, guys, on Kay's meatballs. And let me know as well if you think that Kay knew that she did bad. Because with her giggling all the time and then at the end her saying this is kind of the way I'm making meatballs, I think she knows how to make meatballs.
So many niece and nephew asking Uncle Roger to review the worst cooking show on YouTube. And Uncle Roger say, hi, but I reviewed Jamie Oliver so many times already. Just kidding, just kidding.
Less than 12 seconds into the video and we're already poking fun at Jamie Oliver.
This channel we're watching today is the Cooking with Nephew Jack show.
You ready to take a peek?
No.
Take a peek. There it
No.
is.
Oh!
Oh, it's beautiful.
Beautiful. Oh my god, this is food kidnapper feed to victim. Instead of garbage to Nephew Jack, you should call this fritzel soup.
Oh, he's going to be making some interesting things today. This should be interesting. And hopefully, guys, none of you ate before seeing this, because me, I've learned from my past mistakes with reviewing like Cooking with Jack, and I haven't eaten yet. And I'm a little hungry, so let's get on with the video.
Oh. Salad! I start off pretty bad already. And what with that intro? And the comment turned off. I think this leg gonna come down from chair soon.
I know some of these videos are like pretty old, but this song just reminds me of American Pie. It really does. Let me know down below if any of you watched American Pie, if you even know what it is, and well, if you like the movies.
That's right, another video geeked on coffee. Look, it's my Disneyland cup too. Good old Goop. Oh, hey. By the way, did that sponsor check from Disney ever arrive? No?
What?
They haven't sent their check yet?
The only way Disney will pay this guy is for him to stay away from Disneyland. Don't touch the children, Nephew Jack. And this video quality. I think even ISIS hostage video got better quality.
That's it, Uncle Roger. Take no prisoners. The video quality may not be the best. Oh, it's not as bad as the kitchen. I mean, just look at the color. This like neon green. But in any case, it is pretty good for being more than 15 years old.
Everybody's starting to complain about the temperatures right now, so we're gonna teach you a dinner that you can prepare the night before. It's cold, everybody loves it, it's delicious, and...
Okay, I guess if it's really hot outside, you can have nice cold salad with cold tomato, cucumber, and what? Pork and bean for your salad. And it comes from can? I thought you said hot summer day you want something cool and fresh. Pork and bean?
We're gonna be making a pork and bean salad. Seriously, with canned pork beans. From our previous videos with Cooking with Jack, nothing seemed, even the simple recipe seemed like good.
And why he using bathroom towel for kitchen?
Well, you can obviously tell that this house, the kitchen is dated. I mean, it's old. But just look at the color on the walls. Forget the tiles, that's not the worst thing. For me, the color of the walls, that's kind of how I felt in the last video with the enchiladas. And if you haven't seen that video, guys, then you should definitely check that video out. But I warn you, please don't have something Well, don't eat anything heavy if you have a queasy stomach and you're going to be seeing that. Trust me, you don't want to.
Let's start with bean salad first. Okay, so here's the tip. If you notice here on the can, I have cut it and it's sinking in a little bit.
No, don't do that.
There you go. I've gotten rid of the lid now. I drained all the juice. And then you can see right here, look at that. There's that bad boy. You know what that is? That is the fat from pork and beans. This is somehow going to add flavor. I have no idea, but here we go. Ready? Launch. Gone.
What the fuck? Don't just throw random shit everywhere. You don't have trash can, is it?
Why do you have to be so messy in the house, flinging food everywhere? It's not good. It's not good to throw food everywhere.
Dump in the bowl. Okay, now I'm cutting a large onion.
Onion for salad, okay.
I'm going to say 1/4 of it. So let's get rid of the rest.
What is that thing? What is that?
There you go.
Oh!
That looks pretty good.
Oh, it onion chopper. That's the most useless thing in kitchen. Just chop onion with knife, Haya. It's not difficult, Nephew Jack.
Why is he using an onion chopper? He has a knife. Not the right knife when cutting the onion. You should have a chef knife, but why? Oh, that's right. Maybe this is going to be a lazy man's recipe.
You got 20 knives sitting back there, but you're still chopping onion with this flashlight? Sorry, children.
Well, we almost made it 5 minutes without any dirty jokes. At least he put sorry, children.
Take those onions, put them right in there, in the mix.
Ugh.
I do heaping tablespoons.
No! Heaping what? No! Mayon!
2 heaping tablespoons. And you're going to mix it in. You're gonna...
Mayonnaise! He's putting mayo in pork and beans. Oh my goodness. There's no explanation, you know? I don't even need to say anything. It speaks for itself.
Mayonnaise in your salad.
Take a look at that. Bean salad. Very thick consistency.
That's not bean salad. That's not bean salad.
No.
That's diarrhea. What is this?
To be honest, it actually looks like what it can give you. So if it looks like diarrhea, you know, if you didn't have it before or after eating it, you're bound to have it.
You say you want this for summer. Can you imagine? You're having picnic on hot summer day and then someone break out the mayonnaise and bean salad. Hiya, Uncle Roger gonna kill myself. Fuck your picnic.
Uncle Roger, this is nothing compared to some of the other videos that I don't think you've seen yet. And actually, you should see some of Jack's other videos, yeah? I'd like to see what your reaction would be to them, because mine, I wasn't as nice as I maybe should have been. I don't mean any ill will towards Jack or anything like this. It's just that, you know, some of them were disgusting.
And then you're going to put in 2 cups
vinegar. Just pour straight in there.
Vinegar. Don't worry if you spill over a little bit.
No.
Apples. 1.
Ugh.
2.
You want to make salad dressing, you make salad dressing separately, then pour on your salad. Don't just mix all the shit in. Oh.
Well, of course it depends on what type of salad you're making, but what Jack is making is not really a salad as much as it is turning into a soup. It's so liquidy. I mean, seriously, you can have a mayonnaise-based salad, that's fine, they exist, there's a lot of them, but come on. I mean, this is bean soup with mayonnaise. Yeah.
2. That's going to put a little tang in there, okay? And you're going to mix.
I think by tang, he means diarrhea.
And you're going to throw that in the refrigerator, and it's going to be great. This is something you can make the night before and just pull it out the day of.
No. After seeing your cooking, I think the only thing you should pull out is your dad from your mom, so they don't give birth to you and make this shit. Niece and nephew, you really want Uncle Roger to suffer? Asking me to review this concentration camp food. Uncle Roger have a feeling that not even the worst video he made.
No, this isn't the worst video that Jack's made. Actually, I don't think we have seen some of the worst videos that he's made, but this one, so far, is not the worst that he has made that we have reviewed. No.
Holy shit, this guy got 1700 video. My God, his latest video 13 hours ago. Holy shit, who giving him the confidence to keep making video?
Well, you do have to give Jack that. He does not lack confidence. So much so that for the past 15 years or more, I think now, he has been posting this type of content and he has a pretty big following. Yeah? Like, pretty big. I guess people like seeing him cook. Me? I'm not one of them.
This guy been making video for so many years now. Let's see if there anything worse. Garbage too? Niece and nephew better smack like butter now. Uncle Roger torturing myself for you.
Yeah, well, Uncle Roger's not the only one suffering. If you do happen to enjoy this video, guys, then please do hit that like button, because trust me, this it's not easy for me actually watching Jack. It isn't. It never is.
At least the intro slightly improved.
Yeah. Well, depending on who you ask, but yeah, the intro is a little better.
Okay, so this is another spur of the moment video, and I'm going to explain it to you in a minute. It's kind of sick and gross.
Sick and gross. You know, I don't think I've ever heard Jamie, and I'm not comparing the two of them, I'm not, because Jamie is an actual chef, he's 10 million times better than Jack with the cooking. Even though we may not like all the recipes, I'd still like Jamie. But the worst thing I think Jamie has used for any of the words to explain anything is gnarly.
Chicken's looking amazing. Gnarly on both sides and just cooked through perfectly.
I don't think he's used sick and gross before. Maybe he has in one of his videos, I don't know. If any of you have seen Jamie say anything like somewhat similar like this, let me know.
It's sponsored by Harry's Razors today.
What? He got...
Right, Harry's Razors back if you guys...
This guy got sponsor!
Well, Uncle Roger, I feel the same way. I mean, once in a while I'll get a sponsor and it's great, but it seems like Jack does get quite a few sponsors, doesn't it? I don't know, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
Oh my god, Harry Razor, who you sponsoring?
These are all left over from other videos. I pulled it all out. So we got these sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato,
smoked turkey. Some leftover bacon, that's on its way
leftover bacon.
The injected sirloin, the smoked is in here. I'll show you all that.
Sirloin steak.
When I did the smoked sirloin,
hot
I put
dog.
Dogs on there. I got an onion.
Oh.
It's like ready to start oozing crap.
Oozing?
I'm serious. If I don't use this onion today, it's going in the garbage.
Everything should go in garbage now? None of this shit look fresh?
Guys, real quick, if you have things that may start to be going bad in the fridge, like some veggies or anything, you can cook them and it can give you a couple more days, before it turns like bad. But if the veggies or anything starts to turn putrid, like really turning bad, don't try to save it, really. If you have, say, lettuce or any herbs and they start to smell like grass clippings, throw them out. If you have meat that starts to have a really putrid smell, not good to be eating it because you can make yourself sick.
Usually when people make cooking video, they use freshest ingredient, some farm to table shit. This guy not farm to table. He trash can to table.
Yeah, normally it is like farm to table, or from seed to table, or something like fresh, because fresh is best. But this is the first time, like literally, I've ever heard anyone use or see anyone use rotten ingredients to make soup. I mean, there are some dishes that exist where you want the meat to actually turn, like the Greenland shark, for example. This is one process of either curing or anything. I'm not an expert on Scandinavian cuisine, but it's not a pretty thing to eat. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I haven't smelled it in person, but it's supposed to be horrific.
I don't want to waste any food, so I called it garbage stew.
Garbage stew. I get it. Wasting food bad for environment. So you use all the food to save the planet.
If you do have a bit of space and you have a garden, you can do what a lot of people do and just make compost. It's to take all the ingredients that you don't need or the leftovers, the scraps, put it in the little bin, allow that to turn into compost. You have to move it around a bit, let it basically break down, get some earthworms and everything, and you can have fertilizer, free fertilizer for your garden. Again, if you have anything going bad in the fridge, guys, do not try to eat it. Don't.
The onion is no good. There's stuff oozing out of it. I don't want to ruin the dish. Or make my...
You don't want to ruin the dish, but you name your dish garbage stew.
Right.
Oh.
Cut up all the hot dogs. I don't know how I want the
hot dog in stew?
I guess I'll do them in just small pieces.
That weird ingredient.
Just like kind of like this.
Have you ever had hot dog stew? I know beef stew, chicken stew, but hot dog in stew?
Cut up this turkey. This is turkey breast right here.
Turkey in stew, okay.
Pulling the meat off the...
And at least all his meat cooked before.
The dark meat, get rid of the skin.
If you don't want to cut all the meat up, you can actually shred it. It's a little more work, but you can get a different texture with the soup. So it'll be nice, like with chicken soup. You and shred it, or you can leave it whole in little pieces and leave it chunky.
All right, so the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take this lime, so just take your hand and roll it.
Lime, sweet potato, garlic. He's just throwing random shit in pot now. The Rachael Ray way.
She's actually quite a successful businesswoman, so she cooks better than this, but yeah, it is a bit of a, I don't know, it's weird combinations. Sweet potatoes, lime, and garlic and everything is just not good.
The chopping so awkward.
Them in small pieces. Good.
No, don't put your finger out like that. You're gonna cut yourself.
Just like that.
Oh, okay, that better.
Now, if you want to cook anything faster, a great way on speeding up the cooking process is to actually cut everything super small, or smaller at least, not super small, or thinner. That way it can cook much quicker. Because if you look at the pieces right now, the sweet potato that Jack's cutting is gonna take a long time to cook. Unless, of course, you do want these pieces and you are gonna be like cooking or stewing it for a long time.
His food so terrible. If he cut himself, the blood actually make it taste better.
My crock pot was not big enough for all my leftover garbage in my fridge. So I now have to go with my mom's old sauce pot. I love you, Mom. Thanks for leaving this to me.
If that's the only thing your mom leave you, you know you're not the favorite child in family.
Anytime that you're not sure on how much you're going to make, it is a good idea to use like a bigger pot. Otherwise, you know, you can run into some complications.
Put in the meat. It's all cut up. Bacon, hot dog, turkey, and
weird combination.
Next, the fresh vegetables.
Wait, vegetable, go in already. No. When you're making Western food, this kind of vegetable, the carrot, the celery, the onion, they form the base of your dish. It's called mirepoix.
Huh? Uncle Roger knows what mirepoix is. Very nice. But I didn't see Jack cut any carrots, just sweet potatoes. And sweet potatoes and carrots are not the same vegetable. But mirepoix is the French aromatic vegetables that we use to start soups, sauces, stews, a lot of things. In Italian cooking, they use a sofrito, which is the same as mirepoix, and then here in Spain, we also use a sofrito, but it's different than mirepoix, other veggies.
But you can't just put vegetable in raw like this. You have to saute them first, caramelize them a little bit, bring the sweetness out for better flavor. Don't just whack it in there like this. Mirepoix is Western cooking basic. You also don't know.
Green beans, the stew of corn.
Wow.
But what Uncle Roger expect?
They're not hot, by the way.
It's called garbage stew.
Ortega chilies.
I think I'm setting my standard too high.
You know, I think I did two reviewing Jack's first video, and then the second one I set my standards a little lower, and right now I don't have any standards really with reviewing Jack. I just expect him to make something that's a little edible, something.
I should cut those up.
Uncle Roger always say, cook with feeling, but his feeling all wrong.
Yes. Little Cajun seasoning.
What?
A beer.
The beer actually freshest ingredient in this stew.
I don't know about the beer being the freshest ingredient, but I will say this. I bet it's the best tasting thing.
Doesn't this look like it might fit in my crock pot? Doesn't it? All right, let's try it.
Who care?
Go back to the garage and go get it. If it doesn't fit, it's gonna be pretty darn.
Who care what pot you cook in? Garbage is still garbage. Oh no, now you're ruining 2 pots instead of 1.
Here, Melo. You're gonna do 4 hours on high or 8 on low. I'm gonna do 4 hours on high.
Put it in for like 24 hours. Just burn the whole thing down. Uncle Roger don't care anymore.
4 hours it's going to be cooking as well. You know, after a few hours it's going to kill all the bacteria and anything in it. But again, if anything has turned, you need to be a little careful about this. And guys, if you ever see like a tin can that's bloated, do not use it because it's not common, but you can get what's called botulism. And botulism is nothing to play with. You can get very sick or you can lose your life eating it, Contaminated food.
Okay, when you have about 15 minutes left, I want you to take the lid off. You ready to take a peek?
No.
Take a peek. There it
No.
is.
Oh!
Oh, it's beautiful.
Beautiful? Really?
Beautiful. Everything looks so uncooked still. Look at the hot dog just floating in there next to the clump of meat. Oh my god. This is food kidnapper feed to victim. Instead of garbage stew, Nephew Jack, you should call this fritzo soup.
Sure. There we go. And then once you pulled it all out, you can either snap a picture of it and then send it to me on Facebook on the show page.
Please, don't give him more fan engagement, please.
No, don't encourage him. Now watch this. I'm sure Jack is going to be saying that this is the best tasting soup ever. It's either that he truly believes this, he doesn't have any taste buds, or he's fibbing. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Cajun flavor.
You like this?
And jalapenos. Oh, oh yeah.
See what I mean? He likes it. Not only that, but he did a little whoa. He was so happy about it.
Call him Leonardo DiCaprio. He's so good at acting.
I've really never done a garbage stew before, but I had to use all the ingredients. All right, so I'm gonna eat this for dinner with my family. I will see.
Dinner with your family.
Take care.
No, who your family? Pack of stray dog. This look like food for divorced people. Like when Auntie Helen leave me, I just take whatever shit she left behind in the fridge and I make food from that. I think Nephew Jack is the guy version of K cooking.
You're not thinking about it. I haven't said it, but I also made this little comparison. I was thinking, yeah, you know, it's like you have Kay's cooking in the UK and then you have Jack in the US. But I do have to admit, I still think that Kay can cook better than Jack. I mean, she has made some, like, you know, things that are not nice, but I still think if you go to Kay's very first video or recipe video, it's not that bad. And Jack, I haven't seen a good one yet.
Uncle Roger hope I don't meet this guy in real life. He even making all white people ancestor cry now.
Are you a foam guy or are you a shaving cream guy?
I'm a no mayo in salad guy. There'll be so many bloopers for this.
Well, guys, that was difficult to watch, but not as bad as I actually thought it was. Maybe it's because Uncle Roger was also suffering and it made it a little easier. I have to admit, this kind of reminds me of American Pie.
Okay, I got a whole pound of bison left, so we're gonna make a bison burger out of it.
I absolutely love that cutting board. It's time to throw this piece of you-know-what out and buy a new one. Now, if you are to take a magnifying glass, and with this one we don't need a magnifying glass to see, but if you were, every time the knife passes on top of the cutting board, you're cutting into it. Now, for the most part, it's fine, and plastic is a standard to use in the kitchens. We have to use plastics, but using cheap little plastic cutting boards like this, where the plastic's not as hard, you can get bits in your food.
Pound of ground bison, garlic powder.
For those of you guys that don't know what bison is, it is buffalo meat. Now in the US, it's more readily available. I haven't seen it here in Europe. I'm not saying that you can't get it, but I haven't seen it. Now bison is a little different than beef. Bison is much leaner, so when you cook it, you need to be careful. If you overcook it, it will be much harder than what you will expect. It will be like rubber.
Dried chopped onions. There we go. Here we go. Gonna crack an egg in there.
Well, that's the first time I've ever seen anyone punch an egg before. Maybe it was a bad egg and he decided to hit it. But in any case, if you're gonna open it like this, be a little careful. Eggs are delicate. You don't really need to give it a lot of force.
Top it off. Some of the best teriyaki sauce you'll ever taste. Just for a little kick, a little flavor. All right, a lot of flavor. There we go.
Ground meat in general is usually of lesser cuts of meat, of beef, of pork, whatever it may be. It's all the sinew, the ligaments, or the trimmings, the fat. It's the extra bits. And sometimes you even get a few bones here now and then, so you have to be careful. But in any case, it's normally of lesser quality, unless of course you ask the butcher to make it with a better cuts of meat, or you do it yourself. Bison per pound per kilo is more expensive than beef. Again, it depends on what brand you're getting and what the bison has eaten, just like the cow, what they ate, if they're grass-fed, if they're pellet-fed, whatever. With a better quality type of meat, you don't want to cover that flavor up.
Now, you're thinking, ew, there's a lot of liquid in there. How am I gonna hold that all together? I'm gonna mix it, it's gonna fall apart when I fry it. Well, that's why you get the breadcrumbs out. Love breadcrumbs. what breadcrumbs do, they add a little substance, but they also hold everything together. Okay, here we go. Ready? Nice.
When you need to add a binder to ground meat, you can add an egg to ground meat. This will be a binder. If you add the whole egg, you need to make sure that it's for the right amount because if you add a whole egg, it will be a little too watery. Just the yolk you add normally is the binder. You can also add breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs will absorb the excess moisture and will help keep everything together. Now, instead of using breadcrumbs, there's another method that I use for my meatloaf and for my meatballs and everything else, and it's called panade. Now, panade is a French technique. It's an older technique by taking either stale bread or bits of bread that you cut up, add a little bit of milk to it, and then mash it into a paste. And what this paste does is it not just helps as a binder, but it also helps to keep everything moist. If you add too much of the panade to the ground meat, it will taste a little too much like bread, so you don't want this, but you just need to add a little bit, just enough, to help keep the ground meat from drying out and from it becoming quite hard if you want it cooked a little more well done.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Nice.
There are so many things to pick apart in this video. I can stop every 5 seconds. So, first off, rings in general are not a good idea to use. It's your prerogative. If you don't care, that's fine. Specifically types of rings like this where you either have little diamonds or little rubies or whatever it may be, little things, attachments on them, they can fall off while you're working and then that goes into the food. When mixing ground meat or anything like this, you want to always try to get the biggest bowl that you can use so you can, put both hands in it and mix it well. And if you don't have a big bowl, you can use a pot if you don't have a bowl. If you don't have a bigger pot, then you can use a tray, but something that you can use to be able to mix it properly, because it's a little ridiculous having to use such a small bowl and not being able to get your hands in there.
Nice. See how it's kind of sticky? Not wet, but sticky. Beautiful. Well, there's your patty right there. No, just kidding. All right, let's make some patties right now. Now remember, these patties can't be well done, okay? Not with bison. It's got to be medium rare or rare. So if you don't like medium rare or rare burgers, don't do this.
To clarify a little bit, bison doesn't need to be rare or medium rare. You can cook it to medium. And you can cook it to well done. You just need to remember that it is going to be harder. But if you cook it to medium, it'll be fine.
All right. There's one. You know they're perfect consistency when they try to almost stick to your hand, but they don't. There's two. Beautiful. There's three. They're almost done. Look at them. Oh, they smell great. They're almost done.
There is no moisture in the pan. It's dry. Buffalo is lean, but that lean is a little surprising. But in any case, it is lean, so you do need to add a little bit of oil. But these burgers do not look like they're done yet. I mean, they're not cooked. They're still plump.
Still a little pink on the sides here. I'm just going to wait a few more minutes. Never, by the way, never, write this down, never press down your patties. That's such a bad thing to do. It squeezes all the juice out of them. Look at those bad boys.
So there is such a thing as a smash burger. And a smash burger is when you actually smash the patty as you're cooking it. But if you do have a patty that's about this thick, and if you don't squeeze the juices out, it will have more flavor. Then again, unlike carbonara, burgers are very versatile. You can make them however you want them, basically.
Okay? Never do that. I'm going to show you how to build a hamburger. That's right. Normally I don't, I'll just show you the end product, but let's show you how I put it together. Grab yourself a bun. These are the King's Hawaiian buns. They're so sweet. They're delicious. Then we'll drop teriyaki because it is a teriyaki bison burger.
Now, like everything, everybody has their own opinion about how they like the burger, but I like my burger buns toasted. When you put the burger on it, it won't be as soggy. It helps a little bit, just a little bit. I mean, it won't save it, but it does help a little bit. And it adds a little bit of texture as well.
Gonna slide that right on the bun. Beautiful. Look at that. Now, before it cools down,
This burger looks so dry. You need to cook it with a little bit of oil and you need to treat it properly because otherwise it will look dry, but this looks dry.
Grab yourself a piece of cheese so the heat starts melting it.
Oh. Grab a piece of cheese so the heat starts melting it. You're supposed to put it on when the burger is still hot in the pan, or you can put it in the salamander and flash it for a second, or in the oven again and flash it for a second. Or if you're cooking it on the stovetop, put a lid on it because like this, the cheese is not going to melt properly. It's cold by now. I mean, it takes time when you're filming. It takes a lot of time to be able to move around the kitchen.
Slice of tomato right on top. Now, I don't know if you have these. They always have them at Subway. They're called pepper rings or banana peppers or pepperoncinis or whatever you want to call it. I like this. Gives it a little extra kick. Put that right on there.
After this video, we're going to have to review another burger.
Beautiful. And top it off once again. Little drop of teriyaki there. That's my teriyaki. Okay.
Jack makes his own teriyaki sauce. Oh, nice. He put a decent amount of teriyaki sauce already in with the ground meat. He put some on the bottom, and then we put some more on top. I mean, it's smothered in teriyaki sauce. So I'm wondering if he didn't really like this bison meat.
It's awfully big, isn't it? Wow. And center it on the plate. There you go. All right, here we go. Now, I have to warn you, once again, this is going to be rare. So if you don't like rare, you might want to leave the room now. There we go. Oh, yeah. Gorgeous.
All right, now I'm not going to be nasty with Jack because you can fumble when you're speaking on camera and everything. Sometimes you don't think it happens. But before, just a few minutes ago, we did not want to smash the burger. What you do not want to do is smash the end product of the burger. Because if you look at it now, it looks sad.
I know it's going to be beautiful. I just know it. Oh, nice and pink, the way I like it.
Nice and pink. Now, everyone likes their burgers done differently. So it's your own personal preference. Let's pretend that this is for a restaurant. You can still see the sinew. If you zoom in here, we can still see the sinew. This is more blue than rare. With steak, you can cook your beef to medium rare to blue, and you will not get sick more often than not. The moment that you start grinding everything up, you will start to mix all the bacteria, the salmonella, whatever it may be, that's on the surface of that meat. So that internal temperature needs to be higher to be able to kill the bacteria. To be considered rare, the internal temperature, the internal temp, needs to come up to 120 Fahrenheit. I don't like mine fully cooked because it can be like a rubber ball that you put in your mouth, but more cooked than this. This is too underdone.
I can hear the emails coming. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Just take the bell off and put it on a bun. But anyway, there it is, right there. Let's give it a try. Well, there it is. It's gorgeous.
I bet he's gonna say it tastes delicious.
Don't forget, when you cook bison, it's either rare or medium rare. You go to well done and forget it. It's gonna toughen up, all right? So let's give this baby a try. Mmm. Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't know what to say. I mean, first of all, do not pick on Jack. This is not something to pick on him. We're reviewing the food, all right? Me personally, I would not eat this burger. I would need to cook it a lot more, and I don't like teriyaki mixed in with it. I could try it, but still with so much, no. And in those requests that I got to review Jack, I was warned that I may need to hold on to my food a bit, but we're gonna have to review more of Jack's videos because I have a feeling that, well, we may get a bit of a laugh out of them, and as well as I'll be able to hopefully teach you guys on maybe how to do some things another way or correctly or any of this. In any case,
today we review nephew Jeffrey Zakarian making Filipino adobo. This dish have many variation. Everybody make it different way, so it's hard to fuck up. But this nephew Jeffrey, he wearing suit to make Asian food. Uncle Roger don't have good feeling about this.
You know, I'm getting that same feeling that we had when we reviewed Rachael Ray's chicken adobo.
But it smells so good.
Uncle Roger, don't feel comfortable.
I have that exact same feeling right now. I don't know if it's gonna turn out really well.
I'm making a traditional dish, a Filipino adobo.
Oh. I can smell the spice though. There's something
Chicken
spicy
thigh
happening.
in a bag. Very.
Who the people sitting down? They just getting ignored.
How many people does it take to make chicken adobo? 4? I think the other 2 are taste testers.
Some low sodium soy sauce.
Low sodium.
By the low sodium.
Always.
Why? Low sodium soy sauce is soy sauce with less flavor. Who want that? Hiya. Don't be pussy. Buy regular soy sauce. Big man like you scare a little bit of sodium. Hiya.
Low sodium soy sauce. This is exactly what Rachael Ray used in her pad thai video.
You can also substitute 3 tablespoons total of soy sauce, low sodium soy sauce, liquid amino or tamari.
What? Liquid amino? No. Soy sauce wrong. Don't substitute wrong thing for more wrong thing.
Very inexpensive white vinegar.
Vinegar, correct? Maybe put more. Filipino people love vinegar.
This is true. I've worked around a lot of Filipinos in the kitchen, and we have also reviewed a lot of adobo recipes, and everybody says you need more vinegar in a lot of the videos that we've reviewed, except for Joshua's. Joshua did use like a lot of vinegar in his recipe. A lot.
Some brown sugar.
Sugar, good.
Some black pepper, a good amount of
black pepper, okay. Usually we use peppercorn.
Habanero.
What?
Habanero.
Habanero?
Hiya. Habanero don't even grow in Philippines. What you doing, soup nephew?
Well, I mean, if you're making this at home, you can make adobo however you want. It's basically whatever you have on hand, and you make adobo out of it. But habaneros, one, they're hot, yeah, very hot. They're much hotter than jalapenos. And habaneros also have a very distinctive flavor. There are many different varieties of habaneros. So I used to grow habaneros when I was a kid. Well, some of them are hotter than others.
Usually Filipino food not even spicy. No need to put chili in there. But if you want to put chili, use Filipino chili.
Habanero. Oh. Habanero.
That's the weirdest reaction to chili. Oh.
Habanero. Oh. Habanero. Habanero.
Ooh, okay, habanero. Let me know, guys, how you think this video is going to turn out. Do you think it's going to turn out good? Do you think it's going to turn out maybe a little, different? Maybe a little more like Rachael Ray's? Let me know down below what you think the end result's going to be.
Okay, and we're going to mix this together, massage it.
You went for it with that habanero, by the way.
Massage it and put it in the
They're getting ignored again.
Overnight. It gets better, okay?
Marinating, okay.
And we're going to strain the marinade. We're going to reserve the marinade. We're going to keep this. It's a lot of flavor.
Okay, good.
Uncle Roger's right. This is good. You do want to save that marinade. You don't want to throw it out. But then again, this is the Food Network, and our last video of the Food Network was the worst cooks in America. And if you haven't seen that video, then you should definitely see that video after seeing this one.
Then we're going to take a beautiful Dutch oven. We're going to sear it skin side down, get a really good color.
Searing okay, but that optional. And who making adobo in this fancy Le Creuset saucepan? Hiya. You know how expensive this shit is?
The thing is about good kitchen equipment, it can be very expensive, but just because you have good kitchen equipment doesn't mean that you're going to be a good chef. The most important thing to be a good chef is experience. The most important thing to make you into even a better chef is having the correct equipment.
Just spending money on saucepan, spending money on expensive soup, but the ingredient for adobo wrong? Why don't you spend money on Filipino cookbook instead? Hiya.
When they get nicely crusted, we're going to take them out.
Look nice.
Put them on a dish. Look at all that. Look at all that crust in the bottom of the pan.
And you want to keep that skin on, and you need to. And what's beautiful about that skin, it creates like a flavor protector, an insulator.
Who is he? What is this about talking about chicken skin and insulator? It's already cooked.
Really, nobody cares about those two people. They keep talking, and he keep ignoring. Why they there? Are they still getting paid by Food Network to be ignored? Must be nice. When Uncle Roger's still married to ex-wife Auntie Helen. I get ignored for free.
Oh, Uncle Roger, I'm sure a lot of people can relate to that.
Some onion?
No, traditional adobo. No onion.
They're putting onions in this? Wow, they may not add enough garlic if they're putting onions in it. Let's see.
Some garlic.
Garlic, correct.
A little salt and pepper.
But wait,
too much because we have...
Wait. That it? That all the garlic you use? You just use it. What? That too little nephew suit guy. When Uncle Roger making adobo, I use like 10 or 20 whole clove of garlic. Just smush the whole clove and throw in pot. Nephew suit guy, use the right amount, not the white amount. For Asian cooking, garlic is like money. It's never enough. Just putting 5 slices in there. Don't tease us with your 5 little slices of garlic. This guy treating garlic like truffle.
Well, that depends on the truffle. Truffles are very expensive. White truffles can be extremely expensive. Like anything, it's become a bigger industry, and today you can get truffles that are more readily available. They're not as expensive, but then again, if you want like some nice, expensive truffles, you're gonna have to pay. You will.
See that? It's not really, it's cooked. I just gathered all that stuff. And we're gonna do another gathering by deglazing with the marinade.
Deglazing? What deglazing mean? Adding liquid to hot pan, which allow all the caramelized bits stuck to the bottom to release. Oh, so deglazing just mean using liquid to clean the pan?
Basically, yeah, it is. Deglazing is used to clean the pan. This is it.
Then just say that.
But normally when we deglaze, I like to use wine or even say spirits, alcohol, bourbon, whiskey, because then you get the extra flavors from the alcohol as well. You infuse into the dish, or the extra sugars that are in, like say a nice sweet wine. When you deglaze with a nice white wine, it makes the dish sweeter.
Life too short for this Le Cordon Bleu cooking school bullshit. Deglazing. Does this guy also say he deglazing his toilet instead of flushing?
The thing is about cooking, and just in the French kitchen alone, you have to know a lot, and I mean a lot of cooking terms just to be able to work in a normal French kitchen. And I did go over some of these terms as well in my cookery course. So if any of you guys don't know, I have a cooking course. I've had it online for now over a year. You can go to my website and check it out. It is a 4.5-hour course and you will learn a lot. It's from basics to more advanced cooking. So be sure to check that out after seeing this video.
Okay. Very important in Filipino cooking with adobo is bay leaves.
Bay leaf correct? No, too little.
That's never enough, is it?
Plain old-fashioned water.
Water good. But I think that too much. It's gonna be so watery later.
Stock. Okay, you're gonna put that, the chicken skin side up, back in.
Yeah? Cook in the sauce, correct?
And we're gonna cook
but this adobo gonna be so bland.
Oh, that's great.
He added way too much water to this. Mostly the sauce is just water. If you guys haven't seen our view of Andy making his pork adobo, it wasn't chicken, it was a pork adobo. He made a delicious looking pork adobo. And if you haven't seen that video, you should definitely check it out after seeing this one, because I'll tell you what, Andy's recipe, I'd like to remake. This recipe is looking a little,
But after you get this,
what? Don't clap. Clap for what? That watery as shit. Adobo is the opposite of woman. It can definitely be too wet. Oh God. Sorry, children.
Yeah, he's not sorry. He's been watching Austin Powers.
Maybe.
I know it.
It did sound a little wet, didn't it? Right at the end. Ooh.
I have rice, warm white rice with no seasoning.
White rice with no seasoning? Like what? He didn't add salt to the rice, so he didn't cook it with any salt. Nothing. Just boiled rice with nothing, just plain water. Oh my goodness, why? The dish is bland enough. You don't need to make the rice bland.
That's what we call plain rice in Asia. Just rice. Nobody say rice with no seasoning. Hiya. When you're eating bread, do you also say, oh, I'm eating bread with no spread? No, we just say we're eating bread.
Has all the seasoning you need here, right?
I want to see you react.
Rice look okay.
Hey, the habanero is in there. So, a little of that beautiful sauce on top.
Beautiful sauce on top. That's very subjective, yeah, because to me, this doesn't look very beautiful, especially the sauce. It looks way too watery, and I don't think it has enough flavor. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't taste like anything, but I'm just saying that it doesn't look like it has an intense flavor to it.
Some parsley.
What? Did he say parsley?
Some parsley.
Parsley into Filipino adobo. Uncle Roger's so upset. I put my leg down from chair. Parsley don't belong in Asian food. You're not making pasta. Parsley and adobo. What the fuck? What the fuck?
The thing is, why add parsley and why add so much? Because keep in mind, these are cooking channels. Somebody is in charge of ordering all the ingredients for these recipes, or going to the store at least for the last minute things that they need. Yeah, someone's in charge for this. So why then do they never seem to have the correct ingredients when making some of these dishes? Or do they just run out? Because honestly, I don't think it would have been hard to nip down to the store to get some coriander or some spring onions. I don't think so. It's either that or they just don't know and they're just making something up. What do you guys think?
What type of Asian food got parsley in it? I think this nephew suit guy want to put cilantro or spring onion, but he cannot find, so he go, oh, this parsley, also small green leaf type of thing. Put that shit in there, nobody notice.
Uncle Roger, we really need to review Jamie making a paella together. Like seriously. And if somebody can find Jamie's actual paella that he deleted from the internet, that would be even better.
It was always served for me with lemon.
What?
Really?
Huh? Nobody eat adobo with... Uncle Roger, I eating adobo so many times now, never one time with lemon.
Lemon with adobo? But what are we making? Some fish and chips? Are we gonna add some mushy peas on the side as well?
What you mean always serve with lemon? Where you eating your adobo? Jamie Oliver restaurant, is it?
Monsieur, thank you. Oh, slips right through.
I can smell it.
Look at that, too watery. Nephew suit guy, it all going okay. Until you add the parsley, and now it all fucked up. Uncle Roger's sad now.
Uncle Roger, you're not the only one that's sad now. Overall, I mean, you have to just look at some of these recipes that they make on the Food Network and BBC and everything. I'm not saying all of them are bad, it's just that this was a little like, what the hell is going on? I mean, seriously.
Uncle Roger, I reviewed Jamie Oliver 2 times now. Still haven't heard back from him. I think Jamie Oliver don't like me. It's just comedy video, Jamie. You can roast Uncle Roger back if you want. Come, leave comment to roast me. Uncle Roger pin it and heart it for you. Even Uncle Gordon left comment on my video. It's your turn now. Let's see how Jamie do on ramen. Is it gonna be or is it gonna be yeah?
This is one of those things I've said many times in other videos, and I'll say again, that it would have been nice if Jamie would have at least acknowledged Uncle Roger a little bit, said something, fired back at him, insulted, whatever, because it was a comedic thing. It wasn't personal. I think he did take it personal, a little bit personal. So in any case, I like Jamie. I do a lot. It doesn't mean I like all his recipes, but I like him because he has a good personality.
We are going to make the mighty ramen. It's one of Japan's most treasured dishes, slow cooked and packed with flavor. We're talking about the most beautiful.
Check shit again. I think because Jamie restaurant all closed down, and now he has so many extra tablecloth he can wear as shirt.
Yeah, I think it's become a little personal with these videos, like, it really has.
Jamie never cooked anywhere normal. Last time he cooked in shed, now he cook outside trailer. Is he going through the walls or something? Did your wife take your house? With every video, his location get worse and worse. I think next video, Jamie gonna be cooking in prison.
And it all starts here.
I do have to admit that today's cooking location, cooking outside, is a bit strange to be making ramen. Then again, it is nice to cook outside when you're always in the kitchen cooking, and fellow chefs can relate quite easily to this. When you're in the kitchen day after day for 12 or more, 16 hours a day, you get very tired of seeing the same scenery all the time, the same kitchen. So anytime that I was in banqueting and I got to like go off site, I always volunteered for it because I wanted to get out of the kitchen and I wanted to see new things. And it is nice cooking outside, but sometimes it can be a little more difficult to make like more intricate dishes.
And it all starts here with some humble buns. The broth in a pan, fry off a handful of pork bones, 8 chicken wings.
Okay, pork bone, correct.
Pieces of ginger and 5 cloves.
Chicken wing, okay also.
Drizzle of sesame oil.
A Bit weird that he adding aromatic in the beginning. Usually when you start making broth, you just use bone to start.
There are many types of ramen, and the shio ramen, or the Sanosan recipe, is to actually blanch the bones and everything to make the stock first, to help remove all the impurities from the bones, the blood, and everything else, and then transfer that to a new pot with fresh vegetables to then make the stock. So it's a little different. I think Jamie is trying to make this a little quicker today, cutting corners. So we will see how it turns out.
You can have any meat in your finished broth. I've chosen to go with pork belly.
Ooh, pork belly. Pork belly, good. In Japanese, it's called char siu. Good topping. So Jamie gonna make ramen with char siu topping. Not bad, not bad.
To think about garnishes. Remember, ramen is the ultimate broth with the ultimate pimpage and garnishes, right? So
he correct.
Some crunchy bits of bashed up cracklings, and we love cracklings.
Pork crackling, not common, but he writes topping, all subjective.
For those of you who don't know what crackling is, or specifically this is made out of pork skin. We get it super, super crispy, and then you eat it. You can do the same thing with chicken, although chicken's much thinner. And this does add a very nice texture to whatever you want to add it to. You can even eat these individually like chips, add a little bit of salt to them before you finish them. Now, in the UK growing up, my father, I forget what he used to call it, but when they were kids, they used to go to the fish and chip shops, and they used to sell, I forget what it is, so for those of you who know, write in the comments, but they used to sell all the little bits from the batter that used to fall into the deep fryer. They used to sell that separately. So instead of eating, say, French fries or anything like this, you'd be eating like fried batter. So, you know, crispy things are tasty. It's not the healthiest, but they are tasty.
Roasted at the same time as these bones. Pop in the oven for 45 minutes at 200 degrees Celsius.
Usually when you make broth, you don't need to roast the meat first. Why the extra step? Hiya, too much time on your hand, is it?
And just let it do its thing.
I agree with Uncle Roger on this. Now, I do understand that Jamie's trying to get, say, more flavor out of the bones and everything, because when you roast the bones before we make chicken stock, or even we make beef stock, veal stock, or any of this, you get more flavor out of the bones. But with clear stocks, you don't want color on the vegetables, you don't want color on the bones or anything.
Hot pan coming through!
Wait, so inside his truck, there is fire. Jamie, that not safe. That not safe. Your trailer made of wood. This is fire hazard. Jamie, please don't die. Because if you die, Uncle Roger need to find new person to be my mortal enemy. Hiya. Please don't die. Hashtag keep Jamie alive.
So, we have...
He's right about that. I honestly do think they're mortal enemies right now. But if we just take a look at this little caravan, or the van that he has, I wonder if it was the producer's idea to have this little setup, or if it was Jamie's idea. And I wonder if Jamie actually owns this little truck. I wonder, he may actually own it, because it's quite unique, isn't it? I mean, this is not something that you could go to a local rental car company, or even for one of these little caravan shows and find, at least not here, maybe in the UK, yes, but just a little, I don't know, it's a little different.
We have a nice piece of crackling, look at that, to go with our lovely ramen. So that goes to one side.
He destroyed a whole baking pan to make one crackling. Hiya, you wasting money, Jamie. Look like Jamie Oliver have his own line of baking tray. That's why he want his viewer to destroy it. He can sell more, make more money. Uncle Roger, respect your hustle, Jamie.
In the kitchen, we use a lot of aluminum trays to put food on and then throw in the oven. When I was in London, we had a Josper grill, and Josper grills are fantastic. They're actually made here in Barcelona, and if anybody from Josper is watching, I would love a sponsorship. One time we did put something in the oven, it was so hot that the tray just disappeared. It was gone. There's nothing left.
Have a look in here, I mean, listen to it.
If you listen to your food, you know you need more friends.
Now let's get that on a hob. Add 1 tablespoon of miso paste.
Now if we take a very quick look at the chicken, you can actually clearly see that the chicken wing is burnt. So if you don't want to add this very bitter flavor, because anytime that you burn anything, it will add a burnt flavor to whatever you're making. If you don't want to add it, you need to remove it.
And top it off with 3 litres of water. Then add the pork belly that you remove the skin from. I'm just going to simmer this for hours and hours and hours, and that's going to bring out all the flavour. It's going to give gorgeous colour. Now leave to simmer for 4 hours.
No. Uncle Roger don't like this technique. You use miso paste to make flavoring for the broth, or what Japanese people call tare. You don't just throw miso into broth. You have to make miso tare separately. This is same mistake as Nigella Lawson. You throw miso in water. That's not making miso ramen. That's just making miso soup. Hiya.
Again, this is one of those recipes that if you're new to cooking, if you don't know anything about ramen or cooking in general, I would not follow this recipe. And I'm not trying to be mean with Jamie. I'm just saying that there are other recipes out there that are much easier to follow and much more straightforward than this. But what he's doing right now is cutting corners and throwing everything together in one pot and making something, which you can still make something out of this, but some of these other ingredients like the chashu, you should make separately.
Add 1 tablespoon of miso paste with 3 litres of water.
Also, 1 tablespoon of miso in 3 liters of water. That's too little miso. You can't taste shit. Instead of spending money on your own baking tray, why are you trying to save money on miso? Hiya.
Now leave to simmer for 4 hours. You can't rush this.
Another thing that nobody's talking about right now is that when you start to see a buildup of foam on the top of your broth, this is also for normal chicken broth or beef stock or anything like this, whatever you're making, not just for ramen, you want to remove the crud. You don't want the excess material that builds up on top, that foam.
It's gonna be an incredible flavor-packed base for the rest of the ramen.
I think 4 hours just about bare minimum to make good ramen broth. Uncle Roger think you should go longer. And why you cooking in the ground now? This really is cooking tutorial for the worst people. Uncle Roger can relate. When ex-wife Auntie Helen left Uncle Roger, she took everything also. My children, my house, my stove, and Uncle Roger have to cook shit in ground also. Jamie, I feel your pain.
I'm starting to think that some of this is actually a true story that he's turned into a little bit of a joke, a meme.
Over here, I'm actually going to cook some lovely soy marinated eggs, adding colour and flavour to the ramen. This is eggs.
Okay, egg, good topic.
Start by soft boiling 6 large eggs for 4 to 5 minutes. Then
4 to 5 minutes. Soft boil usually 6 to 7 minutes. I don't think the egg gonna be done cooking.
When making eggs, well, it depends on how you're going to make the eggs. First of all, it depends on what type of eggs that you're using. Because if you're using a chicken egg, it's not going to be the same as a duck egg. And if the egg is at room temp when you add it to the water, or if it's cold, if it's chilled, if you take it out of the fridge and then add it to the water, that's going to affect the amount of time when cooking eggs. So if you want to make an easy soft-boiled egg, or what we call a œuf mollet in French cuisine, this is a very easy egg to make. I have made a video on it, but I didn't like the video, so I need to make another one. I would suggest leaving the eggs at room temperature until they're at room temp, adding the eggs to the water, bringing that up to a boil, and you start counting the time when the water comes up to a boil. After 5 minutes, you start to run it under some cooler water, you crack the egg, and that's it.
drain and set to one side to cool while you make your marinade. I'm going to put in 200 mils of low salt soy sauce. I'm going to put...
Hiya, low salt soy sauce. For what? For what? Your body can't handle salt. Hiya, why so weak? So weak.
A lovely fragrant spice, star anise.
Star anise, a bit weird ingredient.
Condiment. I got
You mean
some
okay?
garlic here.
Now, it doesn't look like Jamie's adding any sugar to this. You can add a little bit of sugar to sweeten it, but he is adding some mirum, and this is a sweet rice wine. So depending on how much you add, you're going to increase the sweetness, but it's not like pure sugar. It has a different flavor to it. What I would suggest is, if you want to make this recipe, is that you make this recipe and you make another recipe, a different recipe from an actual like ramen chef, and you compare the two, because this recipe is a little different. And I'm not saying it's going to taste bad. It may taste actually really good, but it's always good to compare from, different recipes and see which one you like the best. And if you don't like it, you can tweak them.
And then I've got some ginger. Don't even...
Okay, those okay. Boiling it could take away sharpness of soy sauce.
Then put it all into a Ziploc plastic bag. Absolutely gorgeous. Just wind it up.
This Ziploc bag technique good. The marinade not bad. 1 point to Jamie.
Like this, put it in the fridge. The longer you keep it in it, the stronger the marinade and flavour. I'm mixing traditional Japanese accompaniments like seaweed with some new twists like fiery kimchi. A fermented...
Kimchi a bit weird. It's Korean, not Japanese.
When Jamie says things like fiery kimchi, you think that he really likes spicy food, and we know that's not the case. He doesn't like very spicy food, so the kimchi I don't think is fiery. I think it's very mild.
We've got steamed greens, steam it, and with the spinach, just wring it out super tight until you've got a dense ball of goodness.
Who want dense ball of spinach? Vegetable tastes like set. Who want to eat dense ball of set? Dense ball of set is what Uncle Roger called my testicle.
Finally, the all-important garnishes.
Jamie is actually doing a good thing with the spinach, but if you squeeze it out as much as you can and you extract as much water as you can, it'll help prevent you from diluting whatever you're going to be adding the spinach to, because if you put it, say, in a quiche, or if you even put it on a vegetarian pizza, or I don't know, if you add it to even, say, as a garnish for some chicken or anything like this, you don't want that excess water. You don't want to make things watery with it. So squeeze it like Jamie is doing over the sink as hard as you can, and then at the end put it on some paper towel, well, a couple pieces of paper towel, to then pat it dry, and you'll get rid of the excess moisture.
I've got the crumbled pork crackling, toasted sesame seeds, sliced chilies, spring onions and lime. To up
Lime a bit weird.
Simmering the pork and broth, you're ready to assemble your ramen. So let's just get that pork out. Look at that, just falling off the bone. Let's plate it up.
Wait, what? You gonna serve the char siu like this? Hiya, no. Season it. Put some soy sauce, braise it with some kind of sauce, do something to the char siu. Don't just serve it like naked like this. Char siu is Uncle Roger's favorite ramen topping. Supposed to look brown, beautiful and sexy. Good char siu should have same color as Ariana Grande now. Not Ariana Grande 10 years ago. What the hell is this pasty ass char siu? No flavor, no color. This char siu so white, it looked like it about to start a podcast. Hypocritical.
This is what I mean by sometimes you need to make some of the ingredients individually, and the char siu is not finished. And there are good tutorial videos on YouTube to see how to make the char siu properly. It's not difficult to make. And today with technology, the great thing is that you can compare a lot of these recipes within minutes of each other and see some of the results.
Just falling off the bone. Let's plate it up. Let's go in.
Wait, what?
Let's go in.
What? That's not even ramen. That's soba noodle. It completely different type of noodle. Hiya. Uncle Roger have to put my leg down from chair. This is emergency. This is an emergency.
Now personally, I love soba noodles. I use them a lot. For this though, I don't use them. If you don't know what soba noodles are, they're made out of buckwheat, and buckwheat is gluten-free. So if you do have a gluten intolerance, this could be a good substitute for you guys. You could also substitute with some rice noodles. So it's just something to keep in mind, because egg noodles, well, you can get everything today. So you can get probably gluten-free egg noodles, but more often than not, they contain gluten.
Cooked soba noodle. Did he really say he gonna make ramen with soba? What? Uncle Roger cannot compute. Jamie, you were doing okay so far, but how you fuck up so bad? Soba and ramen, two completely different things. That's like saying you want to make spaghetti but with egg noodle, or you want to make Malaysian sambal but with chili jam.
He did actually substitute the sambal with the chili jam in the very first fried rice video. So in the end, I think it's best just to stop asking the questions why he did it, and instead just accept the fact that he's trying to make things easier for people. He's trying to cut corners, but sometimes it doesn't actually help. It just makes things a little worse, and well, we see that right now, don't we?
With our noodles here, let's get a nice slice of that gorgeous pork on top.
Everything wrong. Nothing you do can save you now. The pork so bland.
Top it all off with that.
The kimchi. Why kimchi?
The traditional soy marinated egg. And look there, guys. A lovely soft boiled egg. Really, really nice.
You can tell he didn't marinate egg long enough because it brown on outside, white on inside, just like Auntie Hersha. Niece and nephew, this is new insult for whitewashed Indian people. Don't call them coconut anymore. Call them Jamie Oliver egg.
Nice. Chili and stuff going on. The lovely pork cracklings. Common sense tells you that's going to taste absolutely gorgeous.
Common sense tells you that's going to taste gorgeous. When you go to a fine dining restaurant in the UK, France, and most places, the food will look very pretty. Now, why is that? Normally, or the old saying is that we eat with our eyes. So the prettier a dish is, the more attractive it looks, the tastier it looks, the more you want to eat it. Now, there has been research done that that's not the only indicator. There's also other indicators such as the other senses, smell, and everything else that can help with that. But beauty is not always an indicator of how good a dish would taste. Because sometimes even when you see a soup that looks disgusting, it can taste actually really good. Then again, you may not want to taste it if it looks disgusting.
It all comes together with that flavour packed broth. Let's have a little try. Gorgeous.
At least he's using chopstick, not like Nigella Lawson with her spork.
Absolutely delicious. Ramen. Good for the soul.
Wait, what? But now he's using spoon. Why you give up using... Oh. Just when Uncle Roger thought this video was over.
To sip the broth, you can use a ramen spoon. If you don't have one, well, then you're going to have to use a normal spoon with it if that's the only thing that you have.
Good for the taste buds. And very good for you.
Hiya. Jamie, you almost made ramen. You're so close. All your steps sort of passable until the soba. You fucked up. Jamie, please don't die. I don't think Uncle Roger can find another Mr. Chili Jam.
Now, when you look at this, I can't say that it's going to taste bad because I'm sure it does taste good, but let's just say this wouldn't be something that I would cook for a ramen competition. There are certain methods of making, well, depending on what type of ramen that you want to make, a certain type of ramen. Sometimes it is best to follow the old methods of recipe. Obviously, some of the old recipes are very long and you don't want to go through all that labor, but there are other ways of making a quicker ramen, and there are plenty of other videos out there that are better tutorials than Jamie's tutorial. I'm sorry to say, but at the end of the day, this does look much better than the fried rice that he made and the butter chicken.
How you doing? Welcome to Cooking with Jack. Just want to thank you for all the letters and emails you've been sending me. I am going to keep doing videos, so don't worry. A lot of you were asking, are you going to keep doing these? Yes, I will. There'll be plenty to come in the next year.
I don't think everyone's worried about him not making the videos. I think everybody's worried about him making more videos. Although I do have to admit that the previous pizza video that we did see with Jack wasn't that bad. I mean, he didn't make the pizza dough, he didn't make the masa, none of that. He just put a little bit of sauce on it and some, toppings, stuck it in the oven. That was it.
Tonight, we're going to do something special. My son's classroom is doing, tomorrow they're going to be doing a international day. So everybody has to cook a dish from their heritage and bring it to school tomorrow. So I figured, hey, why not? I wanted to do a video on how to make a lazy man's lasagna, and I'm going to be making that for his class. So the two came together and we're making the video right now.
Oh, those poor children. I mean, it's great that the school's doing this, cook a dish from your heritage and everything, but quite honestly, sometimes you have to be a little careful on what dishes people actually bring to like little potlucks, because especially the chili that we saw at the church, no, not good.
Let's take a look at the ingredients right now. Okay, here's all the ingredients. Now, when I mean lazy man's lasagna, I mean lazy. That's why you got these. Normally, I would be shot for being Italian and using these jars of sauce.
What did he say? I mean, the types of Italians that I know, they wouldn't do that. They would give you an earful. Oh, this yes. But for all jokes aside, and for the sake of YouTube, this is a saying in America, yeah? It's not an actual statement. It's just a saying.
Grab a thing of ricotta cheese. You're gonna need about a pound of mozzarella. Sometimes it comes in a square, sometimes it comes in a ball.
Sometimes it comes in a ball. Mozzarella normally comes in a ball. Mozzarella is fresh cheese. So when you actually see the actual cheesemakers making mozzarella, when they take the cheese in the hand and they squeeze it, they turn it into a ball. Whenever you see a mozzarella that's in the shape of a cube or a tube or anything else, especially like dry mozzarella, it's industrial. It could be good to put on pizza because then you don't have as much moisture. This, yes. I still prefer buffalo mozzarella, the actual authentic mozzarella di bufala. You don't have to put a lot of cheese on because if not, you do have a bit of a watery pizza. But the flavor, oof, It's the best thing, and if you haven't tried it, you need to.
Now, normally we would put meat in this sauce, but since the classroom that we're serving this to may have vegetarians, we're gonna leave the meat out.
Something tells me that the vegetarian kids wouldn't really mind if meat was put in the lasagna, because it would be a reason for them not to taste it. It's literally canned sauce, industrial mozzarella, and ricotta. And then he's using some dried macaroni pasta. So if you want to make a lasagna like this, that's fine. But I did make a lasagna not that long ago, which was a super delicious lasagna. It's easy to make. It's more of a traditional recipe, and I guarantee you that you will enjoy it a lot more than this.
First thing you're gonna wanna do is grind up the mozzarella. Okay, now, normally you can get shredded, but it's more expensive. I think it's like twice the price. So I'd rather just grind it up. I'm not that lazy in lazy man's lasagna. Okay, then I'm gonna cook the macaroni and heat up the sauce, and then we're gonna just throw it all together. It's gonna be beautiful.
He said it. I'm gonna quote him on this. It should be beautiful. We'll see at the end how beautiful it is, because normally the end result is not the most beautiful thing.
That's great. This did a great job. Moist, very good, very good. Okay, so the whole objective is, I always use the sink to mix everything, because if it spills over, it's not a mess. It goes in the sink, I rinse it off.
What did Jack say? Like, seriously, what did he just say?
I always use the sink to mix everything, because if it spills over, it's not a mess. It goes in the sink, I rinse it off.
This is something that I recommend all the time. At any point in time, whenever you have to pour anything into another container, anything and it's super messy, like, I don't know, let's say tomato sauce or even clarified butter, which I have a video by the way, or anything else, you want to do it over the sink. Why? Because if you do it in the sink, then all the mess goes down the drain instead of all over the kitchen. I do give credit where credit is due, and this is a good little tip.
I'm not the best at pouring this stuff, but we're gonna slowly put it in the pan here. There we go. Whoa, that shot right back at me.
I know a lot of you are gonna say that sounds like bathroom noises, but it's not. It's tomato sauce going in a pot, not something else.
Whoa.
But tomato sauce does have a tendency to shoot back up at you. It's annoying. This is why it's a good idea when you're pouring the pot. Jack has the camera here, so he has to show it on camera, but to do it away from you or towards somebody that you don't like.
Then you're gonna take your mozzarella that we shredded. You're gonna put that in next, okay? And obviously in the heat, that's just gonna all start melting.
Oh.
So it's gonna be beautiful. You put that in there. Then the hot macaroni is gonna go in on top of that.
Why is he adding the mozzarella to the tomato sauce right now? Jack's trying to make a cheese sauce, but with tomato sauce. So instead of making sauce Mornay, which is a bechamel base, and then you add cheese to it, he's making this, but with mozzarella on top of it. Mozzarella has a very low melting point. It's also typically a very stringy cheese, so you can pull it like a lot. Honestly, where's Vincenzo when you need him? I don't think he's reviewed this video. He needs to.
I take them out of the box, I crack them in half. Okay. Just so that they fit in the pan a little bit easier.
I didn't want to say anything wrong to this girl. She was just sweet. And now she's sour.
Kind of started on the melting process. Just a little bit. You're gonna see that right there? You're gonna mix that, all that cheese in there. See it starting to melt? Not all the way, but just get it warm. There we go. And then you're gonna dump the pasta right in on that. Still hot, burning hot. You throw that in, whoop, there we go. That'll work. You can always add more cheese if needed.
This
but let's
isn't
see where we're at
lasagna.
first.
This is not a lasagna. Jack's making a casserole. This is what he's making. This is kind of going the same way as the enchiladas that we saw.
You don't want to pour too much, so don't put too much at the beginning. Just kind of pour a little. Mix it really, really good.
That one was hard to watch, okay? This one, not as bad. That one, a lot worse.
Now we're gonna put in these. Now, once again, I'm doing a double batch. Sorry. It's the fun part of cooking. And since I'm doing a double batch, I'm gonna do double ricotta. There we go, come on. And this is one of my favorite cheeses. I grew up putting this in my macaroni all the time. I didn't even wait for ravioli night.
Now back home in America, it is quite easy to generalize what's Italian cuisine. I mean, you think of pizza, pasta, lasagna. The thing is though, the North and the South are quite distinct from one another. Pasta is pretty common to eat, this yes, but there are certain dishes that are more regional than you may think. They eat a lot of pizza and a lot of mozzarella, a lot of like fresh ingredients in the south. They also like a lot of fried food, fried pizza, and even fried pasta. Absolutely delicious. And then in northern Italy, risotto is very famous. Any Italians watching, let me know what you eat in your own province.
All right, now if you mix it properly, it's gonna look just like this. It's gonna almost be really clumped together, but it's gonna be just enough to slide right off the spoon. Now it's time to plate this. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna fill these up for the kids. This thing, it's burning hot. Okay, let's try this again.
When you put hot sauce, hot pasta, and everything else in a pot, more than likely it will be hot. So it is a good idea to be careful while doing this.
All right. This isn't one of my smoother videos, but it's good. I promise you that. Here we go. Just gonna start dumping it right in there. I hope I made enough. Yeah, I think I did.
I think he made too much. I think the kids would say the same thing. You made too much.
We're gonna move that over there. Bring the other one over here. See if that works. There we go. Oh my gosh. It's coming together, I swear. It's a lot more fun when you have family around to laugh at you.
The family also thinks it's funny. Good to know.
It's really easier than that, I'm telling you, especially if you have family helping you. The first thing you do is I saved a little bit of cheese, okay? Save a little bit of cheese. You can take a little bit of this and just gently sprinkle the tops. I would say just more for decoration than anything. You got tons of cheese in it. But it looks nice, gives a little contrast to it. And the other thing is you can bake these later. Now I'm gonna put these in the oven in the morning before I take it to the school, but you can bake these like a baked ziti and it'll get a hard upper crust, okay?
Jack's not going to cook and finish this now. So he just showed us a way on preparing it, which is fine, that's fine. When you make a lasagna, when you layer everything together, you get it finished, you don't have to bake it right away. You can actually prepare it and bake it later. This is perfectly fine. Or you could just bake it at the moment and then reheat it. You don't want to reheat it too many times though, and this has to do with a lot of food. You don't want to be reheating it too many times, because if you do, between heating it, chilling it, heating it, chilling it, it crosses that danger zone of the bacteria growing and you're more likely to get sick. One thing I would highly recommend, I know that it's not really good because it can break your fridge, especially so much food, but it is a good idea to chill this as quickly as possible. In the commercial kitchens, we have blast chillers, we have big fridges, walk-ins that it doesn't matter, you can put hot food in there.
The one thing you don't want to do, these plastic lids that come with these trays, don't put them on right away. Because what you're going to do is you're going to collect all the moisture under here, and then it's going to drip back into your lasagna, and it's going to get real wet and loose, okay? Lasagna is good thick. I don't know how you like it, that's how I like it.
I'm not gonna be mean. I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking. In any case, whenever you cover something that's still hot, it is a good idea to leave with either aluminum or with film, a portion of it uncovered so that allows the rest of the heat to dissipate. Because if not, you'll develop too much condensation, but it will also not chill quick enough, which again, you can get sick.
And there was just a little tiny bit, just a little bit left over. So I'm just going to save this for me. And once again, I'm going to eat in front of you because I like doing that.
It doesn't mean that we like that, but just a little bit. Look how much he has on his plate. I guarantee you that weighs about a pound.
Oh, okay. It's amazing now. It'll be even better tomorrow. You have a good one. That's Lazy Man's Lasagna. Do me a favor, keep sending those emails to the address below. I'll talk to you later. Bon appetit.
Right, so just to recap a little bit, Jack promised that this would be amazing.
And then we're gonna just throw it all together. It's gonna be beautiful.
Amazingly shocking? Yes, you can say that. Amazing itself? I don't think so, especially with just store-bought products. If you add herbs to this, you're going to make the lasagna taste a lot better, even if you use basic store-bought products, fresh herbs, basil, rosemary, thyme, whatever. Even add a little bit of garlic, add some sofrito, add some mirepoix to this to actually cook this tomato sauce in, make it taste better, anything. This would make the lasagna taste better. Now, if all of you want to see a delicious lasagna video, I will leave that video down below because I made a lasagna not that long ago. It is a little bit of work, but if you put in a little bit of work and you get 6 to 8 meals out of it, you have to think to yourself, you know, maybe 2 hours here can save you another hour every day trying to make dinner or lunch.
Uncle Roger haven't reviewed Jamie Oliver for a long time now. Wonder how my old friend doing.
You're gonna absolutely love this recipe.
Right off the bat, here we go. Some famous last words from Jamie.
This is a modern day fast food classic, pad thai. Deliciously healthy.
Why pad thai like that?
Packed with
Why so much vegetable? You sure this pad thai?
chili egg.
Oh no, the words Jamie Oliver, Veggie and Pad Thai, those words don't go together. Uncle Roger think this video gonna give me heart attack. I need my good morning towel for me to scream into.
Huh? Uncle Roger is a security blanket. I think he's gonna need it. Maybe I should have one too.
So I've kind of evolved this recipe and had some fun with it.
No, Jamie, don't evolve, don't have some fun with anything. Those words coming out your mouth, that's scaring all Asian people all over the world.
Evolve and have some fun with it. This kind of sounds like it's turning into a science experiment.
Chili sauce.
Chili sauce wrong.
Soy sauce.
Soy sauce wrong.
Now tamarind.
Tamarind, okay, tamarind correct. Sauce for pad thai is just tamarind, palm sugar, and fish sauce. That's it. If you really want to make it vegetarian, do you know, niece and nephew, they make vegetarian fish sauce also? Yeah? But Uncle Roger don't recommend that. Just eat the real thing, vegan people. Life too short. Just use real fish sauce. Fish almost vegan anyway. Because fish got no leg, got no feeling, can't make sound, it almost plant.
Oh, true, fish are not the same as octopus, and fish are a good source of a lot of vitamins, minerals, and protein. Funny though about octopus, some octopus actually have a higher IQ than some humans. And if you don't believe me, check it out.
It's from a bean that's sweet and sour. It's a really important flavour in Asian cooking. And then a little sesame oil.
Sesame oil wrong.
Tofu. It's made out of soybean.
Tofu for pad thai, okay, but need to be square fried tofu. Hopefully he do that.
Ooh, you know when your spider senses or your intuition starts telling you like this is going to be a repeat of the fried rice video? It actually is going to be a repeat, because if you take a close look at this still photo here, he's using silken tofu. And we saw last time what he did with it. Oh, Jamie, please don't smash the tofu this time. It's not nice.
It's made out of soybeans and it's a great source of protein. To get your veggie pad
garlic good,
going, bash up 2 cloves of
just chop garlic enough. No need pestle mortar.
Nice and pureed. And then I'm going to use silken tofu.
Silken tofu wrong.
Put in dishes, in cubes, slices. What we're going to do is use it as a foundation of the sauce.
Tofu for sauce?
Grams.
The tofu is going the same way as the miso in Jamie's ramen. He's gonna kill it. I think Jamie's baiting Uncle Roger. This is probably the same as taking some spaghetti and breaking it in front of Italians. No! It doesn't go over very well.
Wait, what? No! What Uncle Roger just watched?
Silken tofu is Wait, what? No!
He put tofu in pestle and mortar.
I have to admit, I haven't worked in an Asian kitchen before, so I can't say this for 100% certainty, but I have never seen tofu turned into a sauce before. Never. And that's after working in a French kitchen, and I'll tell you, the French are known for their sauces. There's like a million different types of sauces with everything. There's so many different variations, but the tofu, I have to admit, that is like, that's taking it maybe in a bad direction, a step a little too far.
Who cooked tofu like this? Jamie, in his egg fried rice, he crushed tofu with hand, but this time that's not even enough. He have to crush tofu in pestle and mortar. He's just destroying tofu. Jamie Oliver really is the ISIS of Asian food.
Silken tofu is ultra smooth. It'll give you a sauce so silky, it'll cling to your noodles.
Stick to the noodles? Peanut butter will also stick to the noodles if you really want to be technical about it. I mean, a lot of things will stick to the noodles. Molasses will stick to the noodles.
Any sauce will cling to noodle. That's how sauce work. That's how any liquid work. It cling to shit.
A little correction about that. A runnier sauce, more watery, more liquidy, will have a harder time sticking to the noodles and coating it, or at least sticking to it, then a thicker sauce. Or in other words, it'll still lightly coat it, but it won't be as thick.
Oh, so silky.
Uncle Roger defeated now.
Then get building flavour. A tablespoon of
the whole thing gonna look like vomit.
Tablespoon or two of sweet chili sauce. Then the tamarind. You want a nice tablespoon of this paste. Tamarind's a key ingredient in Worcestershire sauce.
Jamie is right about this. It is one of the ingredients, but so are anchovies and vinegar, which are also very important ingredients to make liemperns.
And I'm going to put a little teaspoon of sesame oil in there as well.
Oh, sesame oil wrong also. Lime also wrong. Lime in pad thai you just squeeze on before you eat, not in sauce. Sauce gonna go in wok. You cook lime in high heat, it's gonna lose flavor.
Wow, this is looking like a lot different than even the version that Ramsay made for the Thai chef. If you haven't seen that, you guys need to see that clip.
Well, how is it? Oh no, look at that face.
This is not pad thai at all.
This is not pad thai.
Half a juicy lime, and that, my friends, is your sauce.
Look at that. That sauce looks like shit you eat on Fear Factor.
For the all-important noodles, grab yourself a packet. So these are rice noodles.
Rice noodle, correct?
With 150 grams.
No. You don't want to put in boiling water. It's gonna overcook noodle. Rice noodle put in room temperature water.
Pan, and you leave those for about 7-8 minutes, but check the pack, they're all different. When
yes, pack tell you how long to cook it for, but remember, pad thai, the noodle still gonna get cooked in wok, so don't finish cooking noodle in water. You need noodle to be a bit undercooked, then finish cooking in wok. You see that noodle, Jamie noodle, I guarantee it overcooked.
Uncle Roger's not gonna say anything about the sieve, or the colander, as he calls it. This recipe must be really bad for him not to say anything about that. Like, really bad.
Run them under cold water. That stops the cooking process.
See? It already overcooked.
You leave those for about 7-8 minutes, but check the pack.
Jamie, this Asian noodle, not pasta. Don't just follow instruction on box. Niece and nephew, you can't trust instruction on Asian noodle packaging. Anyway, it's all wrong. You have to cook with feeling.
Uncle Roger is right about this. It is more important to use feeling. And the suggestions about cooking times on the packets, even for like pasta, like Italian spaghetti and pasta and all this, is more of a suggestion. I mean, I don't even read the packet. I never do. I never pay attention to it. I just cook it. I taste the pasta. I don't go too far and I don't get on the computer and do some other things at the same time. I'm still in the kitchen and I just check it. And once it's like, you know, al dente, it's done.
And then just add a little sesame oil to stop them sticking.
Sesame oil again? No, to stop them from sticking. Don't overcook it. Simple.
The thing is with rice noodles, as soon as you take them out of the water, they will stick to each other like a you-know-what. I mean, seriously. They will stick to each other like Velcro or even like duct tape. I mean, it's really hard to break them apart. So you have a few options. You can either add oil to them so they don't stick to each other and clump up, or you can add them immediately to whatever you're cooking. And with the sauce and the other ingredients, it will coat the noodles. And the noodles will continue to cook once you do this. So again, like Uncle Roger said, you don't have to overcook them. You don't want to, because otherwise you end up with puree.
Lightly toast and bash up 20 grams
of
salted peanuts.
Peanut, good.
Give a glorious crunch to the veg. Pad Thai is that kind of brilliant mix of veggies, but then you get things like salad and herbs that are raw and cold and fresh. So there's that kind of jarring of hot and cold, crunchy and soft. It's just a brilliant thing.
You know that feeling when you have like deja vu? Well, I'm having a little bit of deja vu right now because I'm having flashbacks of what happened in the mac and cheese video with Jamie.
One of the things I like to do, which is my own personal problem, is to take a vulnerable, empty gem lettuce leaf and then load it with mac and cheese. And I actually do this at home, and my kids are around the table, and they're just looking at me going, "You are such an idiot, you are like..."
Pad Thai, no jarring of hot and cold, it's just noodle dish, keep it simple. Jamie, olive oil?
I've got some broccoli, some asparagus,
wrong,
baby corn,
wrong,
the pak choy, the outer leaves.
Pak choy. Classic mistake. Oh, how to make this dish more Asian? I know. Let's put this Chinese something vegetable in there. Pak choy. Woo! Yeah!
Cut the core of the pak choy in half and the baby corn. Keep the asparagus tips and finely slice the stalks.
You know, I do have to admit, this is one of those recipes that it would be a heck of a lot easier if you were using a wok. I mean, you don't even have to buy a big one. You can get them on Amazon. Just a small wok, just so you can toss everything together, or at least a deeper pot. Because, I mean, honestly, in a shallow saute pan or in a frying pan, it's going to be a little, you know,
Some bean sprouts here, which
Okay, bean sprout only correct vegetable.
and I just want to kind of click them off. This stuff can change up. What's available in the supermarkets, the markets, your budget. That's what's cool about this.
Now, pad thai is actually a relatively new dish. It was created after the creation of, or the unification of, Thailand. So it's a relatively new dish. If you were to remove the sugar from it, or maybe add a very little amount, it's not that bad of a recipe. It's actually pretty healthy in comparison to more processed foods or Burger King or McDonald's. I mean, it's still pretty healthy.
Finely slice the shallot.
Shallot, correct? Okay.
Start to dry fry all the vegetables.
Wait, what? What? Dry? What the hell?
And char, and give you some...
Is he frying shallot with no oil at all? Oh, Uncle Roger's so upset. It not just laid down from chair. My whole body is laid down from chair. Pad Thai need oil, Jamie. Hiya. That pan just comes straight from factory. It dry as hell, and he whacked shallot in there. No oil, no lube, just nothing. Walao, he just raw dogging shallot into pan. Hiya.
Well, you know what? I do have to admit, Jamie is not using olive oil. And this is like the first time that we've ever seen it too, because there's no olive oil. He's not using anything. This is progress. I think Jamie's been taking Uncle Roger's advice. Ah, he's a secret admirer, maybe.
Listen, nephew, use oil. It make everything cook better. Dry frying is like dry humping. Nobody want that shit.
Smokiness, so we're gaining flavour. If you dry fry asparagus,
No.
you get nuttiness.
What happened to your sesame oil? You using so much earlier. At least put some sesame oil in there. Better than this.
I'll go in with some of these bean sprouts, some of our noodles.
I have to say, with that Thai chef that didn't like Gordon's pad thai, if he tried this, whoa. I would love to see the reaction from him. He'd probably throw the plate at him. I'm not joking.
Get yourself a little water.
The water gonna overcook noodle even more higher. The noodle gonna be soggier than baby food. What you doing, Jamie?
Kind of goes a little bit crazy now. But this is exciting, right?
It's not exciting. It's heartbreaking.
And a nice wodge of this sauce.
Diarrhea sauce.
Tossing it around.
Well, to be honest, if you take a look at that sauce that he made, the brown sauce, it kind of looks like a crunchy peanut butter, doesn't it? I mean, look at it. It looks like crunchy peanut butter.
This is the fast bit, so you've got to concentrate a bit more, but it's not hard, it's exciting. So in we go.
No. Metal spoon in non-stick pan. Usually that biggest sin in Asian kitchen. But this video is so terrible that metal spoon in non-stick pan, that's the smallest mistake.
Crushed nuts, lettuce leaves, get in some coriander, mint and basil, and
Coriander,
wedges
mint,
of lime.
and basil. Only herb in Pad Thai is garlic chive. Coriander, mint, and basil. Like, what it gonna taste like? It's just too many things, Jamie. Too many things.
He has some strange flavors, but it's not just the flavors going on here. It's the texture of the silken tofu as the sauce.
And then we want a little dry fried egg. So wipe out your pan.
Dry fry again.
And of course you need a non-stick pan for this.
Oh, I love that bit. Yeah. If you're gonna do it, be sure that it's a non-stick. You know what? Actually, if you don't have a non-stick, give it a try. Because I guarantee you, unless you're using some sort of fat, it will stick like a you-know-what to your frying pan.
Sprinkle with salt and chili flakes. And when it's crispy, flip it over and give it just 30 seconds. Look at that. Yeah.
The pan's so new, it comes straight from factory.
Uncle Roger's right about that. That pan looks brand new, like it hasn't been used before. Because I actually have the exact same non-stick pan in my house, and it's about 1.5 years, 2 years old right now, and I haven't been using it a lot. It's just for making like Spanish omelets and tortillas. But I've made enough that now the bloody eggs stick to it in some spots. So I have to be a little careful. I have to add extra oil to it.
And then the last little kiss is of soy sauce.
Soy sauce wrong.
So that, my friends,
Why vegetables sticking out like that? This food so shit, even lettuce trying to escape.
That's all I've got to do now. Get myself some chopsticks.
All you got to do now is go to Thailand and apologize.
You know, even before the egg fried rice video with Uncle Roger, Jamie did have like the paella incident and the Jamaican incident as well, and a few other incidences. And now I wonder, after all this with Uncle Roger, if Jamie can walk down the street peacefully without someone, you know, hackling or accosting him saying something about egg fried rice. Especially with YouTube, none of this should go to the point where you actually accost someone in public. In the end, it's food, yes. He may not have thought of it and it's disrespectful, but at the end of the day, it's food.
Ugh. That's the worst noodle pull ever.
The use of that tofu.
What the hell?
Sauce is a bit of a game changer.
Asian food, the game perfect already. No need game changer, Jamie. Don't change game, change yourself.
Second, like
you see,
a dish that's healthy.
He eat one bite. Notice how he only eat one bite. No second bite. He just pushing noodle around. Even he know it's terrible.
Super nutritious.
Honestly speaking, if he wanted to make this vegetarian or vegan, why not just add some mushrooms to this? He can add some different sorts of mushrooms. Add some different variations of mushrooms with this, with some other sauces. Make this a different version of pad thai. And just leave it at that instead of making this weird dish.
Look at this pad thai. Ugh. If you want to make vegan pad thai, it's simple. Just substitute with vegan fish sauce, and dry shrimp you can substitute with mushroom because they both give pad thai umami flavor. That is vegan pad thai, very simple.
See, Uncle Roger agrees. Mushrooms would have been a game changer, not pureed tofu.
You're the first chef who made Uncle Roger fall down completely from chair. Uncle Roger extending invitation, man to man. When Uncle Roger hit 10 million subscribers, I'm happy to fly to wherever you are. We make one Asian dish together, okay? Can be fried rice, can be ramen, can be pad thai, you choose. And if you agree to film together, Uncle Roger will even eat chili jam with you, okay?
Uncle Roger, seriously, if Jamie agrees to this, I have to be there. I would love to be one of the judges, actually. Time to see what Rachael is going to be making today, with, of course, Uncle Roger. So I'll let him be bad cop and I'll try to focus on the recipe. It'll be fun that way. After this video, don't forget to check out my egg fried rice video that I did make for Uncle Roger. Now, let's get started.
Rachael messed up pad thai, messed up pho, messed up adobo. Hiya. Today we see she messed up orange chicken.
Well, I think we already know the answer to that, but let's see it anyway. Maybe we'll be wrong.
This Chinese-American dish is just some crispy chicken in orange sauce, so please don't mess it up. Subscribe to my channel, niece and nephew, because when we hit 10 million subscribers, Auntie Esther agreed to film with Uncle Roger. That's my last chance to impress her and win her heart, niece and nephew, so subscribe now.
If you subscribe to Uncle Roger, then don't forget to subscribe to me as well and hit the bell notification because I break down everything that everyone's doing to hopefully make your cooking a lot easier.
This one is a broccoli orange chicken. For the sauce, you take
broccoli orange chicken and peanuts.
You take chicken broth. I usually use chicken broth because it's a chicken dish, but they gave us beef broth. So let's just say any broth you like.
Oh no, again with the any broth you like. Niece and nephew, tell me, when have you ever read cookbook and step 1 it say, oh, use anything you like?
Uncle Roger's in his new restaurant. Nice, very nice. I should probably go one day, but he opened a restaurant on the other side of the world. A long way away. Uncle Roger is right, this is a Chinese-American fusion dish and I do like it. However, lemon chicken is a Cantonese dish if I'm not mistaken. But let's see how she makes this because it is a fried dish and it looks like she's trying to make this a little healthier.
Rice wine vinegar. It's a quarter cup.
Okay, rice wine vinegar, okay.
Stock, rice wine vinegar, light brown sugar.
Okay, brown sugar, fine.
The horrible kind, so I just kind of eyeball it.
That's a lot of sugar. I mean, you don't want to make it like too sweet. It should be a little sweet, but that's a lot.
A quarter cup of any spicy sauce.
Spicy sauce, okay, but that's a lot of liquid in there already. Niece Rachael, if you cook this, you better reduce it, simmer it down, reduce it until it left little bit.
Spicy sauce you like, this is sriracha.
Uncle Roger like how she say quarter cup and then just use feeling anyway. That good?
Spicy, but not too hot.
It is good to use feeling, but if you look closely, Rachel's doing the circular motion again when she's pouring. She's done this in previous videos.
Passive, but so wrong.
3 tablespoons of pourable light brown sugar. 1, 2,
wait.
3. A quarter cup of tamari.
Tamari, hiya. Just use soy sauce. What the hell is tamari? That's some expensive white people shit. Save money. Just use soy sauce.
Well, she likes tamari. She used it in the pad thai.
You can also substitute 3 tablespoons total of soy sauce, low sodium soy sauce, liquid amino or tamari.
What? Liquid amino? No.
A cup of tamari or soy sauce. Now we just need 1 tablespoon of orange marmalade.
Orange marmalade? No, hiya. Just use orange juice. If you want to cook at home, make it healthier, you can use real orange. But remember, niece and nephew, at a place like Panda Express, everybody working there is just some shitty high school teenager high on marijuana. They're not gonna zest an orange for you. They're gonna just pour Minute Maid in there, call it a day.
Now, of course, not everyone that works at Panda Express is a teenager smoking marijuana and doing all that. Yeah, it is a business, but you have to think it's industrialized. So they are gonna be using the easiest things to use to make this. And more than likely, all their sauces and everything else are made off-site at a central location. And then everything is sent to their local kitchens and stores where they assemble the dishes. Marriott does the same and a lot of other companies as well.
Now we just need 1 tablespoon of orange marmalade.
Orange juice already so sweet. Orange marmalade even sweeter. That orange chicken, that's gonna be too much sugar. Orange marmalade is like chili jam, but I guess niece Rachael really is American version of Jamie Oliver. I think they go shopping for ingredient at same store.
The thing is, Rachael just added a bunch of sugar to this pan, and now she's going to be adding orange marmalade on top of that. Now, not all orange marmalade is super sweet. It depends on who makes it, where you buy it, and everything else, and the ingredients. Sometimes it can be quite bitter. She doesn't need to be adding this. It's too much. She could have just added a little bit of sugar, added the orange juice to this, and been done with it, instead of adding the marmalade to this, unless she's trying to thicken the sauce a little bit, because the marmalade has pectin in it. She needs to be using some cornstarch instead of marmalade.
About 1.5 inches of fresh ginger chopped.
Ginger, okay.
And then I use the zest and juice of an orange, or in this case, it's a blood orange.
Nice. Blood orange. Fancy.
Now this is good. If you add ginger to it, if you add orange zest to it as well, it'll taste better. But I would recommend adding cornstarch to this. A little cornstarch slurry, because this is not going to be thick at the end. If I am right, you have to go see my egg fried rice video.
Then we're gonna put the sauce on to gently simmer and reduce while we're making the rest of the dish.
Simmer correct, but niece Rachael, you put so much liquid in pot. How long are you gonna simmer for? For 2 days, is it? Don't hold your studio audience hostage. They want to see their family, niece Rachael.
This is the rice, takes about 20 minutes. Just good old white rice.
20 minutes to cook the rice. Now there are many different types of rice, yeah? Thousands of different species of rice. To make jasmine, to make basmati, they take 10 to 12 minutes, maybe 15. Depends on how much you have in the pot and how fast your cooker cooks. But it will not take 20 minutes unless it's on super, super low heat. It will be sticky rice. Then again, maybe this is what she wants. Maybe she's gonna be making some rice pudding. Who knows?
I cook the rice in stock as well so that it gets a lot of flavor.
White rice don't need flavor, hiya. White rice perfect as is, just make it with water. That's fine. We don't need to flavor rice because we're gonna eat rice with other topping, other ingredient. That's good enough. And also niece Rachael, of all people out there, Uncle Roger see you make rice before. You really need rice cooker, okay? No more cooking on stove top in pan. Just get rice cooker. Uncle Roger complaining about this 4 years now. They still haven't learned.
This I do agree with Uncle Roger. It'd be easier if you just bought a rice cooker. It'd make life easier. And then it's one less thing for him to complain about.
You can afford blood orange and tamari. Just get 1 soji rushi, please. Uncle Roger send rice cooker to you for free. Or even better, come to my restaurant because see, the rice cooker on wall, just take that, take it.
You do have to admit that if we are going to compare this video to the egg fried rice video that Jamie made, the super famous video.
And then I've got some packet pre-cooked rice.
You fucked up.
She actually made the rice. She's not using pre-made, store-bought, packaged rice. So this is one step up. It is.
The rice takes about 20 minutes. Just good old white rice.
Wait, and
I cook the
and
rice in
have her stove been on this whole time?
So that it gets a lot of flavor. You're going to be cooking over high temperature.
Wait.
So you want high temperature cooking oil.
Correct,
That
correct.
means oil that's neutral in flavor that you can see through, that's very light in color.
Correct.
Grape seeds, safflower, sunflower, peanut oil.
Rachel is right about this. If you don't want to have your oil influence the flavors, it is best to use a neutral type oil instead of using olive oil. And I cannot take my eyes off of the mound of broccoli that she has right there in front of us. That is a lot of broccoli, like a lot. And I guess this is going to be a broccoli and orange chicken instead of orange chicken and broccoli, isn't it?
Yo, she actually get one thing right. But woman, your stove on fire. Don't just run around to different corner of kitchen. You're gonna burn down the whole place.
And I hope she's going to coat the chicken in the little slurry that she's made, because you have to fry the chicken. It needs to be crispy. Fried chicken. I love fried chicken.
We're going to add about 2 tablespoons of cornstarch to a couple of large egg whites.
But cornstarch, correct?
And this is going to help us crisp up our chicken.
Correct, correct. Cornstarch is secret ingredient for many Chinese restaurants. That's why at Chinese restaurant, the meat there crispier and more tender. Uncle Roger surprised she got 2 things right now. As they always say, broken clock right twice a day, and broken Rachel correct twice a week.
And they also say 3rd time's the charm, but that's not always the case, is it?
Nice.
Chicken can be white or dark meat.
No, just dark meat, please.
Cook the chicken in 2 batches if you have to. See, it becomes this beautiful, smooth coating for our chicken.
The reason why Uncle Roger says not to use chicken breast is that chicken breast has the tendency to dry out. Leg meat is a lot easier to cook with, so if you cook it for a longer period of time or higher temperatures, it won't dry out as quickly. Then again, you know, there is a point to that statement. You can dry it out eventually, but it's more resistant than chicken breast.
So we're gonna cook this in a little bit of oil and get the chicken.
The stove still on?
Add the broccoli to the pan. The chicken that's coated with egg whites and cornstarch is now out of
What? Are you skipping the whole chicken cooking process?
She skipped the whole chicken cooking process. And on top of that, she's like sauteing the broccoli, which you can do, is fine. If you want to cook this a lot faster and easier, you can parboil the broccoli, then add it to the pan. Because with the broccoli stems and the florets that big, that thick, they're gonna take a little bit of time to cook. Trust me, broccoli doesn't cook in less than a minute.
The recipe named orange chicken. You have to show how we cook chicken. Skipping the most important part. That like if you watch Titanic and they skip over that drawing part, that's the most important part of video.
I remember seeing Titanic in the movie theaters, but wasn't the most important part of the movie is where the Titanic hit the iceberg and then it went down?
It's not like 100% cooked. It's like 90% of the way there. I brown it until crispy on both sides.
But it's not crispy. It don't look crispy. Niece and nephew, you tell Uncle Roger, that look crispy to you? That looks soggy as shit.
She did get a little bit of color on the chicken. This is good. But she sauteed the chicken. You can tell this because there are only parts of the chicken that have color on it. To make this easier so all of you know what I'm talking about, to saute something is to cook in fat at a high temperature, but to cook quickly. Pan frying is to add more oil to the pan to where there's enough to fry in the pan, but not necessarily completely cover whatever you're cooking. You're not going to be like deep frying it. This is pan frying. And deep frying, of course, is to completely cover whatever you're frying. This is normally in the deep fat fryer or a normal fryer, but you can also do it in like a wok or in a big pot, a deep pot, and you can fry in the pans. Because she didn't do that, the chicken is not going to be super crispy, and it should be because this is supposed to be fried chicken.
I brown it until crispy on both sides. I slide it out so we can get the broccoli stir fry going. I let the broccoli brown a little bit, which makes it kind of nutty tasting.
That's a lot of broccoli. The whole pan, just broccoli.
The whites first of some scallion.
Okay, spring onion, okay.
First.
To be honest, not to be mean or anything, but it honestly seems like Rachel's a little tired. Then again, a lot of people have told me in all the videos that we've seen with her that she's a little bit drinky, tipsy, and that could also be the reason why.
The tops of your scallions and your sliced garlic. You don't want the garlic to singe.
No. Look, all the garlic, they're not even touching pan. How the garlic gonna cook? This dish not even orange chicken. This dish mostly broccoli and raw garlic.
And just the last minute or so while your sauce is
The pan more crowded than Japanese train.
is...
Look at that.
She added jalapenos to this. I don't know, she added jalapenos as well to the adobo. It kind of looks like she took half of the broccoli out in the pan as well because she added the chicken and it doesn't look that full.
And broccoli, chilies, and garlic. We're now going to add our ginger orange sauce down over the whole thing.
Wait, no, that much liquid, no! Just pouring the whole pot in the... No, Miss Rachel, have you eaten orange chicken before? It's not supposed to be swimming. It's not soup dish. It's just meat with little bit of sauce. Somebody throw life jacket in there because the chicken drowning. This not orange chicken. This tamari and marmalade soup now. Hiya.
If we take a quick look at the sauce, it looks runny. And I said this in the beginning, I don't think it's going to be super thick. It should be a thicker sauce. It should stick to the chicken, and it doesn't.
Gorgeous.
Gorgeous, what gorgeous? Stop lying to people. Gorgeous.
Toss that together. Make sure everybody's coated and that the chicken is hot through. I just fluff the white rice with...
Ew, the rice looks so clumpy.
Stick a spoon in it.
Give another close-up, give another close-up.
We bring our bubbling...
See? That's why they don't show you close-up, because they know they fucked up.
And a drizzle of toasted sesame oil.
Sesame oil, correct, but that too... Wait, stop. That too much sesame oil.
A drizzle of sesame oil. She is pouring it on. This is kind of what happens when the top comes off the bottle and you just pour it in. Sesame oil is strong, and a little goes a very, very long way.
Now you put so much in there. Not only is it extra liquid, now the whole thing just gonna taste like sesame oil. Hiya, Miss Rachel, what you doing?
Keep in mind, there are ingredients that have a very strong flavor, and when you add a lot of that ingredient, it will dominate the flavors in that dish. It's kind of like with paella. Everyone adds bloody chorizo to the paella. It doesn't mean that you can't, you can, but the majority of the chorizos that people add are very strong. And what happens? It just tastes like chorizo. It doesn't taste like anything else. And this is one example. She put a hell of a lot of peanuts on it and a lot of sesame oil. So what do you think is going to dominate the flavor here? The sesame oil and the peanuts.
Oh, so wet.
Chicken.
Ew, at least use slotted spoon so the soup can fall out.
The nuts and the orange. Oh my God.
You can see the consistency of the sauce better. See when she scrapes the bottom of the pan, how quickly the sauce covers that area? It is too liquidy, but way too liquidy.
Can't even talk to you. This smells so good.
Stop encouraging her. Look, not one single Asian people in audience.
And then the rice up on top.
Oh, look at that rice, all soggy, sticking together. It's so wet.
So you don't get that sog out. What happens? Chopsticks?
Don't poke chopstick in rice bowl like that. That's for dead people in Asian culture. We poke incense to pray.
And the browns.
And see, and why is the sauce brown? This dish called orange chicken. The sauce should be orange like my whole restaurant. It's not supposed to look like sewer water.
She did cook the rice for 20 minutes, and I did say it was going to be clumpy, didn't I? And it is. It's probably easier to turn this into rice pudding at the moment than it is to use it for the dish.
It looks so bad, they only show you close up for half a second. Hiya, Miss Rachel. This American dish and you still mess up like that. Okay, Uncle Roger have to show video where someone actually do this properly. Introducing my good friend Dim Sim Lim.
This is how you make Panda Express, orange chicken and chow mein. Batter, 2 parts self-raising, 1 part corn flour.
Correct.
Water, give it a mix. Over the chicken.
Coat the chicken nice.
You see, he dredged the chicken in the slurry and he's frying the chicken. Big difference.
Put in 1 at a time. While the chicken's frying, we're gonna make the sauce. Orange juice, sweet chili. Trust me, man, they don't use real orange. Soy sauce, sugar, and white vinegar. Bit of such and give it a mix. Now the chicken's ready, let's strain it. Garlic and dried chili. Now add the sauce in. Put that sauce.
See? It looks so orange.
Woo! Chicken back in the wok. Give it a quick toss. And we're ready to serve. Chow mein, double orange chicken.
Oh, beautiful.
See how there's no sauce pooling at bottom and that color, beautiful orange color. Not murky brown. It looked like the quest for a good Rachael continue.
Overall, I do have to admit that this video is not as bad as a few others that we have seen from Rachael, as the pad thai and the adobo, and well, actually quite a few of them. but there were a few steps that she could have done to make this dish a lot better. And I just don't understand why she skipped some of these steps instead of making it how it is. I think she was trying to make this a little healthier. This is why she probably didn't fry the chicken. This is why she added the broccoli. But she did add a heck of a lot of sugar to this, but like a lot of sugar, which is not very healthy, adding so much sugar to this. In any case, let me know your thoughts down below, guys. I hope I added a little bit of value to this video, and if I did, then be sure to give the video a like and a share, but most importantly, be sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell notification if you haven't done so already, and be sure to check out this next video coming up here. And if you want to see a Spanish egg fried rice video, then be sure to check that video out after this one. Until next time, take care. Bye.